Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it.
Alrighty.
Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is March 16th today. The bank stocks are reacting again very wildly. You're getting some moves in the treasuries. I am about almost an hour late, maybe a little longer, there. I'm blaming daylight savings, bro. I was snoozing, bro. It felt kind of good. Good morning. Yes, we are live, man. God bless you, Chad. Y'all were holding it down. Some people were theorizing. They're like, Josh is definitely dead because there's no in between. I'm not allowed to sleep. I could only die. So that's good to know. And good morning. Good morning. Oh, Ethereum software upgrade. April 12th. That's coming across the wire. But again, activity here with FRC and Credit Suisse. That was this morning. Remember, that's where we were off of yesterday. ECB, that was the other big piece of news, thankfully. Oh, excuse me. We didn't miss any data. Ethereum software upgrade will allow tokens to be unstaked. Here's the crypto chat. That just came out right now. Shout out to the vets, man. I know, bro, we missed the pledge, too. Well, good morning. Again, we're here. And then FRC, didn't they say they were exploring options, including a sale? And then they ended up selling off. My positions are the same. AMD is on the high. What else did we miss? Where's Meta? They were doing very, very good last night. Oh, Meta was at 200. It gave it up. Well, good morning. Good morning, Chattadonia. I think we're going to go. I mean, I still have all the news. I need to even recap on air again. Baidu plunged after a recorded video of China answers to ChatGPT disappointed investors, hoping for a real-time demo. So did you hear about that? Baidu had a fake AI demo. Yeah, they're back to 130. Amazon and Google. I've noticed Amazon was down like, what, $10 a share or something? That play is actually almost back up there, too. Good morning, my friend. Fake AI. Why do I sound fake AI today? Hello. How are you? What's up? What if they ask about 10? You can't say that, bro. You can't say that. I love you too, man. Good morning. It's good to be here. That was weird. It's been a while. Since we've came when we arrived this late. Thought your girl clapped you and stole your silver bars. No, that'd be stupid if she stole just the silver. I would be like, why would you do that? I would have just gave it to you. You didn't have to clap me first. That's like, you could have got your own silver bar quite easily. GD. Let's see. Where's Boeing? General Dynamics is up 3%. Boeing is down again by 1. Let me see. LMT. Google is on the high right now. Even levels-wise, I mean, it's kind of ironic, though, that even not waking up here, we are still at the same prices as yesterday. Just, I don't know if that's exciting or if it's sad. Google, I kind of missed you too. Amen. Let's load up the book map. NVIDIA is on the high. AMD, GD is up 3%. And that keeps coming across the high ticker. Again, Glencore willing to walk away from $16 billion deal. Citi held compensation. Janet Yellen is going to tell Congress that the banking system remains sound. So Janet Yellen has a panel today. Already had the ECB. I'm surprised the Europe banks aren't down more. Yeah, they're kind of at the lows of yesterday. Pack W rip. What about Wall? And then FRC, that's crazy. FRC went from dying to saying they were going to get bought out now and then dying again. Yeah, Wall is down 13%. FRC is down 33%. Pack W, they're down 22%. Dude, this is all still very, very bad. And treasuries are up, but treasuries stopped going as crazy. Oh, you're late? What did you miss? How could you be late, bro? That's crazy. Picked a bad day to be late. A lot happened. You missed it all. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get through it. Oh, we in here, baby. We in here. You have FedEx earnings too. Bond investors who bet the Fed was too hawkish in the face of recession. Again, Fed futures are even at pausing today, so that's a big shift from yesterday. Previous day probably, dude. This seemed a lot higher. My comment on your Insta. I haven't even checked my Insta. I just had a bunch of phone calls from lending tips. That's it. And I was like, oh shit. And then I was like, I have to poop. That's why, hence the oh shit. China's security regulators paused approval for new applications for GDRs. That's it. OPEC will probably wait for financial markets to calm before deciding whether it needs to react to oil. PacWest Bancorp's Kevin Thompson stands to lose money if the lender shares don't double by Friday. He's one of 100 U.S. bank execs who bet on their own company shares during last week's sell-off. But instead of buying stock, Thompson sold put options on 12,000 PacWest shares. And then Foxconn won an order to make apples in India. Well, like Apple phones, not like apples. Oh, what? Oh, wait. No way. Oh, that's how you wake up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Peach Nation, get your ass up. It's here. It waited for the right moment. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, man. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Peach Nation. Get up. Oh, we did it. Wow, God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. That's how you wake up in the morning there. Now I'm ready to go. The demise of LIBOR means new risk indicators are needed. The rate cuts priced in the markets are overblown except in very hard landing scenario. XOM, let me even check where the markets are at. So what do we got? Right now, only communications are in the green. Consumer discretionary is at 0.15. Tech is barely down at 0.03. And then energy is down 2.3 again. And then financials are 1.1. Believe it or not, real estate's doing worse than financials. Nvidia's on the high again. Oh. All the REITs is clapped. I think even MO was dropping today, too. They're at 46.1. Glad to hear you, too. Amen. I'm just glad to see you. Good morning. Abby Vi's moving up. UNH, healthcare seems to be doing decent. Healthcare is only down 0.5%. Then Google and Meta. And then discretionaries are at 0.18. Snap is up 3, but sold. Where's the dollar? Dollar barely up, actually. And then Credit Suisse from yesterday, they were up in the morning and then sold it off. They got a $50 billion loan. Where is the battle going to be taken at? FOMC? It looks like it. I mean, as long as even today, I mean, regional banks are not doing well. And like we said yesterday, we should just be watching out to see from now until next Wednesday, does anybody else go belly up? And then does it spread to another country? So even with the ECB today, the fact that didn't clap us, which is kind of good. I mean, we're still in the same range, but I do think we have a lot of time left. It's only been an hour. And volume, if you notice, actually, volume is coming back to normal. So this isn't one of those days early in the morning here for the last week. We were just, you were doing 100 million in volume. You do 50 million by the first hour. So we're coming back down with that, but we'll see where this takes us from here. But I think up until Wednesday, that's all that matters is where the Fed future odds are, and then whether or not we cut or not. I mean, that is the I don't know. Is it too early to start with? Is it? I don't really even call it tinfoil. It's just like some like heavy macro. Like there's heavy whipping cream. I got heavy macro for you? You want heavy macro? Anybody got? Do you have a like out there? Am I allowed to ask for likes? Am I allowed to show up late and ask for likes? Is that allowed? Like, you're allowed to do that, right? Let's see. 6 days, 3 hours, 41 minutes. It's like the rent thing. Yeah, it can't hurt to ask, right? Amen. Like, yeah, you could do that essay. Okay. Gracias. All right, let me hit you with some heavy macro. Are you ready? Here it is. Whatever happens at this next Fed meeting is going to change the world forever. On the next episode. No, but seriously. So I was having to talk about this yesterday, and I was just even thinking about it. I was even going over the video that we posted yesterday as well, too. We have Bowen's coming up. But pretty much, like, all that matters is what happens on Wednesday, simply because if Powell pivots or not, that will explain everything. Like, that's it. It's literally going to tell us everything we need to know about this whole situation. Pretty much, if they come in and they pause, that right there is just telling you, okay, maybe this banking issue is actually very serious. If they cut, it's 10 times more serious. If they don't do anything, then we're fine. We go back to the whole old playbook. We go back to what we've dealt with inflation and this data, that data, CPI. But right now, it's like essentially if you get Powell pausing, that is an admission that what we're dealing with is a very big problem. And then at that point, that means pretty much the simple part of what I mean economically is that if the Fed starts to pause or cut rates, we are going to enter into deflation for a small period of time before anything else. And that's it. And if we get into deflation, then, like I'm saying, things are just going to change, and chances are a lot of things are going to reprice. So that's my theory. So I do think this next Wednesday, between now and then, we need to see if anybody goes bust and what happens in the meantime. But that's all it's going to boil down to. Any data that moves the Fed futures, what does the Fed actually do? And then that's it. Then we will either have deflation or we're still dealing with inflation. Bullish, though, not if it's deflation. If it's deflation, I think initially it will be bullish as people react to the change in policy. But then I would say prices will be coming down in many, many areas. ECB presser, it could affect the markets. I mean, especially considering that yesterday, was all about Credit Suisse freaking out and everything overseas. Boeing is running right now. Boeing is up. They went 194 to 197 in like 9 to 10 minutes there. And then NASDAQ is break even. SPY is down a quarter. Dow Jones is down 0.5. Senate is live. Is that with Jigglypuff? I think Senate is live with Jiggly. Moderate deflation is not bad. Consistent deflation is terrible for economic production. Well, that's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. That's one way to put it. I personally don't like deflation. I think it's terrifying, but I can't agree with you on that. What got you this morning? I just didn't put my alarm on. And then I just had a very restful sleep. So I was like, it wasn't, I wish there was more tinfoil to it. I wish another crackhead, not really, stole my electricity outlet thingy, but I was just sleeping. Yeah, and then crackhead stole my breaker box yesterday. It's crazy, bro. I didn't know that was a hustle. Bro, so apparently this guy did it to like 15 other houses, and like he gets like $50 a breaker. So I'm like, what? Bro, like this guy was just straight up just robbing breakers. Isn't that wild? I didn't even know that could happen. Maybe it's side hustle. That's what I'm saying. Maybe I didn't. Is that like going around on TikTok? Would someone make a video? They're like, "Hey guys, so like, look it. There's enough like copper, and like you could resell these, and guess what? Every house has them. So what you do is if you go through them all, then you'll be good." Yeah, bro. Not only did he do it in broad daylight, motherfucker drove his Kia on my lawn. You know that? I have a video. The guy just straight up pulled into my driveway and got like half of like two wheels on my front lawn and just went out there and just straight parked his damn Kia there and then just got out and then ran to the side and then just straight ripped it off. Very bold. Very, very bold. Yeah, that Kia was pretty quiet. I'm not going to lie, man. That's stuff. So I think lack of emissions helped him out in that case. The audacity. Yeah, bro. That's why I'm like, dude, like we have everything. Like we have your license plate. We see you. You did this to like 15 other people. He don't even give a shit. Uh-huh. The Kia boys got you. I thought you were supposed to steal a Kia, not steal a fucking breaker outlet. The Kia was probably stolen. I'm just saying that's a very like big commitment to go by through like just to steal circuit breakers. I don't know anybody else in that industry. I've met a lot of people, man. I've not met anybody in the secondary black market for breaker boxes. Yellen says there'll be a careful look at what happened with SVB. Yellen testifies. Damn it. Do we listen to this for a little bit? Oh, I'm kind of scared. I don't want to fall asleep again. That's what Yellen could do. But they are grilling Yellen right now.
OECD negotiations and is already giving support to nations around the world in the OECD to tax U.S. profits that would be directly in contrast.
I missed you guys. I'll just give you headlines. I can't do it with Yellen. Even he sounded a little boring. And we'll see. Where is everything right now? Amazon, billing. Oh, shit. You have to even close out the ESs today? That's unfortunate. Already rolled over the NQ. The bonds. The bonds are amazing. I can't believe that. Again, and even today, for them to keep catching a bid, that is wild. Let me check the dollar. Wait for the YouTube ad. Best way to make money in 2023. Breaker boxes. Matt sees first quarter sales down 30. I actually did see that come across. Yeah, down 25 to 30% excluding Forex and negative adjusted EBITDA of negative 30 to 60 million. Yeah, Matt is getting destroyed right now. So Mattel just gave out bad guidance. They've already been clapped here. That's actually a crazy run. Man, Mattel is already below October levels too. But yeah, they're reacting to that news now. Looks like they just lowered guidance a lot more than expected. Down 2.8 though. Could be worse. Yeah, the toy maker, Mattel. So toys are even getting economic uncertainty. Who would have thought? Oh yeah, Hasbro, they're reacting too. They actually got a cheek leg. Good call out on that. The franchise Mathnasium about to open up 10 locations. Is it like hooked on phonics? I'd have to look at it. I mean, franchises, it just depends on the metrics. Am I good? Yeah, man, I'm good. Are you good? Good morning. Thank you for being concerned. I saw a crazy tinfoil. They're like, Josh is dead. That's it. That's it. I tell you, there's no in between, bro. It's like it's cool. I'm glad some of y'all think I am a superhero, because that's like my only options of life. It's like I'm either living or I'm dying. So that's great. It's pretty intense. Mm, I don't know what I would do if you passed. All right, let's just not talk about it. All right, man. Let's just shit. Unless you're trying to sell me like an annuity right now, I prefer we don't talk about it, because I don't know, man. Just don't put that devil on me. He's like, I'd be a shame if you died, Josh. Yeah, it would. Uh, Best one was Josh is hanging with Bradley eating peaches. That was a possibility. Netflix on the high. 304. Mm, Where's Appel? Appel's up by zero point 0.9. Qualcomm's on the high. A lot of things. I mean, we're working up. I mean, ever since I got here, we've been going up. So, I don't want to take too much credit for it. But 38.68, 38.85. I mean, from where were we yesterday? You closed at 38.90. Not bad. But again, 3900 to 3930 will be our levels. And then yesterday, 3838 down to 3800. So this is pretty much our range for up until Friday. And then Friday has the big expiration, which is tomorrow. Kind of crazy, actually. Yep, it's already March 16th. Credit Suisse. Mattel is bouncing from that news. They just lowered guidance. Credit Suisse is down. Meta was at 204 yesterday. I don't know where it was pre-market, but last night they went crazy. Yeah, it was even at 201 this morning. But earlier it was up there. Stock market's about to break out now. S&P, high taker, again, a lot of volume. Senator Brown calls to strengthen guardrails on banks. I'm not seeing any headlines. Brown writes Treasury FDIC. You do have Yellen speaking with no headlines there. A lot of things just popped. High ticker just went crazy. SPY just broke through the high of the day. I mean, you're still negative, but actually SPY is negative, but SPX has gone green. There you go. You filled the gap. So this is where we closed at yesterday. You're about 9 points below 3,900. And like names like Amazon, I don't know if you guys realize, like Amazon is like they've been ripping. So like Amazon right now, you're already kind of back to where you were at the beginning of February almost. Well, that's good for them. YouTube TV prices going up. Why are we ripping? Maybe because the events. I mean, ECB was kind of a risk event that could have clapped us. It didn't, even though they raised by 50 basis points. Other than that, I mean, banks are down. Regional, I don't know how the other big ones are doing. Yeah, they're still down too, but I think we're just kind of, in a weird way, you could have had a lot more news, but you didn't. And then now, too, it's not like this kind of reminds me of a couple of weeks ago. You guys remember on the way down, weren't we like stuck in this range for a while? Where was it? Like right here? You guys remember this bout where you kind of had the big flush and then you danced between 4,000 and 3,900 for a little bit? I think we're doing the same thing at 3,800. It feels a lot like 2 weeks ago, just in terms of like the daily market. Oh, you don't have no PL? My bad. My PL. Sorry. Hopefully we don't even have technical difficulties today. That would be sad, And then I have to close the ES either today or tomorrow. Why does it look so small? Apple, Meta. Apple is running up. Amazon's on the high again, too. I think Amazon's starting to lead in a weird way. Yeah, Amazon, $98 again. If you don't close the ES, they close it for you. So it's not like it's going to get closed no matter what. BLNK, they're running semis. Semis have been going up all day. Bonds are going up here too. I don't know how I feel about that, but just another day of yields dropping. This time, I think it's interesting. I mean, I don't know about you, but how come Fed futures, they're not really, they seem a lot calmer today. You would think they'd be more responsive, but they're kind of taking a breather. You still have some chance of pausing, but now you're back to the whole 25 basis points. Abivai going crazy. Oh, yes, not bad. Abivai was up a lot, though, a couple days ago, then fell. MO finally dropped. MPW got knocked. Again, real estate is doing worse than banks right now. S&P erases opening declines. NASDAQ rises 0.5. I think Meta could go. I mean, Meta above 200 is a very big deal. So I liked it. I mean, yesterday it was like post-market. It hit 200 and went to 204. It was at 202 this morning and then came down. But I think Meta's like a leader. It's been a leader here for the last couple of months. Move hit 198. Until we could get above the 200-day. You're still moving up. Remember, you just had that big pop here. You're barely above filling the gap. Is this the high of yesterday? So, damn, I guess this was. So this is where we were. Remember, this was the Swiss headline, and we try to recover. You never filled the 39.20 gap. So we'll see. Disney's on the high. Boeing's moving on the high as well, too, right now. Raising rates became bullish because more of a chance of bank failures, which means more liquidity pump. I hope. I mean, again, I personally do not want a pause or a cut in this environment. If they did, I think it would be a little bit more scarier. Hypothetically, I know a guy that does life and annuities that guarantees full funds if the market crashes. All he needs is to relicense. Would you oppose getting one? Sounds sketchy, but I mean, I would read into it. I don't know. Like, how do we? Is it like they used to have those? They used to have these like bond offering things that they used to do, where I forgot what it was called. Fuck, it had a name. It was like called a knockout. I think it was called a knockout note, something like that. Does anyone know what I'm talking? It's like a knockout bond by like Deutsche Bank and like JP Morgan. And what they would do is that they would give you like a fixed return of like 10%. But then if like the S&P closed below a certain level, they would give you an extra bonus or not. But then if it went too far down, you would lose everything. But that, as far as like paying you if the market crashes, that sounds interesting. That's like any guaranteed annuity. They pay you if the market crashes. I didn't know that was like a sales point. Seems like they know how to sell to Peter Schiff. Intel. Remember, Intel was going up. What was it? Last week, Intel was just up 3% out of nowhere. Intel's up another. Dude, Intel's at $29. Oh, my gosh. Intel's recovered that bad earnings already. And even after cutting the dividend. Mattel flip. Meta's going up. Market is going up here too now. 3,900. So this is where we started to break down from the other day. And then you didn't get this high yesterday. So watch for 3,900. I mean, volume seems decent. Again, volume is not nowhere near as high as the last couple of days, but still got 28 million, and we're approaching hour number 2. So you're running again. Everything's going. Mattel, dude, what? Mattel just flipped heavy. Mattel just went down 2 to up 1.5 off of lowering guidance. I don't know. It seems like the bulls are out today. But we'll see how long this lasts. But ever since I've got here, this has been just a straight melt up. Very interest, Habibi. Very, very interest. Ad? That's good. That's good. You didn't get an ad for like the first hour. I don't know why you mad at me. Shit, man. FRC halted again. Credit Suisse is running. Yeah, FRC halted to the upside, which is good. Are any of the other banks bouncing? Yen roars his outlook for Fed and ECB rates weighing. Yeah, JP Morgan's green now. So I think the banks are there. First Republic is working on options, including a sale, says WSJ. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan are in talks to bolster First Republic. So JP Morgan and MS, did you guys get that earlier? I had the news earlier that they were looking to explore sale, but it's there. I know, inverse. Welcome, baby. Let's go, man. Let's inverse the shit out this market. Let's see what Powell does between here and Wednesday. But yeah, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, they're mentioned in the FRC. FRC's halted on the way up, and all the other banks are going up here now. Yeah, JP Morgan's ripping. So is the SPY. You're above 3,900. We have not been there since 2 days ago. So you didn't even get this high. 3,904. I mean, back to the same levels. Remember 3,907, 3,910. Remember the day before where we kind of started slipping from there. So we're working our way back up. Let's see if it could actually hold. Euro stocks are bouncing. It seems like a big bank bounce from here to Europe, mixed in with all of the tech that was already leading. And then consumers, communications. Yeah, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley in talks to bolster First Republic. That's hitting the wire again. That seems to be the news here. Oh, yeah, I am in that Coinbase short. That thing's destroying me because coin does not go down. It's actually kind of been the same price the last couple of days, but it's been pretty bad. Yeah, First Republic, including options, including capital raise. Communications are up 1.2. Discretionaries 1. Tech is up 0.5% now. Industrials are in the green, and then financials are green right now. So bank stocks as a whole are up 0.25. Healthcare, utilities, materials, staples, real estate, and energy are down. Energy is the worst. Western Alliance trims to 4.2, halted again. So WAL halted to the upside. Everything is running right now. Something just woke up. 39.11, 39.10. So you fill the gap at 39.20, which I think is a good level because 39.17, that's the main one. And then if you get up to 39.40, you will see your 200-day moving average, I believe. Let's see. I think it's just the banks that are moving things. Yeah, bro, the ranges for today, they don't even have the 200-day listed. Interesting. Well, this is your highest range so far, but 39.37 pretty much. That's the March 14th high. Then 39.19, March 14th close. And that's it. The 38.05 is your Fibonacci. Everything else is either a high or a low. And then volume is running. Now Coinbase is going up even more. Microsoft, Apple, Amazon's up 3. I think I'm about to go green on that shit. Yeah. Holy squeeze. I mean, this looks like yesterday's close in terms of like velocity. We have had some of these moves early in the morning, but this definitely seems pretty big. I mean, 39.80 or 38.60 to 39.13 right now. And that's in like, what, 30 minutes? AMD gains 5%, forms long-term rounding bottom. No idea what that is. Again, people are still talking ECB. This could be also part of the ECB and people not freaking out over Europe not freaking out. Disney ripping. I saw Disney on the high ticker earlier. Now $93. Over 14 million in insider buying on financials over the last few days. Why are we pumping? I think it's just because bank stocks are going up. No negative reaction from ECB. And then just trading. I mean, in the weirdest way, though, we are trading still within this week's range. So technically speaking, I mean, you're still below Friday. The highest we've been all week was Tuesday at 39.35. So, I mean, I think we're moving here. You have little segments that are working in different industries, but as of now, though, it's not like if we could get above the 200-day, then we could ask, like, why are we ripping? As far as now, though, I think this is a big move, but until we break out of that range, I think we're still just moving in the weekly range. Watching Starbucks, MPW, or they got knocked today. Again, ex-divvy. But that will take my 13%. That means you get paid 4% every 3 months, or 3%, I think. 3.25%. TLT dump. It's kind of good. Yeah, bonds are dumping here too, actually. That's good, though. I'm telling you. Bro, bonds are insane right now. The fact that everybody was buying them in the last couple of days, the fear level in the bond market is unreal. So, in a weird way, I'll take bonds cooling down as lower odds of of imminent collapse or something going wrong. FRC, they're still halted. Latest news was JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley working with them. Like, Morgan Stanley's actually ripping off of that. Have you guys seen MS? MS is up 0.5%. Even Citi, I think all of the banks did very good there. Tesla, 181. And then Amazon's a real leader right there. VIX went limpish. 24 is still high, but it's definitely not what we saw the other day. Again, Mattel, they reiterated their forecast. Western Alliance briefly turns positive, was down 16%. That's crazy. It was down, bro. It was down 16% when I first got on here, and now they did go positive. Western Alliance is unhalted. Google, yeah, Google's actually killing it too, 3%. And then Meta is right below 200 now, about 50 cents or 80 cents. Pump fake. I mean, maybe we get our first relief rally, but I mean, you had that on Tuesday. I think every day up until 8:39, you have gone up, except for yesterday. And then yesterday we still closed negative, but your up move came in the day. So, I mean, this is nice for now. I don't think it's I think there's a couple of things we could point our fingers at towards it, but I mean, all that matters is if it holds or not. And that's why I'm saying let's get out of this weekly range, and then I think you could start asking what's going on. But as of now, this seems like what we've done every other morning. Oil recover. Well, oil's been beaten down. Oil, I think, is one of there's like 4 or 5 industries red today, or just staples, real estate, and energy. But energy's down. It was down over 1% earlier. If First Republic is strengthening through cap injection, isn't that an indication of systemic risk? Why are we ripping off of that news? I think the whole theme with everything right now is that we know there's clearly problems. Like, even going back to the beginning of this issue, everybody knew there was unrealized bond losses, but anytime you see that there's a buyer and somebody willing to absorb the risk, there's kind of a positive reaction. That's why every time, whether it's Swiss National Bank or the Fed, every time there's a problem and you see a swift response, in a weird way, just enforces confidence. Like, yes, there is risk, but if you know somebody is going to step in to make sure that risk doesn't hit, there is some positivity to that. But I agree. But that's why all I'm saying is, like, from here until Wednesday, if, you know, we're clearly surrounded by risk, we're surrounded by people saying we'll absorb the risk, we'll do this stimulus, but all that matters is if Powell really pivots or not. So it's like you could let this be a little bit more confusing, but I would just give it time and patience. And then once we see what Powell does, I think that Powell's decision by Wednesday will really let us know if this is actually a risk we should be concerned about. So you're about to fill the gap from yesterday now, or 2 days ago. You couldn't do this. So 39.20, damn, 39.19. You are up pretty good right now. And still a ton of volume here at the top as well. And keep in mind, people will be rolling over. Today's like the last day. Again, whether you have contracts for tomorrow or not. But people are going to start rolling over. Like, I have to do something with my ES. Big moves. I would say I would put a lot on the ECB today. So the fact that yesterday we were freaking out with European banks, and then the ECB raised rates today, and they didn't like upset anything, I think that's definitely a sign you should be watching. And even in general, the fact that the ECB didn't change rate policy, that could be a hint towards Powell. But then again, even during a bond crisis last year, the ECB still refused to ever pause. Tomorrow's I think tomorrow's going to be a big expiration. I don't know how things are going to play out, but like in the sense that it may not, I don't know if it's going to be the craziest move, but after expiration, then I think we're really, really going to move big. TLT leaps, I mean, if you want to go for the risk, like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, I think bonds are expensive in the short term, and they're really cheap on the long term. Like if you look back, so it's like what I'm saying is that if something did break, you would make a lot of money on TLT. If something actually was going to fall apart, the long term of where rates could still come down a lot more from where they're at. However, you have just watched the 10-year go down almost 1% in a week and a half. So if that reverts in any way, you're going to pay the risk. So realistically, I don't even have a TLT play right now. All I have is TYD, but like I would wait until pretty much when TLT comes down for this first time. Once we kind of watch the cooling down moment, I think it's going to be volatile, but I would try to shorten up the short-term risk there and then really confirm with what Powell's going to do. And then I would go for TLT. But right now, I think it's just up to you whether or not you feel the need for insurance, and the bonds would be good insurance. But now it's like if you're willing to take the risk and pay a higher price, then, I mean, there you go. If Powell chose to support bonds and raise rates, would the bonds calm down or more people? Well, do you mean like issue a bond facility and then raise rates? Or are you just saying raise rates in general? But if he raised rates in general, I would say everything's fine. In a weird way, the most bullish outcome, in my opinion, or I guess the most sustainable, would be if Powell raised rates by a quarter. But if he doesn't raise rates, then I think we're on deflation. If he did a bond facility and raised rates, I think it would look like UK and everything would be good. Is Lagarde still speaking? EU sends RFP to institutions for further funding needs. And then FRC halted again. Guessing JP will continue with the rate hike since he said there'll be some pain. He should, but that's like the whole idea with what I'm saying here is that if Powell doesn't raise rates, then that means something is like severely different, and that means that I think this would be out if he chose to pause by any means or cut. I think it would just highlight that this was beyond the pain that was needed that he forecasted, or just it means that the short-term or mid-term future just does not look that well. You don't know what this stuff means. Learning where to start. Well, get a long-term. I mean, if you stick around here, I think a lot of stuff little by little will make sense. I mean, and you're entering in the market right now during an event that nobody's really seen in a very long time. I mean, last time you saw a banking crisis was 2008. But get a long term. If you don't know, save 10% of every dollar that you touch and set aside some stocks, both growth and dividends. And, little by little, start building up stocks to hold for the next 10 years. And then the trading stuff, I think it'll come to you as you kind of realize what's out there. And then you'll see, give it a couple days, and I think you'll pick up on stuff pretty quick. Which way do you personally lean? I don't know. That's what I'm saying, is that I think this situation now, especially after yesterday, I think this situation is volatile enough where nobody in the world knows. If they did, we would have a lot more consensus. We wouldn't be getting surprised every other day. The Fed futures wouldn't be at a vulnerable spot where they're able to move, you know what I'm saying, like every other day. So I like them, and I like everything going on in the sense that, it's kind of a binary result. It either happens or it doesn't, but I think it's just way too hard to determine. So I don't know which way to lean, but that's why I'm saying I genuinely have a worry, because if Powell does pivot or pause, then there you go. We have a problem. But if not, then that's where this starts to spread into something. If it's not a problem, then we just go back to normal, and then we go back to what we were dealing with the last couple of weeks. Zim, I'm still holding. I think we're up on it. It had a nice run. I would like to see it break out. I mean, the dividend is going to be good, but you got to wait, I think, another month maybe. The group is infectious. Indeed. Shout out to Chad. Ken, good morning. Amazonian. Leigh Halden, AMAC, Qualcomm's on the high. More chips. High ticker's gassing again. So you just hit your high. You calm down a little bit. No violent sell-off just yet. And VWAP is climbing. Bonds have dropped pretty decent here on the day. And now we're moving up. Meta's starting to make the push towards 200 again. Where is Credit Susi? And then FRC's halted. Whoa, came back down. Morgan Stanley's killing it. All of the legacy big banks are doing decent right now. And financials are up, which is weird. Tech pulls U.S. stocks into the green. Thank tech for the S&P inching green today. Semiconductors such as AMD and Intel are pushing higher. Intel and Qualcomm were upgraded at Susquehanna, calling the bottom of the semiconductor cycle. Adobe is also outperforming after boosting their earnings forecast. All sectors except real estate and energy are now rising, even banks. It's called Debt Suisse. The recession is over. There you go. Dude, I've not heard that in like 4 days. That's crazy. How come you didn't say it on Tuesday, though? And then you should have said this on Friday also. We're at that same price. But 39.20, I mean, this has already been a pretty impressive rally. We're going to see if this holds up here. That's another big candle here at the top. Volume is not as high as the last couple of days, but if you compare this volume to a couple of weeks ago, we would have said this was high volume. So take it as you please. Recession is canceled. There you go. Wow. Where have y'all been? Come on, a little banking crisis can't stop you, huh? What, just a couple banks go under? I feel you. No lady. What's up, love? No lady, baby. Oh, man. Why? We don't know. I think the pop was because I showed up. That's, like if I really wanted to be, very narcissistic and self-centered, I think it's an easy answer. The market didn't know what to do, and then I showed up, with boogers in my eyes, and then the market just went up. So I don't know. That's one theory. Other than that, though, I would probably say just general, no problems emerging. Again, I think ECB was event risk, and the fact that ECB didn't turn into event risk, I wouldn't mind blaming that. And then you got some updates about other banks working with the smaller banks, and that's pretty much it. Recession has begun. Not yet. I think we'll find out by Wednesday. That's why I'm saying this Wednesday I'm really using as my indicator to let me know if recession is imminent or not. So that's all. Just whatever Powell does, that will give us a very good breakdown. But then it sucks too, because you realize if Powell doesn't pause or cut on Wednesday, then that means you're going to deal with another month and a half of everybody arguing about what's going to, about pretty much another month and a half of people anticipating the pause or what's going to happen next. So it's kind of bittersweet, because even if Powell doesn't pause or cut that Wednesday, you're still going to deal with this debate for another month and a half after Powell. And then if he does, then that just means recession is probably 3 to 6 months around the corner, maybe sooner if he does. That's mine. This is all my opinion. So this isn't like this isn't based off of economic theory that isn't my own. If Powell cuts Wednesday, bond yields are gonna plummet. TLT, IEF will go up. They should. Granted, though, they may not go up as much, because you could argue they're kind of already there. But I'm sure there will be a knee-jerk reaction to buying more bonds if Powell does pause. Yeah, SEP comes out on March. That will be a big determining factor too. I think people are going to tweak out on that. But now, even then, though, like the SEP doesn't even, in a weird way, I would argue the SEP doesn't even matter, which is a wild claim to make. But why do I say that? Is because look at how the normal SOFR and bond curve has already traded in the last month. So even in the last month, the market has made a yield. Their own dot plot of the market has been as high as 5.7 and now as low as 4.3, 4.2, all within a month. That's insane. So wherever the dot plot ends up, in a weird way, we've most likely already priced it in at some point. Clap, everyone. I mean, one part of this thing, though, is that tech has rallied huge. So even in the midst of this, like I was telling you, even safe havens were getting clobbered the other day. A lot of bank stocks have been going down, but one notable feature of the last week and a half is that as other things were going down, there was a lot of money that went into tech. And a lot of people with, again, lower interest rates and kind of wanting to defend against other things. Like, it's not a coincidence Apple, Amazon, Google, and Meta are where they are right now. This is actually a very unique reaction if you think about it. So, like, take a look. Banks were dropping. The tech was already down ahead of that time. But then the last couple of days, as the banks got really, really low, some names like Amazon, Apple, Meta, Google, they really, really went crazy. MPW. I don't think they'll cut their dividend. No, I was looking at it the other day. They don't really like raise it too much. They're just, I mean, here's another chart. And you could do this with every REIT, but you should just go look at every chart in the 10-year. So right now is the first time the 10-year broke with the REITs, but this is what I was looking at, like even like Boston or Boston Properties and a couple of others. But I think interest rates and REITs, you're going to watch them go hand in hand. As long as the company isn't like totally awful, you should be good. And like MPW, it's not like they were like raising their they only raised their dividend maybe like 1 penny a year. They're pretty good, but they are just their last earnings is what hurt people. But just think about it. Any rate sensitive industry will do good depending on what Powell does or the trajectory with bonds. I don't think they'll cut it, but genuinely speaking, any dividend that high, you got to be worried about. So that's I think even a lesson from HBI as well, because HBI I didn't think for a minute they would cut their dividend after not doing anything for 10 years, right? But it's it's definitely possible. The higher the yield, the higher the risk. So as far as MPW is concerned, 13-14% yield, you're probably taking on a much bigger risk than anything else. And then SPY's still holding up. It's 15 minutes. Or no. We still have an hour till Euro close. It's holding up here. It just sucks because whenever momentum dies, like every other day here, we'd have these massive rallies. But once that momentum dies, we're fucked. So I would love to see where we go from here. FHA greenlight in the 40-year. I think they need to, because real estate's going to be the most interesting. Meta's popping above 200 now, because now, let's say whatever happens with rates here in the future, if rates do go down, like the question we all got to start asking ourselves is, like, if there's a rate cut or a rate pause, like, is real estate going to go up? That's the question people are scratching their heads about, because the lower rates should help out real estate. But then the question is, does the need to lower real estate hurt economic activity and real estate demand? Reason for $5 pop? Nope. I would say ECB. I don't know. I think I'm going out on a limb there, but if anything was going to clap us today after European issues with Credit Suisse, I think it would have been the ECB, and Lagarde was speaking during this, and it seems like they're not panicking anybody, and everybody seems chill for the most part. I could see a pause. Don't doubt it. Jerry P. been consistent the past years. Foreshadowing a rate cut is unrealistic. Volcker, talc last fall. They expect contagion. They might. I think it would be a rate pause first. I could definitely agree with that. I think the only way you get a cut is if something blows up between here and Wednesday. That's really bad. But even then, just the Fed futures are entertaining a pause. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, we're the moment is real now, where a pause is actually being entertained. And I think that alone is where we need to be watching. And then if we do get that pause or not, we go from there. But once they pause, we know they're going to cut in the future. And then MO's still dropping. Meta almost went $1 above 200. Amazon, I think I'm green on Amazon now. That one was crazy. I was down like 1,600 on that one. So tech is definitely rebound a lot heavier than everything else. Foot Locker, PagerDuty, UiPath. I haven't even looked at Adobe. Bonds are coming down again. SPY's working its way up. Adobe's just holding. UiPath had good earnings. High Taker's gassing. ARNC. What's that? Or Arconic. ARNC. Didn't we see this pop the other day? ARNC. Arconic. I see reader interest increasing. That's it. That's aluminum. It's a decent sized pop. I don't even think materials are doing that hot today. Yeah, materials are barely green. Staples are the only thing red right now, and energy. A U.S. recession is now unavoidable as bank stresses turbocharge QT. Banking stress threatens to accelerate the deposit flight that's already been happening in Europe and US. In the latter, more funds are likely to leave banks for money market funds, which currently offer considerably higher yields than bank deposits. That means a much more rapid depletion of high-powered money, i.e. bank reserves, from the system, culminating in a much tighter financial conditions than have been experienced in the past cycle. This is likely to be the final nail in the coffin for a recession for which credit and equities are not priced in. That's an update that just came in. Bonds about to hit a low as we're hugging the highs. If you want upside, you better pray we don't lose this. I would hate to see momentum die early, because then the paranoia of early momentum dying will just set everybody off. FRC going down, and then ARNC pop and drop. First Republic is dropping here. Watch Morgan Stanley and JPM. They were the ones mentioned there too. And they're both holding up good. Amazon, Meta, all of these are at the high. Microsoft's going into the high. Even Apple. Apple's not there yet, but they're still close. Tesla's even moving into the high. Google looks crazy. Google's 3. I mean, communications, Google, Meta, but Google's still like a 3% gain. Google's about to be at 100 now. There it is. Momentum's not dying. You're hitting another high, 39.25. This is very good now. As long as we can hold up here. 39.33 was the high of Friday, but now you are above the close of Thursday when the whole SVB started. So 1 week later, you are at the same prices where we closed on Thursday. Oh, that pop looked promising. I would hate for it to go down. Sam Bankman received $2 billion from FTX entities. Intel's insane. Would any of the new lending facilities show up on the Fed balance sheet? I don't think it does. That's why they keep saying it's not stimulus. It should keep the contents of the balance sheet the same. It just depends, because it's just how they're going to recognize it. Remember, they are getting collateral, more or less. Forgot earbuds. Everyone in the jury selection is now part of the chat. Hello, jury. Make a wise decision and be fair. Amen. Jury selection room. Jury duty, man. I think I should be getting jury duty soon. I ain't had jury duty in a minute. Every time for the interviews, I show up with a Bible, and then I'm like, well, all sinners must be punished. And then I look at them dead in the eye, and then I start quoting Bible verses for them, and then they always don't select me. I don't know why. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, justice must be served. Said the Lord despises uneven scales, and then they just start looking at me. I'm like, what's up, man? I'm just saying. That's brilliant. What do you mean? Y'all know I read my Bible a lot. I show them. I say, you see that Bible streak? That's 600 days right there, sir. I said, don't be afraid of the truth. Eye for an eye. That's a different part of the Bible, but I don't even know. They gave an addendum in the New Testament to that statement, but I feel you. Yeah, bro, I got my Bible streak is killing it still. I'm excited. Get lab. Y'all ain't know me like that. Do you hide your face at jury duty too? I mean, you know, I walk outside without a mask on, right? Like I do live a pretty normal life, man. Like I go to the gym. I felt bad. Oh my gosh, yesterday I had another gym interaction yesterday. I felt bad. I felt bad. I felt really bad, but then it was kind of awkward. Bro, this girl just comes next to me and she starts working out, right? And I just think she's working out and I do what I'm supposed to do. I just stare at the ceiling, right? So my eyes are up to the ceiling. I'm in my own zone. I'm just doing my workout, right? And I'm just doing my lifts. Okay, I'm not paying attention. And then, like, I'm on my last set, and this girl is just sitting there. And, like, I'm not looking over because I'm not allowed to look over. And then I come to realize as I, like, start to get up, she just, like, she tried to say something to me. But then I did a weird smile and nod and left. But she was just waiting for the machine the whole time. I had no idea. I've never had that happen. On top of it, it was a girl, too, which I said, that's wild. No, bro. She was just sitting there. She did one set and then just sat on the little machine and just stared for like 7 minutes because apparently she was waiting. And I was like, what? Oh, I said, this is weird. I was like, this is very weird. So that was my thing. She liked you. She would have beat the shit out of me. I'm telling you, this girl was jacked, bro. Nah, I was intimidated. I was like, oh, fuck. I was intimidated. She was ripped, though. I was like, good for you. Good for you, bro. She had way better back than I did. Like, I'm just saying, like, her lat pull downs, she could probably double up what I'm doing right now. And I was like, I was impressed, honestly. It was good. So, no, like, but I interact with people. I was like, wow, this chick was just staring at me for like 7 minutes. Yellen regulators are looking for solutions to banking that prohibits serving marijuana industry. Wait, what's there? MSOS? I typed in weed. There's a pop off of that. That's pretty good news. I mean, weed stocks haven't had a movement in a while. And then high tickers gassing in the middle of these stories. The momentum's continuing. Chad, you're about to hit. So you're above now, or you're right at Friday's high. You are above Thursday's close, and you are getting into the high levels of Tuesday, and you are 9 points away from the 200-day moving average. And then weed stocks are moving off of the Yellen news. That could be promising. Adobe's going up. That's post-earnings. They're on the high right now. Other words are below the 200. Yeah. Well, that could change. We'll find out. That'll be your, third, fourth test. You broke it on Thursday. Haven't been able to get above it since then. And now this is the closest you've been since Tuesday. And Tuesday, we just slowed down. You had a nice rally, and then all of a sudden, air brakes, and you didn't even test the level. But then you also have a lot of the tech stock working. Next level is 39.40 for SPX. I don't know. The futures are like 30 points gap now. Because, again, everybody's looking at the next month future, so keep that in mind. There should be like a 30-point gap between. So, like right now, 39.64 and then 39.30. Yeah. So it's about 33 points, 34 points, or 35. Let's just see if it slows down. This is big. If it don't slow down, you're good. If it slow down, you're fucked. Quote. I still have those 100 shares. AMD. I didn't pick up BXP. If I didn't get MPW, I probably would have because I think they're a little bit more stable. And then that's it. ES. I'm gonna close out the ES today, no matter what, today or tomorrow. I just have to get out of it, and then I'm either gonna roll over, or either grab bonds. I'm so mad because I should have just grabbed the bonds instead from the first time I needed a rollover. But I think we're just gonna see. I might just wait until Powell and then just keep holding the NQ. This bounce seems different. It's more consistent, but I mean, right now, paranoia and fear is still high. Until we actually get a meaningful move above the 200, I would doubt everything. But then again, we'll see it. But tech is rocketing right now. Tech is absolutely going crazy. And then Adobe, that earnings win is on the high. Microsoft, Adobe again, Roblo. Adobe's really breaking out now, considering for post earnings. ES is a future on the S&P. NQ is a future on the NASDAQ. This is whack. I mean, this isn't even what I was talking about, though. So remember yesterday, somebody was saying, like, what's the bull case? And I was just telling you, like, you could be bullish here. There's no, like, don't underestimate. This is kind of like a springboard that's kind of loading up here, and we will get a monster relief rally at some point. So this isn't, I don't even think this is a monster relief rally until we get above the 200. And then as you're seeing here, every time we get close to it, we kind of start to slow down. So there's your first, like, decently sized red candle since, like, 8 o'clock in the last 30 minutes. See if that holds or not. Tech is still going. You're really close to the level, though. 39.33, that's the high of Tuesday and the high of Friday. Amazon. Where's Meta? CS, I mean, we should have sold. I only put $80 on that one. That one, I think we hold until we get a crazy bank pop. I have the UBS too, and those didn't move as much. I think the same price what I got it at. I'm going to get out of the UBS, though. $11 profit. And then I'll just hold the CS. Because I thought this morning they would have woken up to a lot. FDA, Altria, smokeless tobacco must monitor consumer impact. Bro, what is that? Microsoft is going insane. MSOS still ripping off of the weed headline with Yellen. Yeah, decent. It's 5% already. Big money has to cover tomorrow. They do. Everybody does, unless you already rolled over from last week. But tomorrow is going to be a big day with a lot of covering and a lot of rolling over. And then it'll be the final setup. And then you have, 1 or 2 more days until Powell. So you're already giving up at the same price. So I don't know how you viewed this rally, but it looked a lot bigger than anything else. But now you're doing the exact same thing. You've got to the same level, slowing down. If you can't get above here, we have a problem. If we do get above it, then everything's all golden. But big tech is running a lot, and then even weed stocks there now too. Even Boeing's back up. Netflix. Don't we have Netflix shares? Where are they? Those are up $12. Okay, I'm going to get out of those. That was just a 10 share play. Well, I sold them. I had 10 shares of Netflix. Amazon. I'm still in the EUFN play. Yeah, they came down a little bit today. Still holding up, though, over a couple 100%. I think that'll be a nice one to have over the next few weeks here. Just all depends on Again, fear with Europe, and then obviously what Powell actually does. How far the big money rollover is today, tomorrow, the next few days here. You ever miss flipping Froggers on Friday? Yeah, I guess everything. I just, I think we adapt with all of it. There's good times. The market changes a lot, but I think the uniqueness is now we don't have, you have different Froggers, but now you actually have big things going on from all over. That's kind of the beauty with all of it. Money selling and trimming. Well, and you've moved a lot. I mean, realistically, this is 100 points from Monday. You were at 3,800 at Monday at one point. Now you're at 3,927. So the range is just big. So depending on where you positioned or not, and then how you feel about the risk. That's why, like, even then, I got some plays that were decent positions the other day. They went negative. Now they come up. I'm going to get out of them. And then there's some tech names that I was holding that are really down, and now they're actually really up. So I think depending on where you position in the last week or two, the range is just really, really wide, and there's a lot of different things that could occur. Rally makes no sense. Europe raises rates. I think that's why we're rallying, because Europe raising rates is kind of is a show of health that they're not worried, and even Credit Suisse, nothing changed them. JP Morgan is working with Citi, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. What? U.S. banks discuss joint resource of First Republic. Whoa. So the banks are getting together to buy First Republic? Hold on. So that's the news coming out now. Apparently, JP Morgan is working with Citi, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. But it just says they're discussing joint rescue of First Republic. So it's not official news. It's just kind of an update. Yeah, no one wants it. Or there's probably something regulatory, maybe. Is that old? It's coming across now from Wall Street Journal. Yeah, we had one of those 30 minutes ago. It just wasn't as specific. Goldman and U.S. Bancorp, PNC, are working on First Republic rescue. First Republic could be rescued as soon as Thursday. So even now Goldman is part of this? Uber's on the high. It's a bailout. No, it seems like they're buying it, but that's a crazy concept that it's very surreal that we're like 5 days into it and we're straight up talking about banks coming together to quote unquote rescue another bank. That's wild. Very surreal if you think about it. So we're giving up here. Like I'm saying, this was my worry here from earlier, but you had your little breakdown from 39.33. It's trying to bounce. If you can't bounce and rip from this, all of the tech is going. So, like, we have a good opportunity to go up right now. But if this somehow fails, that might start to slow motion downtrend. Let's find out. McHenry says we'll certainly investigate SVB crisis on Capitol Hill. Treasury says technical issue delays 4 to 8 week bond auction. Oh shit, can we buy the bonds again? I want to get into the bond auction again on TD. Remember we were supposed to do that? Let's see. They did try that with Lehman Brothers, but most banks couldn't agree. Nobody wanted to take on the shit. Treasuries 4.6. New issues. Treasury auction. Oh, we could do 13-week bond auction. That's in a couple of days. Damn, what's 13 weeks? 3 months? Nah, where's that 4-week bond auction, bro? I don't know if I want to be tied up for 3 months. So that's the only new issue we could get in on. How do I close only one future if I open 2? Just sell 1. So your quantity is 2. Just sell 1 and you'll be good. Short-term bonds are dumping. You want those old TLT plays? You want that money go burr? I mean, God willing, but I think we're going to get one this year. Like, I don't know. God willing. That's what I put my faith, my confidence, and my hope in. But, you give me a couple more weeks of this shit, or even all year of this. I think we're going to find something, whether it's through the bonds, the dollar, getting in on anything else. But, inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. Let's see. Is there any other bonds we could buy? When do they mature? Oh, I need the minimums. All the minimums so big. 5. The cheapest one is $1,000. $5,000. No coupon. That'll yield 3.6. This one you could buy 5. You still have to do $5,000. And you are hitting a new high. So that downside momentum hasn't stopped, Chattadonia. This is the highest you have been all week. So since SVB collapsed on Thursday and Friday, the stock market has not been this high. And you are about 4 points, maybe 5 points away from testing the 200-day moving average. So here it is, Habibi. Here it is. It's very, very high. Raul Power. Raul's flooring services has not been received well today. No, Habibi, I've been very high. Listen, man, flexing about smoking weed out of a garbage bag is not cool, bro, okay? I get it. You went to the dispensary. They gave you a free joint, but, like, relax, okay? I'm talking about high in terms of equities, okay? You got to keep the other behavior to yourself, sir. Got to keep the behavior to yourself. That's it. Janet Yellen makes one weed comment. Now you're like, yeah, what's up, man? The red line on my SPY chart, this is where everybody gets clapped. No, this is just the support level. This is the 200-day, 39.40 on the SPX. NVIDIA's running up again. Microsoft, bro, Microsoft looks hideous. Like the up motion of it it looks like it's up way more than 2%, but it just keeps going. PayPal, Meta, Coinbase, that place sucks. That one is hurting me because I went with big size on it, but I think Coinbase should die. I don't know. Maybe I'm too judgmental. Banks are collapsing. Well, right now, the big banks are going up. You do have FRC. I mean, let's see what happens once we hear about what they're actually doing. But surprisingly, banks aren't that good. I am surprised Europe, though. Europe is actually in the green, but barely. BlackRock sees global ETF market growing by 15 trillion. Again, another report on JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley in talks for First Republic. That seems to be the star headline of the show today, besides the ECB. Treasury 2-year yield rebound drives rates up 32 basis points in one day. Man, when was the last time we've seen rates even move like that? So 39.37, you're 4 points higher than last time. Still kind of slowing down here, but we haven't gone above the 200-day. I don't know. And a couple of names getting red on tech. They all had a candle there at the top. Teslanian. What's the other one? Meta. And then Credit Suisse hasn't moved. Meta's chilling out, still above 200. Boeing's killing it. Lockheed. I don't know if we hit the 200. I'm excited. All right, well, I have bad news. I have a good update here to give you, too. I'll give you this one before. Bank crisis anxiety freezes U.S. capital markets. A recent rebound in secondary offerings by U.S. companies has stalled. That will still weigh on investment and banking profits. More broadly, the reversal is a sign of lack of confidence across the economy. One of the stock offerings that priced since Friday, excluding deals worth less than $10 million, and no offerings have been bought by selling stockholders, according to my colleague Drew Singer. He calls that a jarring switch from recent weeks when companies and their largest investors were pricing equity offers at the fastest pace in a year. Here's a look at the flight from risk shift. So secondary offerings drop after SVB. And that's in billions. It's not too bad, but still don't look good. All right, Chad, but don't get mad at me. I don't know. Some of you may like this moment. Some of you may not. But I hope you know we love and appreciate you. And thank you for being here today. And thank you for liking the video. But I have to go to the restroom. So I'm going to go to the bathroom now. You can follow me on Instagram in the meantime at the Trading Fraternity. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when I get back. Say what's up in the chat. Good morning.
A connection between kind of price stability and financial stability. But nevertheless, she has raised rates aggressively over the last few months in order to deal with price stability. And I'm wondering what you see the impact on financial stability from that. What is happening in terms of your capital? What's happening under the lid, Miles, in terms of the impact of those higher rates into your business?
Well, it's appropriate to comment on the importance of that policy. So we know inflation is, notwithstanding the short-term uncertainty right now, controlling inflation is most certainly a greater concern to my mind, and I'm sure that's the way the ECB are thinking about it as well. From a Bank of Ireland perspective, I mean, for example, we were very pleased to report earnings last year, 1.2 billion. That's a 10.6% return on equity. That points to the resilience of the Irish bank and its performance. And certainly in a rising rate environment, we're very mindful of that and how it impacts our 4 million customers, for sure.
Headline breaking here, 2-year Treasury yield is up 28 basis points. One of the issues, obviously, is the deposit beta thing. So you get a lot of deposits that come in. You have to pay out a little bit more. If the loans aren't there, what do you do with all that cash? Then you have to put it in like bonds, and bonds are losing value. And that's a huge part of SVB's problem.
Yeah.
What do you do to mitigate that?
So first of all, from a Bank of Ireland perspective, we are very risk-minded in terms of where we put our excess liquidity. The vast majority of it
So you're not in all long-term
No, the vast majority
okay.
is sitting in cash and very safe government bonds indeed. But from an Ireland perspective, what's really interesting is that the Irish balance sheet, I expect it to grow. And that's a function of the economy. It's a function of the demand for homes that will support the mortgage market. It's a function of renewed business positive sentiment. Our Irish balance sheet grew for the first time last year. So we're very pleased to see net lending growth in Ireland. And of course, we've got a very strong funding base, and anything that's not used for loans is kept very safely indeed.
Mars, how quickly are you going to pass on the 50 basis point increase that the ECB has just delivered to your customers after today?
Yeah, so I mean, the reality of a rising rate environment that it's going to impact, of course, both customers with loans and indeed.
Guys, he sounds like Hugh Hendry if Hugh Hendry didn't have fun. I feel like that's Hugh Hendry's long lost brother. And that's it. They went two different ways. They both ended up in finance. You got a pasta ad? You got menswear. What do you have coming up? That means you got an event coming up, and you ain't never owned a suit before, huh? And you were like, how do I get, oh, man, what event do you have coming up? That's crazy, man. Congratulations. You about to be zooted up soon. Yellen says U.S. needs to re-examine bank rules and supervision. FRC rocket. Yeah, that'll start lifting things. Again, I mean, you're moments away from an update on this little joint rescue from all these other banks. You're going to like the way you look. Where were you and what happened so far today? Just ECB, bank rescue plan, tech continuing to get the rotation, and then energy down, and then bonds finally chilled out after going up a little today. I slept in today, and honestly, the last 48 hours, I've had way too many questions about where were you. So it's just weird. Again, that's I feel like this is the first time I missed open in like a year and a half, 2 years. Usually I'm ready to go. So it was very, very weird. Very, very weird today. I don't know. I blame daylight savings, but I was good. You're good. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate you. SPY is working its way up here. We're docking your likes. Oh, man, come on. I put in overtime, bro. How are you going to do me like that? Coinbase keeps running. FRC halt. Yeah, it's not moving. TLT's on the low and the bonds now. High ticker. It is moving here, and then Coinbase is ripping. Amazon is finally working. So is Meta. Oh, thanks for doing what you do, BZS, my Canadian brother. Wrong one. Oh, much cleaner. God bless you, my friend. Amen. Bought 8,000 shares of FRC, a paper trail. I was like, damn, you're really going in there. Is that EUFN on the high? GX. Where's GD? Wasn't GD killing it earlier? They're still holding. And then looks like SPY's going to make the move. So, Chad, this could be big. This is going to be your 200-day moving average test. There is a lot of volume and a lot of resistance on the futures, but let us see, my friends. Let us see. Is that Zion on the high, too? Yeah, Zion's even running up. I think every bank, again, XLF should be in the green. XLF's green by 1.2. So this kind of feels like Monday or Tuesday when we had the first relief in the banks. But now this time they were down, and now they're holding up throughout the day as opposed to opening up and then selling off. Yellen bank stress tests have focused on capital, not liquidity. You're telling me, Yellen. You telling me office REITs decline on pace for lowest close since 2009? Tesla. Even Amazon again. Amazon 145. Microsoft looks disgusting now. Microsoft is caught up so much. Like, this is a straight vertical. Bro, that's $10 intraday on Microsoft. So 393.80 here. You're at 393.39 or 39.39. That's it, man. Half a point away, and then we have the 200-day. Volume is coming in. There's a little bit more resistance. Haven't been here since Thursday. What's going to happen next? Oh, my goodness, Chad. Oh, my goodness. NVIDIA 250. Whew. That's crazy. This all seems perfectly normal. Seems like a relief rally, but I'm not even, like I said, I was talking about this yesterday, but I'm not even happy with this relief rally. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't even think this is the big one. This actually seems calm. I think in a simple way, you hit 39 and a half. You still haven't even hit the 200-day. But in the simplest way, this is like it's like a reverse of what we saw with the banks. Just now, instead of opening up 50% and then selling off, they opened up low and then they let it actually get bought up throughout the day. But I just think this is some temporary relief, but it's not even I think you could see way bigger upside days after all of this. But then again, the volatility, the bonds, you're one headline away from going right back down. And then, like we've talked about this whole week, the last 5 days since this whole collapse, you've been in a range. So whatever this looks like to you, whatever it feels like to you, I mean, it's in a weird way, you've already been here. So it's not like any of this is new, and you're straight up holding the exact same spots we've been at. And then tech is leading, though, because they've been absorbing a lot of the sell-off here in the last couple of days. Credit Suisse intends to access a short-term liquidity facility. Tesla's running now. Credit Suisse is just staying pinned. Same price was at yesterday. 39, 39.45. Oh, Chattadonia. Wow. 200-day. I thought the 200-day was lost forever. So let's see. It could go up a little bit and reject, but if it breaks through and holds, and especially if we close here, then it'll be good. 39, 39.89, 39.40. You are above the 200-day on the SPX, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome. How does it feel? How does it feel? FRC, is it unhalted? Again, just get ready for that takeover stuff. It's still down 20%. Amazon's 4.5. This is a big level for the future, SPY, everything, even sentiment, even general confidence right now. Because I remember that one day I said if we rejected, it was going to get ugly, and it did get ugly. But now you're like, this is just before Power Hour on Thursday when we sold out. SPY is getting started. Well, we have a lot of time. It's only 8:57. You got 30 minutes till Euro close. Nobody's freaking out in Europe today. You still have some bank, like even FRC, the main topic of today, with this little rescue from the other banks. They're still down 20%. So it's kind of all over. But now with everything going up, even with energy down, this is just a good sign for anybody who wanted some level of stability. So let's see. This is your pop above it. See if it actually holds or not. Nothing is going to hold back tech, especially with lower rates. Did you see your dividend? I didn't get the dividend. I know we were on X dividend, but MPW's clapped. Again, REITs are one of the worst today, actually. So REITs haven't been able to recover. Fake sell-off? No, I think it was just banking collapse. That could do it for you. It did come out of nowhere. I mean, before all of this, we were just talking about inflation. That's the crazy part. Is you had a new part of the story and a new narrative for the last week. So you're going back below the 200-day, though. So you broke above it, not enough to hold. Hopefully that's not where the momentum stops. That would just be breaking the 200-day, but not enough to hold it. Hopefully it does a dancing queen. Because as long as you could hold this, I think that would be a very, very good for everybody. And then it could maybe chill out potentially what Powell, what tricks he has up his sleeve. And then Credit Suisse, they're not moving. FBI and DOJ probing ByteDance surveillance of journalists. U.S. mortgage rates see first decline in 6 weeks, hitting 6.6. Danish central bank raises rates to 2.6 from 2.1. It's all coming out now. Nvidia's moving. Bonds are still low. Dollar's even down. You see your dividend. You just asking me questions. Ain't you on mute right now? I don't know how am I supposed to communicate with you, sir? I don't know, but yeah, I don't have a dividend yet on MPW. Mortgage rate 6.6. That's actually crazy. You would think with how much bond futures have moved today, I would have really expected. I would have expected mortgage rates to be a lot lower. MO. Oh man. Move is just, I mean, right now, technically, unless bond volatility calms down by Powell, if Powell is bad, Move is telling us we should be the market should be hitting new lows. If Powell ends up not surprising or making a major pivot and bond volatility goes back to where it was at a couple of weeks ago, then we're fine. And then that was just explaining the recent volatility. But as of now, the Move index is saying that, the volatility is as high as ever, and we still have a lot of other problems. Oh, lunch is on me, big dog. Let's go. Benny Silverio. And Rhino coming back here, baby. Let's go. Horna. JP Morgan on the high, too. There you go. Y'all need to wake up a little bit. Good morning. Happy birthday. It's not even your birthday, but it feels like a birthday. I don't know. I'm just excited now. It's good to be excited. What if he does 50? If he does 50, I think that would be more negative than not. I think a quarter is the best you could do, and you call it a day. You have no problems, and that's it. All right. All right, I sold out of Suave. I was like a 190 gain. I had that one from earnings. I had like $700 on it, but just slow movement. Got out of that one. Okay, yeah. Still in that one. That one's barely down. Oh, yeah, where's Zim? I think Zim was up. Zim, do you go for the divvy or not? Yeah, I'm gonna back out. Or what time? Maybe I'll give him a little bit. Zim, I'll be down a hold. I do want to get out of that one next though. I want to see though if the 200-day, because if we reject this 200-day and come back down again, I think everybody will panic. If you run a not panic, but it's just not a good sign. And then if we could get above, it'll be decent. No, actually, I'll just get rid of Zim now. Because last time I did that, I wanted to get out of Zim. I didn't. It went negative. All right, I sold Zim. $300 gain on that. I didn't know you were live. Yeah, we had some technical sleeping issues today. It's hard to explain. Not really. It's just like, yeah, you know. Euro close. We still got what? 20 minutes, 25 minutes till Euro. There's Morgan Stanley. Oh wait, 2 hours. Yeah, you have like that's what I was saying. You could wait for the Josh pop. It'll be good. Netflix, dude, I was down a lot on 10 shares, so I got out of the 10 shares today with like $1 or $2 gain. But even then, Netflix was down a lot earlier. It's crazy because some of these purchase, like I think I purchased it here, but those last couple of days really upset things. Yeah, we aren't going to collect the dividend on Zim, no. I just don't want it to come back down. So we would make $1,200 on the dividend, but if you drop like what, $6, I think if you went back down to 18, you could still kind of lose the same amount. But that's it. We gotta get ready. I mean, I have a lot of stuff coming back that we're down. I'm getting ready to clean up everything. We clean up and then we go through the next quarter. Really by Powell. Your alarm clock reset because you lost power, so you slept seats. We brothers, bro. We brothers. Amen. Amen. City. House prices. I've calmed down a little bit. I don't know. I think you could still get the Zim dividend. I think you have until April. Or I don't know. I think you'd have to hold it for X amount of time. That's the only problem. AMD could go to 100. City's running up pretty nice here. So watch if you get round 2 with the banks. I use an alarm clock. It's on my phone. Amazon Twitch CEO Emmett Shear steps down. Hot dog. Morgan Stanley on the high. Netflix is still going. I think dividend on Zim you have to hold until X dividend date. Or I think you even have to hold till payout or something. It's weird. U.S. pushes first Republic rescue with banks after stock slump. The U.S. government is trying to orchestrate a rescue of First Republic with the aid of the nation's biggest banks. including JP, Citi, Bank of America, and Morgan Stanley as part of the discussions, asking not to be identified because talks are private. Deals of the rescue are still being worked out and may be announced as soon as Thursday. Representatives from the banks and Federal Reserve either declined to comment or didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. A spokesperson for the San Fran-based First Republic also declined to comment too. Interesting. So they're saying the government is pressuring the banks. U.S. pushes First Republic rescue with banks. Bro, this is just like 2008. Holy shit. That's the weird part about all of this. It's straight up, bro, this is exactly what they did in 2008, where they put everybody, if you watch the movie Margin Call, this is where they put everybody in that room and they're like, okay, somebody has to buy them. It'll be interesting. I got tinfoil. You want tinfoil? Y'all like the video? Y'all got a like on the video? I got tinfoil for you. It's not even tinfoil, just a way of just shooting from left field. You know, I'm just shooting off the hip right now. Just shooting off the hip. If you got likes, I got it for you. You know what I'm saying? I can let it fly right now. Based off of that news. I'll just tell you, FRC's running up. So pretty much, here's my theory. If by the end of this week or by Powell, if they don't organize a rescue for FRC, that will be the thing that breaks everything then. If you're telling me you got the government and all the big banks putting everybody in a room saying rescue this bank, and if they don't get it rescued, what would the implications be? I think that would be the domino that would start off the second wave of all of this. Just tune in right in time, because that's crazy. So right now the stock's moving a little bit, but this has been updates we've been getting over the last hour. Yeah, I think it would kill banking confidence, and then God knows whatever else it would imply. This is E-Trade Pro, which you see on the screen. Do they have anything good? I don't think so. I think they're just, again, client base and assets. I haven't even looked at. I think they have a decent amount of bonds that they were planning to hold till maturity that are underwater. There's a downside. Well, someone in the chat just said it. Like, if you think about it, you're just going to force on these big banks to take on a bunch of bad debt from the other bank. Some of them will have good assets. Boeing delivers 787 Dreamliner to Lufthansa. FRC's already moving insane. You got to think about it. Most of the banks are up right now. And then FRC is still down 18%, and it's in the middle of all this news. But then again, yesterday was all about Credit Suisse, and it kind of moved the same way. And then even after you had a resolution, Credit Suisse kind of was pinned. It's up slightly today. I'm wondering why we aren't bailing them out, like backstopping it like the others. I think it goes to what I told you with the theory that eventually the first backstop will fail. And I just don't think there's enough money. I think $25 billion was enough to deal with SIVB and enough to deal with Signature, but I don't think if 25 you'll need more if another bank needs it. First Republic executives sold stock before crash. Bank insiders were exempt from normal disclosures. Executives sold 12 million while the stock was above 120, and executives declined to comment through a spokesperson. Yeah, FRC is like SVB. They have a lot of wealthy clients. Wall is on the high now. So Wall is up 5%. Still going up since the what's his name stake. And then we've been selling off since the 200-day, Chad. So it's been moving quite slow here. So literally, that's like what, 13, almost 20 points actually. Damn, 20 points from the high. So that a UAL. Intel Qualcomm raised at Susquehanna as worst seen behind chips. First Republic chairman Herbert sold 4.5 million of stock. But yeah, I think, however, FRC, I mean, this is kind of another update here today. However that plays out will be very interesting. I think these CEOs get paid enough. I think they're underpaid. Okay, sorry. Like difference in 2008, we had natural trading, digital era, everything's manipulated. I'm going to go with money supply for 200. I just think right now, like, the world is different. One, you have way more money just floating around than any other point in history. But another thing I would argue is that you live in a society today where bailouts and like like bailing out anybody and stimulus is not a problem. So like in 2008, man, like the boomers would get pissed when somebody would get bailed out. You know that? Everybody would go insane. They'd be like, "Oh, this like the bailouts were like 10% the size of any bailout we would get now," and everybody would get very, very angry. Even especially since COVID, the idea of stimulus and bailing out, it is, you know, people like it a lot. I mean, it's not like you don't have the same negativity towards it, and you definitely, I mean, and it keeps people's assets up. And nobody argues it. Yeah, nowadays everyone's like, why is it taking so long? Huh? Exactly. Activision, Microsoft. Yeah, ATVI is on the high. Microsoft's already going crazy. FRC. Activision is running. See if there's any headlines on that. Back then it was 800 billion. And that was considered huge. Even then, I think, what was it? That was Lehman. I don't know. Bear Stearns too. But it was just the attitude of bailouts was completely different. Nowadays it's kind of it's more so it's demanded, and it's very, very weird. And then not to mention, 10, 15 years from the last crisis, they got smarter. Everybody did. Not only does China copy what we do with our Fed in a weird way, but it's like we've seen, they come up with new plans. They're realizing we could press the gas and brake at the same time. We could do this. We could bail out somebody while still raising rates. We could have people have this amount of money here. We'll facilitate here, but we won't do this. And then they come up with rabbits out of the hat every day. FTC launches inquiry into small business credit reports. This is MMT. This is all part of MMT. That's the whole point, is that this is modern monetary theory. This is thinking that you can inflate and print away every problem and nothing will happen. And the only risk to MMT, the only big fear, like, I was there. I feel cool, man. I was there when MMT was invented, when it started. Like, if you were here like around like 2009, 2010, and you were involved in finance, that was like the start of MMT, bro. And like the first QE, and then and what everybody used to say was that, no, if you do this, you're going to cause massive inflation. You're going to destroy the currency, and the currency will get inflated, and then confidence. And like, this is where like all of the buy gold, go plant your own food. Like, it started alongside of MMT. And the big worry was that if we put out all this money and we pursued policies that led to, just so much stimulating and just putting money out there and printing our problems away, the big fear, pause, timeout, false start, 5-yard penalty, repeat economic lesson. I'll wait for y'all. Don't worry. I got y'all. How y'all doing today on this beautiful Thursday? You're back? I'll give it a second. So I kind of need a fart. Hold on. I'll mute it. Premium shield activated. Are you good? All right, good. We're good. I had to fart. It was a big. You probably would have heard it if I didn't mute. Turn off your ads. It's a weird situation, bro. Because if I turn off the ads, you're still gonna get ads, but then I don't even get anything off of it. And then if I turn them on, then they shove them down your throat. It's a weird catch-22, man. It's a weird. Honestly, you got to humble yourself and realize Google is daddy, and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that'll take you a long way. But anyways, what I was saying, modern monetary theory, the influx in the beginning of it in 2010, realistically. But the big worry that everybody had was that it would lead to massive inflation. So take a look. It's been about 13 to 15 years later, and guess what hasn't happened except for recently? It was inflation. So as long as inflation does not destroy the monetary system, and this is the closest we've gotten to it, because people were worried about inflation and then the amount of debt and then everything else, but until inflation actually destroys the dollar and the monetary system, MMT is going to be alive and well. That's it. There's no other way around it. So yeah, that's my MMT theory. So that's what goes hand in hand. As MMT has been implemented and accepted, so has this idea of stimulus and everything else in between. We won't lose reserve currency. If it happens, it'll be bad. Activision is still going. J-Alt called that earlier with Microsoft. And then SPY's working its way up after that little drop. So be on the lookout for round 2 of the 200-day average. That could be good. You dropped 20 points from the high, which is amazing. And then now you're right. Now you're 10 points. You recovered 10. Let me get this. The Fed and the Congress are the ones that are causing inflation, not the companies raising prices. Well, it starts with the Fed and the government in terms of the money that exists, right? You can't get around that. But what people do with it is up to them. It's like, honestly, what you're asking is the debate between gun makers and gun violence. Does that make sense? It's like people make the guns, but what you do with the guns, that's up to you. So what these companies decide to do, and some people raise and not, and again, this is just like the 70s. You could go around and who to blame and whatnot and try to blame speculation, businesses. You could blame the government. But when it's all said and done, it's somebody created it, right? And usually the base policy or the base comes from like what spurs demand or not. You have supply and demand. Government can dictate a lot of supply. right, with policy and funding and what they determine they want to put it towards, and then demand can be tweaked by the Federal Reserve with interest rates. So they're the ones, they give you the ingredients, they put it all together, but what people decide to do with it, like nobody could have forecasted. That's why a good example of that is, like, you got to realize, I'll tell you this right now. Do you think the Fed or the government wanted real estate to go up as much as it did? Just give me an honest answer. Do you think that everybody in the government and then Jerome Powell and all these people in the Fed from 2020 till today, do you really think they wanted real estate to go up 150%? You really got to think about it. I know it's frustrating, especially if you've wanted to get a property or anything of that nature, but no, they didn't. There's no way anybody wanted that as a designed plan and wanted this as like, oh yeah, I would love for this to happen. No, they thought real estate was going to die. I don't think, you guys weren't there. It's funny how quickly we forget. But like, dude, real estate was going to die in 2020. Let me say that one more time. Real estate was going to die in 2020. That would have been the banking crisis that you're seeing today, but worse. Because real estate, not only was the economy not moving around, you shut everybody down, you put everybody inside, but, oh man, real estate was not looking good. Well, from my perspective, it wasn't. Properties were going down. You couldn't go to see houses. It wasn't until rates became lower and lower, they cut them again, and then it was like towards the end, it was like August 2020, August to November, that's where things started to pick up. But they didn't intend for that to happen. So it's like kind of with a lot of this where it's just like they could put but what did they do? The supply of money was up, and then they made the demand factor was very attractive by lowering interest rates. They made it cheaper than ever to ever go buy a property. And then you had all these things. Again, there were so many things that were unforeseen, just even like the supply chain stuff, the graphics cards, and all these other things. FRC is hitting a new high. So the point is that, like, a lot of this stuff is not, you could only control so much, but they control supply and demand. But what people do with it, whether it's companies or individuals, that's letting the economy and everything else kind of work its way through. And then until there's a real disastrous moment caused by stimulus and printing money, they're not going to stop modern monetary theory. There's no need to, because the only great fear that could emerge has never occurred up until recently. And even then, they have contained it pretty well, considering we're all still not dead broke and have unanchored inflation running for decades at a time. Yellen says she's worried credit could become more expensive. What's the risk of those extremely low mortgages they sold? That's the irony. What do you think it is? So what do you think if their plan wasn't so let's bear with me even if you disagree. Let's just ride my line of logic over here, right? Let's say they were worried about real estate. They didn't think it would go up this much, so they wanted to help it out, right? And then now what would be the consequence of selling and giving away a bunch of the cheapest mortgage loans you've ever given out and giving all these loans out there? What would be the big risk towards that they would be worried about, or that could potentially backfire? It's funny because it's what's already happened. So one, when bond yields, and then if they have to fix the bond yields, you see what happens when the world dives into bonds when they're at the top of a bull market. But what ended up happening is that it created what modern monetary theory is scared of. It created inflation. That was the consequence. The consequence was that you now created a ridiculous amount of real estate inflation that now just it was so lopsided. And that's why right now, as we're looking around, we're like, wait a minute, I thought the economy is crashing. How come houses are still up? So the consequence was prices going up way too much and then staying high and then being sticky. That wasn't what they expected, because now they were trying to avoid things going down, and what they ended up doing was creating inflation. And now they ended up the biggest worry of modern monetary theory. It emerged through real estate as one area. The banks aren't underwater. You're just not making as much on it. But it's not like they, it's backed by assets. Again, this is the whole hold till maturity theory. But realistically, it was more so they created inflation by overdoing it on the real estate side. And that was just a result of, what did you think was going to happen if houses were that cheap? They flooded the market with extra money during COVID. They didn't know this would happen. Well, they should have known, but I mean, the problem, it was half as much putting money out. And here's the funny part is, what we're talking about leads up to this moment. It leads up to what you're watching with the bonds and the banks. But the problem was that they did it very broad. That's all. Like, it wasn't, I think if they weren't so panicked and they actually took a second to, like, direct where things were going, it would have been better. But you have to realize it was a universal throw the money everywhere. And that's why they were like, we were worried about this. So they helped everybody's houses. They helped everybody's pocketbook. People, again, I mean, just don't, there's one thing for PPP loans, like where people were getting money to do nothing, or they were like, oh, I have this, I need this because I have 1,500 fake employees. But don't forget, there was also like business loans. Like, do you realize the government opened up a line where even if it wasn't a PPP loan, they would have approved you for a couple $1 million just to get any other basic zero interest or low interest loan. So, like, that's what I'm saying. It was just all universal. But this is all, again, modern monetary theory. You could do all of this stuff. That's the whole point. You could stimulate to shit. And the only problem would be if you actually got inflation. And the whole prevailing logic 15 years ago, up until we started seeing inflation, was that inflation was never going to happen because it never happened after we printed so much money to begin with. So nice little discussion we're having here. I think we've just gone through a lot of years and gone back and forth, but pretty much leading us here to today as to why stimulus is accepted. And now, we're looking at a banking situation where stimulus is actually more favored than what it was in 2008. Yeah, you either need more housing supply, not necessarily people lose their jobs, but you need demand to be tightened. And then hopefully, and if you could limit supply, great. But the best thing they could do is just tighten up demand. Because, like, that's what I'm saying. Someone said, wait, you're telling me this is the government and the Fed and this isn't the greedy corporations. And like I'm saying, it's like all the Fed and the government control is supply and demand. What people do with that and how people behave, nobody knows. And that's why Powell, we've heard it before, that's why Powell and the Fed and the government, what they are worried about is a change in behavior. You could control supply and demand all you want, but the real problem happens when behavioral shifts occur. So let's talk about the banking system now a little bit and what we're going through, right? Do you realize why people are worried about not only SVB, but all of these banks right now? There's one big worry as far as behavior is concerned. Does anybody know what it is? I'm waiting. Wall is running right now, and then FRC was moving too. not bank runs, believe it or not. That's the first part of this. Yes, there it is. The loss in faith. Believe me, it's very important. But now this could change people's behaviors. So like SVB is a great example simply because they deal with startups. So what people are saying now is that after this whole debacle, no matter what, there's going to be a scar in terms of raising money for startups. This could change people's behavior. So, right, supply and demand, that's controlled by the Fed, the government. We're talking money, we're talking interest rates. But now you don't know how people are going to react. So, and then that's why when one of these problems occurs here, what people are worried about with banking is that if there is a fundamental shift in people's behavior towards banking or investing in the future. So if this now slows down investment and is going to get people to go in their shell for a couple of months, that is going to invariably have a negative effect on everything. And that's where a behavioral shift in changing what is rational for people, that is where the problem actually arises from. So that's kind of what we're dealing with all of this. And that's why they want stimulus and they want to show support, because they don't want people's behavior to go from expand, grow, invest. Let's do this. Let's make them. Let's hire people. Like let's keep the economy running. As if it shifts to, oh no, we have fear. There's a problem. Maybe we shouldn't do this. What if this happens again? Maybe it's smarter for us to limit back a little bit more and wait. So it's an interesting logic, because they're hoping that supply and demand changes that behavior, but anything beyond that, and then it starts to really change behavior too fast, that's where you start to have an issue. Exxon's oil refinery in France is still blocked by protests. Behavior hasn't changed. People still paying $500 plus for nosebleed for Drake. Yeah. But that's what I was saying the other day. Like I've noticed a lot of people are like, oh, like this is killing me. I can't believe I have to spend this, and I'm spending this, and like I got to pay for this. But it's like people are still paying for it. That was in the chat. Someone was like, I have to spend $3,000 a month on childcare. And I said, I know that's a killer, but the fact is, you have not yet rejected it. You are still buying the child care. So I thought of something the other day, and this is kind of interesting because, like, we look at the jobs report, right? And everybody's like, how come, like, everyone says, like, the jobs report is fake, right? And everyone's like, the data fucking sucks. It's all delayed. It's just Joe Biden. And, yeah, we remember we're doing good on the jobs. Huh? No, seriously, I mean it. Come on. We're the economy unemployed. It's doing good right now. You know, we're the best ever. Unemployment, 50,000 years low. Come on. Seriously. So, like, people say all that, but, like, let me ask you, can I get an anecdote? I got an anecdotal question for some of y'all here. I would love to ask you my anecdotal question of the day. Are you ready? How many of you know people that are just flat out unemployed and have not been working for 6 months or longer? Let me ask you this. Do you know more people that work, or do you know more people that are unemployed? Like, how many people are we talking? Like, how many people do you know? Like, and then which one do you know more of? Do you know more people with jobs, or do you know more people with less jobs? And then school doesn't count. You know, more that work, 90-10, more are working. None of my friends are unemployed. I'm in college, only the bums. Does college count? No, college does not count. That's what I'm saying. Exclude college. Now tell me but then again, if you include college, there's still people who actually work in college. But I'm just saying, like really think about it. 90-10 working. So 90 are unemployed, 10% are working, 100% working. I know more people involved in the gig economy. I hardly know anybody employed. I'm employed. I don't work or go to school. Everyone works, man, 100% working. I'm saying, do you know more people that work or are unemployed in your daily life? If you go through your friends and people you interact with, how many people do you know have been consistently unemployed for 6 months now? That means they've been unemployed since, what, September of last year till today. Does the guy who stole your electricity box count as working? Uh-huh. You hardly know anyone employed? How? That's what I'm saying. How? I know people that have quit to go on vacation. I know one person not working for 5 years. But again, I mean, I'm trying to give you an idea of like, bro, how many people do you know that are working? It should be a large amount. Like, that's kind of just the reality of it, where it is like you do look. That's why it's like people are still spending. That's why there is no rejection. It's like it just seems like you don't really have the, like, if it's not college related, younger children, younger people, for the most part, it seems like there's a lot of people who are still employed. And that's just off of daily life. I have a friend who didn't work for 30 years. Y'all have to see, there is wild anecdotal one. Steele had $50 million in Silicon Bank when it went under. Damn. Did he get it out? Hanging out with Josh's job, so working. But you had a business. So, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, if you really think about it, like, just look around. Most of the people you know have jobs. More people you interact with on a daily life have a job. So it's just like, it's very weird, because it's just like, I think it explains the situation as to why, why people aren't rejecting prices. It is subjective. It is. This is all very anecdotal. You know what I'm saying? It is very, very anecdotal, and like, this is where people bring up demographics and communities, but it's there. I'm employed. Yeah, I mean, I'm employed by my own companies, so I'm technically a worker. I am considered employed, so I am employed. I think I'd say most people in here are employed of some nature, unless you are a full-time trader. But even at that level, if you are a full-time trader, motherfucker, you should have listened to me. And you should have made a company. And you should be self-employed by your own trading company, at the very least, to take advantage of the tax benefits that your daily work provides for you. Otherwise, at that point, it's not really there. I'm self-employed. Well, yes, but I am employed. I pay myself a W-2. So I have a payroll. I show up on payrolls. I get a payroll check every month. So I have a budget. I have my own employment wages that I get paid. So I technically am a W-2 worker. I'm not a W-2 worker for like another company, but I am a W-2 worker. Yes, hence the word employed. My boy Josh on for the lock on the breaker box. Thank you. Or not. Let's go. Amen. Amen. Let's do it. How do you feel about my boss? He's a dickhead. He wakes up late, and then like he still just like does his thing, man. He's an asshole. I hate my boss. It's crazy. But yeah, I think the whole point is you do have dude, people have jobs. I was thinking about it the other day, because I was like, in the last year, or at least the last 2 years, the amount of people that I know, because I knew a lot of people who weren't working during the pandemic, dude. I had so many people I knew, and like I had friends from high school, and they were just like, bro, I'm getting paid more money to stay at home than I ever made working. And I was like, that's crazy. But now it's like I feel like most people have gone back to work. I look at it. I even see my girlfriend's friends, bro. They all got jobs. They all working. I'm like, damn, man. Even the ladies are back in the workforce too, man. Mm-hmm. How do you collect sick pay when you're self-employed? You have to have that as part of it, but it's a little different. You could even get better insurance. So you know that. You realize, like, here's a little insurance scam for you. Most of the time, it costs more money to insure yourself as an individual than if you made a company and then bought business insurance, like health insurance, so that you could give to your employees. So, like, I've actually saved, I think it's like 50% by buying health insurance for my company is cheaper than buying health insurance for myself as an individual. So it's like if I had no health insurance and I went to go buy, like, let's say you went to, like, what, Blue Shield or some shit? I don't know what they are. Or like Humana, right? And then you go up there and you say, hey, I need an individual policy. That would cost you more money than if you contacted them and said, hey, I have a company and I need insurance for my employees. And then you bought health insurance for your company and then you are an employee. Is that legal? Why? I mean, usually I'd say like 99.9% of the time, we do not discuss things that are illegal here, nor do we condone it. So you got to ask yourself why this would be illegal. This is just straight up, this is just like sadly how business works. And what I mean by that is just simply there is a difference between an individual and a corporation. And, you know, it's like, here's the reverse of it. Are you ready? So what I just told you with health insurance, that's like it's cheaper for companies than it is for an individual, right? But let me reverse it for you. Have you ever bought internet? So have you ever bought internet? If you go buy internet on your house, go look up how much it'll cost for individual internet and go see what you would get for residential internet, right? And then now go look up business internet and see how much they charge you to have business internet, and then look at the speeds that they offer you. So that one's reverse. If you're an individual and you are residential, you would actually get way better internet for way cheaper. No, business internet is usually more expensive. So then on the business side, they'll charge you a lot more money, and then it'll even be less service, believe it or not. So that's why it's like, this is just how it is in different industries, depending on what it is. There's a price for companies and prices for individuals. So depending on how it is, how it's regulated, and what it offers, that's what you get. But so that's one thing I've noticed with healthcare is that it's cheaper to buy healthcare for a company and insure a company than it is for an individual to go off and get their own insurance. First Republic is posed to get $30 billion in deposits from banks. Holy shit. That's a lot. I'm surprised they're not going up off of that. Unless that's like they need $30 billion as support. Damn, we're right at the 200-day now too? Will they remain an entity? Yeah, they will, but the risk is the deal. So if they work out a rescue deal, shareholders might get the short end of the stick. But then again, if they work out a deal and it benefits shareholders, the stock is going to rip. So that's your risk with First Republic, is if the deal doesn't come at a cost to shareholders, you're going to make instant 10, 20, 30%. But then if they make a deal and then it requires more dilution or something crazier, then you'll get clapped a little harder. And then SPY is back to the 200-day now, 39, 40, 92. You're above it. This is a very good sign for now. Even Apple's trying to work its way up. And then bonds are dropping, so in a weird way, it's a good sign. Look at this, man. maybe this is what we needed for bonds and stocks to move opposite. Because now bonds are going down, stocks are going up. Here are the bonds versus the SPY. Yeah, they're all matched up now. Maybe this was it. Who knows? But yeah, FRC just depends on the agreement. So depending on what they agree to, it's really, do shareholders benefit or not? But usually, baseline of logic, like we learned from SVB, usually shareholders are going to come in last. So, but then again, if it is a favorable deal, they could get hooked up. So First Republic is going to get $30 billion in deposits from banks as part of a U.S. orchestrated rescue. Oh. Hold on. So they're saying that, FRC's paused due to volatility now. I think they're saying that the banks are going to route $30 billion to FRC. So FRC didn't bring in money as a result of this. They're saying they're going to take $30 billion that they got, and then they're going to route it. Oh, I got to pause. Halt. Add halt. Add halt. JP Morgan's on the high. SPY's going through the 200 now again. Yeah, we got to add halt. Whoa, 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 whoa. Estat, all the volatility indexes are on the low. That's it. Second test of 200. You're rocketing through it. Bro, you just gapped up on that. Odeon's Dick Bove says that banking crisis is over. That was a headline that just came out. But that was a massive pop right there. 39.41 to 39.48. Really, 39.60 will be the next level. That's where we really started to dive from. But very interesting so far. But yeah, like I was saying, it looks like the banks are going to, it looks like the big banks like Bank of America, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, it seems like they're going to take the money that they've received recently and they're going to inject $30 billion from there. So it's not as if FRC attracted $30 billion of new capital. I think they're saying that the banks are going to pool up $30 billion and then give it to FRC. Yeah, right. Imagine you put your money in JP Morgan and then they're like, yeah, we gave it to FRC. We know you probably withdrew your money from this bank and deposited it with us. So what we're going to do is give the money back to them, but then we're just going to say we still hold it so you feel good. What the fuck? I mean, like, wait, what? What'd you say? What we're going to do here, okay, we know that you wanted to protect your money and withdraw your money, so we took that withdrew money and we put it back in the place that you withdrew it from, but then we put a new letterhead to let you know it was ours. Okay, so your money's still safe with us, but it's back with the original people, okay? So you got nothing to worry about for now, okay? Okay, good. Good talk. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, okay? 39.53. Watch for 39.60. If you go above 39.60, like, so if we hold 39.60 to 39.71, we're ripping to 400 or 4,000. Otherwise, it calms down here, but volume's going crazy again. You just got the headline on FRC, $30 billion from the other banks going to FRC. Some guy named Dick Bove just said that the banking crisis is over. I don't know who Dick Bove is. That's his name. Who is this guy? Or Richard Bove? Who is he? Let me see. Where's Bove? He's the chief financial strategist at Odeon. And yeah. So he's just a financial advisor. He just says, it's over. So group of financial institutions in talks to deposit roughly $20 billion in First Bank. Yeah, that's crazy. So this is now government put a gun to the other banks' heads and said, you motherfuckers better bail out First Republic or we're not going to bail you out if there's a problem. And now that seems to be the deal, is that these banks, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, they're going to take $30 billion and then just give it to them. Yeah, CNBC said $20 billion. Bloomberg reported $30 billion. I think that could just highlight the fact that they're negotiating now. It is kind of a smart move. It's way less politically sensitive. It's way easier to just, I mean, again, if the banks are bailing each other out, that's better than the government or another lending facility. But then, because then if something fails, it's not going to be a, you know, it's better that the banks do this than 48 hours later. FRC unhalted. So FRC's popping now. Again, they're still down like 20% on the day. Oh, wait, now they're only down 3%. So it's probably halted again now. Halt, unhalt, and halt. What if the Fed forced them? I just think, like, I'm telling you, I couldn't even make this up in like a comedy movie setting. Like, there's no forcing of anything. Like, do you realize all of these banks? So JP Morgan, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and Wells Fargo. Those were all of the banks that got all of the money when everybody pulled their money out. So these last 5 days, it was people pulling money out from SIVB, First Republic, Western Alliance. They pulled all their money out from there, and then they put it into JP Morgan Chase. Then they put it into Bank of America, right? And now those same banks that took all of the deposits are going to infuse enough money back into the bank that is most at risk right now. So it's quite, nobody forced anybody. It's a stupid, this goes back to, remember when I told you that a couple of days ago, and I told you the irony of all of it is that, like, what you have happening is that no matter what, even if there's a quote-unquote bank run, the money is still in the system. If you pull your money out of SIVB and put it into JP Morgan, nothing happened. Like, the money didn't disappear, especially if the government guaranteed none of those people are going to lose that money, right? It's the money stays in the system. It goes from one bank to the next bank. Oh, the only risk is if that other bank gets clapped and whoever's left in there, right? But the money is just, it's just sloshing around in a giant circle. So it goes from SIVB to JP Morgan, and now JP Morgan's putting it back into FRC. Meta starts new round of layoffs, 1,500 in recruiting. Zuckerberg to address staff later Thursday today. So Mark Zuckerberg, more job cut headlines, and then he is going to address staff later today. So this is crazy. So that's like, it's actually like, it's kind of humorous. It's some of you saying it's genius, which it kind of is, but a good amount of money that left some of these banks. All of the banks have now agreed to put a portion of their capital into this other bank now that is on the brink of failure. Which is good, because again, at least it's not government related, but I would feel a little bit like it's just like straight up, you put your money in JP Morgan and then JP Morgan's just giving it right back to the other bank. Why help this bank and not the others? Now, that is a question we won't know, but if you could read between the lines, it's probably because if they don't do it, the consequence is worse. That's the only logic that I could apply to it, where it's just very, very simple, where it's like, why would they do this? Because in 2008, nobody agreed this fast. They all just said, fuck it, no, let it fail. They said, well, and then they played it till the very final second until you could steal the banks. But this case, I think they're doing it in the sense where I think the alternative would be a worse outcome. So for some line of logic, it makes less pain and more benefits for the banks to pull $30 billion and bail out FRC rather than refusing and letting something else happen. Amazon 174. Oh, the bonds gave up a lot. Bro, bonds have sold off heavy today. Netflix to the promised land. You're out of your mind if you think no one from the government pressured them into this. Well, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. They probably came up to the conclusion. They were like, yeah, if we don't do this, either I'm sure they just got threatened. I wouldn't be surprised if Janet Yellen was like, yeah, or Barney said, if you don't fucking do this, I'm not gonna bail you out. That's it. You don't scratch my back, I'm not gonna smell your neck hair. What? I mean, I'm not gonna help your bank out. That's what I mean. Seriously. So come on. You got two choices. You do your service. I'm fine if everybody gets rich. That's fine with the capitalism. I'm fine with that. But if you don't do it, then I'm gonna stick Hunter on you like a dog, like a rabid dog. And he's gonna get you. He's not gonna let go. You don't want those problems, Mr. Diamond, huh? Do the right thing. Do your duty as an American. Okay, just wanted to let you guys know we took all your deposits and we put it back in the bank that you withdrew it from. Okay, hope you enjoy it. 39.53 on the S&P. Seems like a big breakout point. Okay. Halted again. Yeah, that's it. I mean, they're getting a $30 billion injection from other banks with no other stipulations. All of the banks are running now. This is what we wanted. So pretty much the day where the banks open up high and sell off, we don't like that. But if they open up low and then rally throughout the day and they hold, I think that's what the market likes. First Republic reverses 36% drop to trade positive. Oh my gosh. Now it's up 10%. Damn it. And I just cut the UBS too. I want to get in on some of these bank flips. But that's it. I think you already missed out on 40% today on that one. I bought JP Morgan could be a good one, but we still run the risk until Wednesday. But as of now, today looks like it could be your first finally real relief if we close into it. And just watch out. If we go to 39.60, that's it. I think 39.60 with a solid hold, that is going to open up the door to 4,000. But now this is like the halfway point of Thursday during SVB where everything started to unwind. Even Apple, again, Amazon's ridiculous. Meta, that headline didn't help them out there. I think Microsoft's still going crazy. Wall is up. Zion is up. They're all going nuts here. Oh, and Chris Kite hit me with 5, baby. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. Nasty with it. It's getting very squeezy now. And then the banks are holding. I mean, just last time we were this late in the day, the banks were giving up their gains. Now they are recovering their losses. So it's a better sign than not. And then bonds are getting absolutely destroyed. Even the dollar, too, a little bit. Market just going. I think ECB helped out a lot today. And then now this talks of bank recovery. That seems to be the second half here. We started going crazier on the news that the big banks were going to deposit $30 billion into FRC. You're at 48% on FRC shares. Oh, good game. That's beautiful. Amazon Twitch CEO steps down. Next resistance 397. I say 39.60. We're close to it. I mean, you're at 39.55. Where's volume at? 73 million. Oh, Rita. We got to do something with Rita by tomorrow. I'm surprised they have it actually is holding up. All right, let me see. We'll have to close it up. Rita, do you love me? So 22.90. Oh, hell yeah. AMD pump. Damn it. Net credit will be 560. Will they let that go? All right. I got out at 5. I got $5 more credit. I've rolled over the Rita now. So like boom, my P&L just skyrocketed just off of that, but pretty much took the loss on the covered call for $2,200. That means you lost like $1,600, but then I was able to roll over for $26.88 to a 105. So do you guys see what I did? Damn, FRC at 40? No way. Holy shit. That's crazy. So do you guys see we've rolled over Rita now on the option, and now I mean we just freed up all the capital that we had. It's a $120 stock. It's going to skyrocket. I mean, assuming everything stays good in there. But, yeah, we'll get any of the results from the news. This is definitely a way bigger reaction to the intervention than even, like, Credit Suisse. But even Credit Suisse is working up here a little bit. And then, again, I just rolled over the Riata. So now we have more gains on the stock. And then we just opened up the door to get more of the gains. But now we might have to hold it for a while, because that's a 2-year contract. But at least if it goes up to 100, we won't be missing out on too much. Do the banks just keep moving their money to different failing banks until something breaks? They can. We'll find out if this works. Why is no one calling out what's actually happening? In what sense? MPW likes the bank news. That'd be nice. Even the SPY, I think right now we're reacting to the 200-day. Oh, wow. MPW did go. It's still down 2.5, though. And then I'd watch Credit Suisse, too. They're the second half. Otherwise, FRC, everybody else, and the big banks will be the next one to watch. I think where are the banks at right now? Right now, financials are up 2.73, best on the day. Bonds are getting clapped because they're up. I mean, bonds are still elevated, but they are reacting positively here, or in the sense that down is positive on TLT for now, just because it's showing. This is showing the fear really dropping. Because even this morning, bro, bonds were still up. Let's see, Fed futures still 18% odds. Send me an email. I'll take a look in a second here. Let's see, maybe once we get our first little set of reds. And then FRC still halted. Manu's on the high. I am in Starbucks today, yeah. This should make the Fed raise 50. I don't think the bank issue is over. I think today is your first relief, but I mean, we got to just see what the results are, you know, like the results of what these banks are putting together, what happens, and then pretty much all I care about is Powell now. All I'm looking at is Fed futures between now and Powell. If there is a decisive shift in Fed futures, I would listen to that. And that's it. That's just like if anything happens here, whether we think it's over or not, I am going to be using the Fed futures really to guide us, because all I need is Powell's signal. If Powell signals nothing's wrong and he sticks to raising rates, then the banking shit is not going to be a problem. If they do change anything and anything makes us change in the short term, then we are going to have a problem. FRC is unhalted again. $39. Damn, you hit 39.60. So that was that high there. You're now at 39.55. Momentum breaks. That won't be good. But if this turns into a little drop and then pop, that'll be a nice reload. Let's see if it holds. FRC unhalted. Finally coming down. According to FDIC's meeting, they will close down failing banks on Fridays. Well, we'll see. I think that's why we got to make it till the end of the week. And that's, I don't know, but FRC is weird. Like what I mean by that is I think FRC and whoever goes next, but I think FRC, there's a reason why everybody's rallying around it. And even then, the fact that the banks are willing to even deal with this. Is oil still down? And FRC was halted to the downside. New core on the high. Chips are going insane. That's still the second half. Meta came down. And then Google's still ripping towards the high. FedEx usually guides early. I think FedEx can move a lot. Earnings are today, right? Do you guys want an earnings preview? Can I interest you in an earnings preview? I could sell it to you for the low. You know, today is kind of just like at your own pace, you know? Whatever you got, you let me know. On March 16th, yeah, today. Yeah, man, FRC halted to the downside. So watch even momentum on the market here, because if this gives up, you're going to get put into one of these little segments where, you know, you hit your high and then we have to chill. But you hit 39.60, like I'm telling you. If you really want to see a squeeze, this is that level we need to get above. If we go below here, this is just giving you room to close at the 200-day, and then not much changes. But if this really rips from here, that will give a lot of safety and security for the market, at least in the short term. Yeah, so how many likes we have? Oh, yeah, we're already at 2,000 likes. Thank you for liking the video, Chattadonia. We're glad that you're here, man. So drop that thumbs up. You could pay whatever you want. If you got 1 like, you got half a like, you got a quarter like, you know. It's just, this is all donation based. So if you got a like, throw it out there. If not, maybe you need your like for something else. I totally understand. I could be patient with it. You know, I hope you I hope you have your like in a high interest savings account, because you know you could be getting 4.5% on your likes right now. That's all I'm telling you. So if you're not using your like to like the video right now, you should probably put it in somewhere to generate a higher yield, okay? That's just the nature of the money markets right now. But FedEx, they are reporting results today. They're expected to report quarterly earnings on Thursday that are much lower a year earlier, when package demand was high and shipping capacity constrained because of pandemic. As consumers resume more normal buying patterns, the courier is now slashing costs to make up for flagging demand. Adjusted EPS is $2.7 per share. Revenue estimate is $22.67 billion. Fourth quarter estimate is to be $4.23 and revenue of $23 billion. And then adjusted year, $13.56. CapEx, $5.91 billion. Little Chicle here. So here's an analyst commentary. Daiwa Securities net neutral, price target 180. The low PE, we believe, reflects investors' doubts about sustainability of margins, given risk to volume and pricing from a potential recession. More of the cost reductions are likely to hit the bottom line as the volume environment stabilizes. The ability of the industry to execute prices increases in January will also be closely watched, says Jairam Nathan. Bloomberg Intelligence says FedEx appears to be focusing on reducing cost and improving network efficiency over time. Nearer-term management needs to show progress with Network 2.0, Drive, and their other structural initiatives. They have 17 buy targets, 14 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target is $208.79, 7.9% upside from their current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 6.3%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 10.5% in the past year, while the SPX is down 9.4%, and dividend is expected to be $1.29 per share compared to a year ago of $1.15. No, ex-dividend? No, MO's payout is next month, but next week, I think. But I don't think ex-dividend is for another 2 months on MO. We just missed it. Last ex-dividend was April. But that's FedEx for you. So pretty much cost-cutting. It seems everybody's looking at cost-cutting there and then worried about guiding into any economic turmoil. So if they guide down and if they show they couldn't cut costs, they're going to get murdered. And then they'll probably go back to the lows. If not, they might just trade within the range they've been at here. And then we are selling off here. So again, 39.61 to 39.48. That's almost 20 points in about 15, 20 minutes. MO's divvy is March 23rd. That's when it pays out, right? Or is that the ex-dividend? I'm pretty sure ex-dividend already passed. Oh, shit, no. What? Oh, I'm tripping. Damn it. No, I want more. Oh, Chad, what do we do? What do we do? Do we wait till ex-divvy sell-off and then miss out? Yeah, I'm tripping. I'm tripping heavy. I swear they just paid out, though. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. No, wait. I mean, it's still low, but I do think we could get it. I would love just a higher yield off of it. And I think, sadly, we're up on it. I mean, that's bittersweet, but unfortunately, just have to wait. The divvy's keeping them up. And, I mean, they've just been relatively stable. I mean, the cigarette industry doesn't really, like... Sadly, the only thing that affected cigarettes the most was, like, random regulation, but more so the price of gas. So when the price of gas went up, people were buying less cigarettes when they would go to the gas station. That's really about it. Yeah, I want it at a lower price because you get a higher yield, and then it's a slow mover, so you get more safety, but... No. Like, where is it? Yeah, like, this is our break-even price almost. So even if we bought in right now, this would just be the price we've been at, not including dividends. I guess, yeah, we got paid out a dividend in January. Yeah, I guess 3 months later. FRC halted down. Ad alert. Is that like life alert? Bill hitting us with the high yield gaps. Cavill, I don't think I am. Yellen speaking. You got a Domino's ad. They shouldn't be spending on ads. I think ads was bad for them last time. They have high operating costs. Carnival, Seaborn sells Seaborn Odyssey to MOL Group. EBS, I think they're just getting ready. PDUFA in a couple of weeks. Yeah, Kramer, I don't know. I think Kramer just talks about a lot of things, but I've always respected Kramer, but it is weird when you do go back and look at some of the, like, everyone's like, he said this. Now it's down 99%. It's like, what? But I'm still a Kramer fan. You want us to keep up FRC? I got you. We'll keep that in the bottom right. Since it is it's really turned itself into the main story, and we don't even know the update. All we're hearing now is just like what could potentially happen, but so far no agreement has been made. Yeah, I think we did tax loss on Cavill. Naive question, but if the banks give their money to the small banks, won't depositors still pull their money out the system? Well, not if you trust the bank, because they're not going to tell you that. Like, so like if you like if you pulled out your money from FRC and you were like, yeah, I need to go put my money now with JP Morgan, right? And then JP Morgan gives the money back to FRC, you're not going to know about that. Like, they're not going to send you a letter. Does that make sense? Like, that if anything now, they're just kind of everybody's risk is getting tied together, and it makes sense for the next step, because then it's like if there really is going to be a broader bank failure, now there's a reason to bail out everybody, because now they're just commingling everything and just muddying the waters. But you're not going to get a letter from JP Morgan saying, hey, just wanted to give you guys an update. We did a $30 billion deal, and chances are some of the capital that you've just deposited probably is already at another bank. Now, here's your bank account. We still have your money. You don't lose a dollar. Let us know if you need it, but that's it. This is just to stop the bleeding of everybody running to pull money out, but it's not like it's no one's getting informed of it. So you're right. The money is just staying. It's the same risk. Everything's still there. Nothing really changes, but it just, this is all for confidence. But then again, nobody who had their money, if you moved out of your bank into another bank, the other bank is not required to tell you that they're bailing out another bank that potentially where your money just came from. So your money from Chase, well, technically, but we don't know. I mean, you're still going to have your money. It will be held by JP Morgan. It'll be held by Chase. You're going to look at it. You'll see it in your account, but it doesn't necessarily, like, now we're going to find out today once we see what the deal was, but somebody is, you know, that FRC is going to be getting a cash injection, it looks like. I think it's a good, I think you guys want my tin? I kind of just told it to you. I'd love to share it with you. You guys have already liked the video amazingly. Maybe somebody else out there, again, I don't know if you're getting high yield on your likes right now, but you should hit that like button, okay? My tinfoil is that this is a precondition towards a bigger bailout. And what I mean by that is simple. I think there's definitely government pressure, and they're all just saying, listen, you put up your money now, you give us a temporary relief. If this could stop everything, boom, we just averted a crisis. But then by these banks throwing in money into it now and making it where the government doesn't have to, I feel like it'll make them more eligible to get money if there was a bigger problem. So they're saying, hey, if you provide small insurance today, we'll guarantee you big insurance if something bad happens. And then if nothing bad happens, then you're just going to get a good discount and return on your investment. Does that make sense? So I think this is just the next step towards whatever they'll have to do next. But now this is going to make sure, because now if there's another problem, JP, Wells Fargo, they're all going to be tied into it. But now I think by them getting involved, this will open up the liability door for them to get bailed out if they needed it. You provide small insurance, we'll give you big insurance, and then there you go. Although your tin is good, the maneuver is utterly stupid. JPM are now out of $30 billion in deposits. I agree, but that's why it's like that's like the whole point of all of this is where I think there is a rational reason to do this. So why would you, in the midst of everybody panicking over investor deposits going down, why would you commit $30 billion to a failing bank right now? And the only rational, assuming rationality is used, it is because this would be of your best interest to do this than not doing it. So that's the way I'm looking at it, where they probably rationalized it and said, hey, if we don't do this, we're going to lose more on our stock and everybody else in the turmoil. Or if we don't do this, we will not be able to have more protection in the future. So I just think it's somebody's thinking that this is a better alternative to the alternative. They're saying, I'd rather do this now than anything else. Or all of the big banks are coming together and agreeing that this would be maximize pleasure, minimize pain versus not doing it. They have the money to cover it, I think. This is $30 billion, 20 to 30 billion. We don't know the number yet, but this is between four or three big banks. They might get revenue, we'll see, or they might get assets, or they might be able to absorb some of the loan book. It just depends. That's what I'm saying. We don't know the terms now. You think the Fed is secretly telling the banks to do this? I don't think I don't think it's a secret. I think there's pressure. I think there's a lot of pressure on these banks to step up, especially after the Fed has been giving them 4% interest on excess reserves. Like, what are you, like, you know what I'm saying? This is kind of like, I don't know. It's like when I ask you to like the video. It's like, I hope I've hooked you up enough, we're just like, you got to give me something. Like right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Powell's like, come on, bro. I've hooked you guys up for the last like decade right now. Like, come on, can y'all just do something for me? They like, Jamie Dimon, can you do something for me? Can you talk to the failing banks for me? Jamie Dimon, can you do something for me? That's it. That's what so there's definitely pressure, but I don't think it's, I think they have the option to say no, but I don't think they want to say no, because if you say no, I don't think it will help you in the future if there is a problem where you need Jamie Dimon, can you do something for me? You know what I'm saying? Like you need. So I think there's clear pressure, but there's also a rationality where I think somebody is thinking ahead as to how this could either benefit them or if anything else happens in the future. They don't have to bail them out the same way. They just have to buy bonds at par value, not mark to market. Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's the easiest way to solve all of this. And that's how you do it without stimulus, but with stimulus. But then they'll probably say we will only loan. You can only use loan funds to account for deposit or withdrawals. But yeah, pretty much. But if it's not in writing, it's not. Yeah, but it's still pressure. I mean, that's it. The fact is, we'll find out today what they actually do. But the point is, if they do give that money there and they do decide it, they think that is in their best interest, which is a very trippy concept, but not really, where it's like kind of looking ahead. It kind of makes sense. I just see it as something, there might be just more over the horizon. Lumber is up 26%, probably with people anticipating a pivot. Is FRC still halted? I think so. When you had that little sell-off, but you held. Right below 39.55. SPY and bond overlay. Yeah, they're inverse today. What was that? Fruit fly? Did the fruit flies come back? Oh, no. JPM deposit is no different than buying coffee beans that rot. Depositor money is gone. I understand it's people don't like it. I mean, I hope I could give you knowledge to kind of just understanding that, but this is just somebody is doing business right now, and they're trying to be friends with people. It's good to have the government and Fed as your friend when things are looking bad. But it reminds me of, like, I've bought in portfolio sales. So, like, I've bought in a portfolio of real estate from somebody before where they wanted to sell like 10, 15 properties at once, right? And what they wanted to do was that they wanted to sell all of these properties at once to one buyer, do it as one deal, and just be done with it, right? So in one of these portfolio sales, what I've had, it actually happens a lot, is that, like, there'll be a couple of properties in there that are hideous, that are worth nothing, or that are valued very, very high, like, compared to what they're worth, right? But if they discount the other high-quality properties, it makes sense to go through with the deal. So that's usually what happens, is that I'll be getting, it's like I'll overpay for the junk, but then the good deals you're getting 30, 40% off. So that's kind of how I view this. They're buying shit. Whatever they're doing, they're giving money to a failure or they're overpaying for something. But then the question is, what are they getting back where they're like, no, this is a good deal? So that's the way I'm kind of viewing this all. And I will, preface everything with saying nobody knows what the deal is right now. All we've gotten today was a report of $20 to $30 billion, and that's about it. But we'll find out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. So just like, here's the best part about this. Are you ready? Here is the best part. This is very reminiscent to 2008. And what I mean by that is that in 2008, there were days where the banks came together to discuss a deal, and the stock market went up. And then, come to find out, the deal falls through, and then the market comes back down again. So what I'm trying to tell you is what I just said. We don't know what the deal is for now. Do you see what I'm saying? So as of now, we don't know. But if they end up failing to make this deal, everything you see today will be unwound. That's it. That's all. So it's like we have no idea. Right now, we are just speculating on what these banks are going to do. I mean, if anything, we're laughing at the humor or the irony that $30 billion of money is about to go back to where it just left. But as of now, we don't know what the deal will be. So if that deal ends up actually, if this falls through, this is what happened in 2008. The market would go up. They're like, Congress is working on a bailout and everything's fine. And then the market would go up like 4%. And then guess what would happen? Congress fails to approve the deal. Things go bust. Again, all the banks meet up. They're like Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, and then the deal doesn't go through. Then everything gets clapped again. So that's kind of where everybody is waiting for. So whatever happens, we'll find out. But technically speaking, nothing has occurred today except for talks of a discussion. Feel like market runs now due to radio silence and unknown set up for massive drop. In the middle of this banking thing, yes. No news is good news. Anytime there's no news or the talks of a resolution, it's keeping the market up. But then, like we're finding out once we wake up in the morning, the bonds are 1 second away from everybody piling into them and then pricing in a rate pause. So it's just like no news is truly good news in the last week since last Thursday. Any day we've remotely not heard an update, the market has responded favorably. Anytime we hear a negative update, it reverses, and it does it very violently. So in a weird way, it buys a lot of time. I mean, technically speaking, from first bank failure till today, you're pretty much at the same price on equities, with a lot of other stocks still way, way, way down. I'm going to explain rollover. You just close one out and buy another one. So, like, I rolled over a covered call that was in the money. I sold a $65 call on Rita. I bought in at $26. So, the stock's at $80. I was missing out. So, what I did was I closed out the option. It was worth $2,200. So, I took a loss on it. But then I rolled over to another option at a higher strike price to unlock my intrinsic value. And then I got more money than what I paid to close out the first two contracts, or the first contract. So then that way I'm still in the play now. I've unlocked the value and I've gotten money back too to even protect against it. So like, here's the crazy part actually. If you think about the rollover I just did with Rita, there's a really crazy part about it if you think about it. Does anybody know? Let's see. Here's the Rita position. I don't know. You guys should be able to see it. I did something pretty interesting. Almost there. Well, Yeah, Rita's almost free now. So I bought Riata for $31, and now this covered call that I'm holding is at $26.88. Now, granted, we had the other plays there too, but essentially, if this goes to zero, I get $2,600 back, and all 100 shares cost me $100. So worst case scenario, Rita goes to zero, we lose $500. Best case, we make anywhere from $5,000 now, and then even if it goes up another $2,000, we could still make an additional $2,000. But this is a 2-year contract, so I will have to hold it for quite some time. But now we've collected almost as much in covered calls as we've paid for the entire stock. Microsoft, FRC still halted. What if these talks were to create liquidity? They can. And someone said, did the deals, like with Bear Stearns and all that, did they go through? Eventually. They did. Like Washington Mutual eventually got bought out. Again, Bear Stearns and Lehman, those were interesting moments. But usually they didn't have an agreement at first. So usually, like what happened in '08, they like came together. And a lot of times the first couple meetings would fail. Meaning that they came together and everybody wanted to do stuff, but then they eventually didn't do it. So, like, I think it was like, I remember like Morgan Stanley was a point of contention in some of the deals. I know Bear Stearns, people were pretty much, the bankers were arguing on what price they would get the assets at, and they said it was unfair. So eventually the deals did go through to some degree, and there was a couple of people who eventually were left in the grave, but most of them went through, but it did take them some time. It wasn't as if the first deal immediately led to that. FRC is unhalted, 32. And then Merrill stole Bank of America from Lehman. That's who was Merrill Lynch. I think that may be the next step. Have you guys seen the FDIC insurance limits? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the next step. Like, it makes, like, naturally this is what's going to happen. So in 1940, the insurance limit was like $2,000. Yeah, right here. $2,500. And then they raised it to $5,000. Then 16 years later, they raised it to $10,000. Then 16 years later, they raised it to $15,000. Then 3 years later, they raised it to $20,000. And then, like, what, 5 years later, they raised it to $40,000. 6 years later, they raised it to $100,000. And then 28 years later, they raised it to $250,000. So, what do you think's going to happen next? They're probably going to raise. Some people are talking they may make it unlimited. They may make it where there is no limit on FDIC insurance if the money's in a bank. How can they do that? Perception is a wild thing, dog. Perception is a wild, wild, wild concept. As long as everybody's down with it, they right now they're just trying to control emotions. But I think they can do it, and if everybody's willing to, and everybody gets scared enough, and they say, "Yeah, I don't want that to happen to me," let that. Yeah, we need that. Then why wouldn't they? Exactly, and that would encourage everybody to put their money in banks. At that point, you mean to tell me you have a government guaranteed in America with an unlimited limit, and so all I have to do, if I deposit my money in a bank, I know it will always be there, and if anything happens with the financial system, You're telling me I have a government coupon for all of my money? That's not a talk about confidence inducing. It would only destroy the currency if the banks failed and then the government had to give everybody their money out. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's kind of like the sea that we only have a problem if everybody withdraws all their money. That's the only way regionals can survive. Yeah, I mean, it could happen. It's either they raise the limit to like 1 million, but at this point, I mean, I have heard people talk about a potential unlimited deposit guarantee. Doesn't that take too much responsibility off of the bank? Yeah, but maybe they get the banks to agree to certain standards. I don't know. Either way, I mean, something is going to happen with the deposit limits. I'll bet money on that. They're at least going to raise it to a degree. I don't think we just gone through this and then nothing changes. Just put it under your mattress. We got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like, I made a video. I took out a bunch of cash. The next day, somebody stole my electricity box. So your mattress may not be the safe place. That's why you got to keep it on you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So so you never know. But the mattress is not the mattress isn't always the safest place, unfortunately. And then do you realize money can get chewed up by worms? So even if you wanted to bury money, yeah, whatever you wanted to do. Bro, another fruit fly. What the hell's happening? Yeah, bro, I'm sketched out after yesterday. Bro, I told you yesterday I was so like bittersweet excited because like, bro, someone straight up pulled up to my house, ripped out my power panel. I didn't even know people do that, right? And like, you guys know it, like I got mad stalkers and shit. So I was like, oh fuck, bro. I was like, that's it. They came to kill me. I said, we gonna have a moment on our hands, right? But like yesterday, bro, I was slipping. They could have got me. I had a TikTok phone in one hand. I was like chilling back, bro. That was the furthest I've been away from any sort of protection. I have cameras, but the cameras didn't alert me and be like, yo, you got a motherfucker outside driving in your driveway about to pull your power. Like, it happened real fast. But I was slipping, bro. And then I was even saying, though, I was like, I got excited, though, because the guy drove off. So I was like, oh, shit. He didn't want to kill me. So I felt really good about that because I was like, oh, even if it was a stalker, I was like, he didn't kill me. That's it. He just wanted to fuck with me. I was like, he loved me. So I felt good about it. But now, so I've been heightened paranoia since yesterday. It sounds targeted. Even if it was targeted, that's the stupidest targeting ever. I love you, whoever targeted me. You know why? Because they didn't kill me. So that means they just wanted to fuck with me. That's a whole different, like, do you understand the line a lot? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm chill with that. Go ahead, fuck with me. That's fine. But we did find out, though, that it happened to like 15 other neighbors. This guy went through the whole neighborhood. He went through the whole neighborhood just jacking electricity panels. So he did over 15 panels that day. And then 2 days ago, he did it also. I was like, dang, bro. That's nuts. Yeah, so apparently that's like a new hustle. I thought it was just catalytic converters. But nah, like straight up, your electricity panel is worth money. Yeah, man, what's your excuse to not door knock? Honestly, I'm mad. I wish he would have just knocked on the I wish he would have just knocked on the door and been like, yo, man, what's up, bro? Is like, pay me $50 or I'm about to rip out your electricity. I would have paid him. I would have been like, damn, you got me, bro. I'm not really trying to deal with that inconvenience. All right, here you go. I would have gave him a $50 bill. I would have, seriously, honestly, like he should have just tried to extort me. It would have been way easier. If he was like, yo, man, what's up? You know, just if you want, would you like a minor inconvenience right now? No? Okay. Well, if you pay me $50, I'll go along my way. I would have done it. I would have said, that sounds like a fair deal to me, sir. I think it's a win-win for both of us. The panel, yeah, everything's fixed. I got it fixed within 2 hours. So I'm surprised electricians could even work that. Dude, everything's working again. I got everything fixed. I got a new power panel. I got a lock on my power panel. That's it. I got a reinstall of everything. I'm putting like motion sensors and then a turret. So like we chilling, bro. We chilling. But like I was very impressed. Cost me like $300, $400. Yeah, I wish he would have just asked me for $50. It would have been way better. It took from getting robbed to fixing. It took about however long it took me to get back live. So it took me like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So like everything works. My lights, I have energy in my house. Like it was wild. Electrician seems suspect. Nah, this is like, he's not like a local guy. He's one of my guys who does the houses. He was just chill. You know, banks buy outside insurance for their multi-million clients. Yeah. Do you know insurance? Like, you guys love options. Some of y'all should get into insurance. So there's like a fucked up industry. I don't know if you want to hear about it. You can make money doing it, but some people, I know people who do it, and like some of them are really like, they love it. But then I know some people who are like, this is the darkest shit ever. Like what you could do is like, do you know there's people that go around and they buy insurance from people who are about to die? No, it's not a life insurance. This isn't a scam. This is a real industry. This is, I'd want to say it's like 50 billion, maybe 100 billion a year, where there's people now who either have a terminal illness or they're sick, they got injured, whatever it is, right? And this is what JP Morgan does this. JP Morgan is involved in this. They do all of this. And what they do is they say, hey, listen, we'll pay you $500,000 for your $900,000 policy up front. So you know you're going to pass away. Your insurance company is already guaranteed, you know, so what you could do is we'll pay you $500,000 up front, $700,000 for $900, $1 million of policy. So then that way you could get the cash now, enjoy the rest of your life, or you could use it if you still have any other costs you want to do to prolong anything. And then that's it. And then we'll give you the cash, and then we'll hold it until then. And then, yeah, hedge funds end up buying them. So that's how hedge funds pad their stats. They buy mortgage-backed securities, or they'll buy these life insurance policies because it's pretty much just a bond that you hold till maturity, and then they get the interest. So pretty much you're just, yeah, sadly it's pay now, die later, sadly. But you don't pay anything. You just get the money, and then somebody else gets the insurance payment. It's a huge industry, though. Like, a lot of people don't you'd be surprised how much Wall Street money is in on that. It's kind of nice though. That's what I'm saying. I know people who do it, and they think it's awful and they hate it. But then I know some people who like they take a lot of pride. They take a lot of pride in their work, like because they're like it's a win-win for everybody. We help everybody out. They at least get money to enjoy life, and like it's a very interesting concept. Life back. I forgot there's a technical name for it, but it's pretty easy to get into it to a degree. And then if you want to work for a hedge, you go find a hedge fund who does this. You could get into there real easy, but this is kind of the rabbit hole of insurance. Insurance runs deep, and how people buy it and sell it, and then again bonds and annuities and what they all relate to. It's wild. How do they sell them? They just do math. It's just math, and then they will look at medical records, but usually the insurance company who owns the policy, they're the ones who they kind of have statistics on it and an expectancy. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like if you're terminally ill and you can't enjoy the last moments of your life, I mean, it's very good for some people because it might as well. I mean, that way you could actually live the final moments of your life a lot better. But like I said, this is welcome to the dark side of Wall Street. It's just so sad talking about it. FTC asks social media platforms to address fraudulent ads. I think it is called life settlement. There's a name they call it, though. Like, there's a finance name they give it. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's called viatical settlement. I think that is the name, dispassionate. Let me check. But that's why it has some big-ass word name that don't even sound like what it is. And they make it sound all financially professional. Yeah, it is. It's called a viatical settlement. I wonder, there's another name, too, of how they even, like, recognize it on their books. Like, for the hedge funds and whoever owns them. This morning, apparently I didn't set my alarm this morning, and I was in a really deep sleep cycle. That's it. I just passed out, bro. It was nice, but I haven't not woken up in a long time. I didn't know that could happen on weekdays, because usually like I'm up, like even no matter what. But today, the sun didn't come out till later, and I was just chilling. Oh, some good stuff. I had a good workout. I had a very good workout yesterday. Love you, my guy. How you doing, man? We doing good. Random. Oh, I haven't even checked the random options. What was it this week? But that account is still up 400%, but it's not nearly as good as what it was. Yeah, random play did nothing. I know I do need to catch up on the real estate call. Yesterday was a shit show. Oh, and speaking of which, Brock Bremer, baby. Oh, yes. Bro, this is tight. Look at that. Chad's helping Chad. Brock helped another Chad close a real estate deal. Let's go. He was stationed overseas, and he was a veteran. Look at everybody in this picture. All met through the stream. Isn't that wild? And then this guy Brock, he got into real estate. And then this guy, he served our country. You know what I'm saying? And then he was like, I can help you get the real estate. He's like, I want some real estate. And then they came together and then they bought real estate. Look at that. Both vets, baby. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. That's hype, man. God bless you, Brock. Shout out to Chaz. Let's go. Another one in the books. Dude, that's hype. Let's go. Hopefully you got him a good deal. And yeah, shout out to VA loans. Love to see it. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Internet. Internet brought us all together. Shout out to long term. Shout out to real estate. Shout out to veterans. From the UK, man. I appreciate you. I didn't realize it. Somebody was telling me the other day. They were like, because like the UK is like such a different audience. Like pretty much somebody asked me, they're like, do you go live based on your UK audience? And I was like, no, I've never thought about it. But like I didn't realize that like the UK, your guys' time is just so much different. So like a lot of like the Twitch streamers, like some of the big Twitch streamers, they literally go live specifically for their European audience. I didn't ever realize that. So I was like, oh, it's interesting. So very unique. We have some UK people here because I know our schedules are not really created for you guys. It's a blessing to help my fellow vets, man. Thank you. God bless you, bro. I love it. I love it. Did they buy in? Was it in San Antonio? Do we get some? We get some Dallas, Texas, San Antonio, Tejas. I'm from Germany. Oh, it was Kevin. It was your story yesterday. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and watch that. I've been clapped the last couple weeks, and then especially yesterday. Biden caught on tape saying the collapse is imminent and they're stalling to not create panic. So I hate to burst your bubble. That was a deep fake audio. So if you have Google raises price of YouTube to 73, that's old. But if you've heard some sort of like audio clip of Biden talking about stalling for a bank collapse, that is a AI that makes sounds, that copies people's voices. That was not Biden who said that. It's real. Well, I'm like 90-something% sure it's not him. Been in Poland for 2 months. I took the walk to Poland. Oldest trick in the book. It was recorded Trump and Biden and Obama playing. I didn't see that one. I saw people were they're like, look, leaked audio of Biden saying this, and it's just like it's so obviously sounds like an AI. Like it's just like they were making fun of him. They were trying to make him like stutter, but the AI doesn't know how to stutter. So like the AI just like repeats the words wrong and very slow. Tech quietly regains momentum. Banks back and forth, maybe grabbing the spotlight, but underneath the surface, tech's leadership is solidifying amid falling yields as Fed rate hike bets have eased. Communication, which includes Alphabet and Infotech, are the best performing sectors month to date so far this week. NASDAQ 100 is up almost 6% this week and on course for its best week this year. Tech outperformance, heavier weighting compared to financials of the S&P may be a sign that the violent repricing of risk has or will be digested. And yeah, tech is your major leader here this week. Imagine $400 trillion in derivatives tied to LIBOR. having to live with adjustable rate system. Oh, I got 10. I got 10 from my girlfriend. It's not really 10. It's my girlfriend's dad. So he doesn't work with Credit Suisse. I don't even think he works with a bank. But he was saying in Switzerland, what people are tripping about on Credit Suisse right now is the derivatives. So he said something along the lines that right now Credit Suisse's derivatives are a mess and people are worried about that. And that would probably be the next risk of everything. Pretty much if Credit Suisse doesn't get backed up, there might be a problem with all of their options, and then it could lead to another domino effect of getting clapped on derivative exposure. So derivative exposure, though, that's something to keep in mind for Credit Suisse, or at least that's what people in Switzerland are talking about. I just clicked out of news. What was that? U.S. to provide $150 million for humanitarian aid for Africa. Blinken says he discussed global food crisis with Niger. I'm still holding EUFN. It came down here a little bit today, but I don't know where we're at with it. Still up 100%. Many traders are using ChatGPT. They're making 88% of profits. You should go watch that. What's that guy's name? What's his name? Bahiga? The guy who's like, I just did this, I did that. I saw TikTok. I saw people testing out the strategy. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. It's weird. Like, it's very, very weird. So again, AI is cool, and I think you could use it in many ways, but you just got to see. Microsoft franchisee representatives to meet with board members. Microsoft franchisee group is criticizing new operating rules and decrees a destructive path. I would trust Fidelity. I think they're pretty good. Like I said, I trust a majority of the banks right now. I'm shocked that we even had anything that we could even call a bank run, but I'm not as freaking out. I'm more freaked out over the bonds and Fed policy. But like I said yesterday, this is just a real life stress test. If you could get through it without having to sell assets or to sell shares, you're fine. I don't think you have a problem. And I think a lot of people could do that. And I think Fidelity could be definitely one of those, but it just really depends on where things go from here. But realistically, the big worry is Powell. It sucks because we're like caught up in this like respond day-to-day thing. But I'm telling you, what Powell is about to do on Wednesday, that has the potential to change everything. So if he pauses, that's it. We live in a new world. If he doesn't, all of this was I wouldn't call it an overreaction, but it was definitely, it's just not as bad as feared if Powell doesn't pivot, is the simple way. I've seen Powell pivot for less. Again, we've had Powell for a long time. So I've seen Powell change policy real quick if he needed to, if there was the right situation. Josh said he's seen Powell pop it for less. Yes, I have. You saw the CNBC. First they said 20 billion, now at 30. It doesn't make sense. JP depositing 5, Morgan 1, a bunch of smaller banks 1. Yeah, well, we reported in the beginning. We had 30 billion initially. Then CNBC said 20, and it's not all coming from Bank of America, or it's not all coming from JP Morgan. But we don't know yet. Like, that's what I'm saying, is just right now we're in the middle of the negotiation phase. These all news alerts? Jeez. Oh, I forgot. I'm responding to an email. I took the walk to Poe. Just typing. I want to tell you what I'm typing, but I feel like it's just better if I just show up with it. So I think we'll just wait. But I love you. And God bless you. I got a surprise I'm working on for you. I missed the email. I forgot. FRC. I think FedEx is going to be big. FedEx could be very good in the sense that they have, if they cut costs, then people see that. They have a lot of upside. But if they don't and then they guide even lower, it's going to be a shit show. Fed futures calmed down today. It's definitely not as bad as yesterday. Seems like as banks rally, people are believing, okay, maybe we go with a quarter. But just every day, we're going every other day. It's saying 25 cut or 25 pause, 25 pause. So it is tripping out. Big pump from CS. Yeah, they chilled more than anybody. That's the thing. They got the news yesterday. We got the report. Then you got the confirmation. But the stock, I think, was very, very light on that news. Credit Suisse just sucks. Dollar climbing. The bonds stopped going down. So as we kind of peaked out, that was the last new high there on the yields. Green tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's Friday and tomorrow is the big money expiration. That sucks because even if you have a banking issue tomorrow and you go back to 38, today's move is just probably clearing out a bunch of the premium. So it sucks. I think we could go either way from here. Maybe we should take a look. Anybody want some bubbles? You guys like bubbles? Everyone likes bubbles. 11:13. I took the walk. Still put money in CD? Yeah, as long as, especially even if the Fed raises, if we just went through this potential banking run and people are worried about a pause, it would have been not as good, but still good if they did pause or cut. But that's the next level. What's going to determine the cash rates and making those cash investments? A lot will be based off of what the Fed actually does. Why so small? Okay, what's today? 16. So here's for tomorrow. 390 puts are the biggest open interest. 380 put. All of these are puts. And then 400 calls, 291 or 2.91 billion. All of these are puts. Bro, 70%, 90% of the top open interest is all puts from 390 to 375 to 350, 360. All of these are puts. Some 401 calls, 392 calls, 2 billion, but those are just 2 billion because it's $2 in the money. Bro, hand over fist, there's way more puts. Look at all these. Look at all these puts are going to die. Yeah, I think it's all puts for tomorrow. That's the thing. I don't think we have to go up tomorrow. You have to realize they can, even if we drop down to 390 today, a lot of those puts, or even tomorrow, a lot of those puts will still get clapped. And then now if it happens tomorrow, they're most likely just going to go break even. Bubbles for NVIDIA. Will I look at them? I wasn't going to. Like, it wasn't in my plan. Like, it wasn't on my itinerary to go look at it. But if you would like me to look at it for you, I got you, bro. I got you. Let me just check my bill. Wow, you see that 0.25% rate? I feel like I work for the Fed, dog. I got a 0.25% gain on my cash. That's amazing. $27. That's not bad. That's a nice divvy. That's a nice divvy there for 30 days. 30 days? Wow. There you go. Shout out Chick-fil-A. So here is NVIDIA. 250 calls, 230 puts, 240 calls, and then 200 puts, 245s, 1 billion. A lot of calls on NVIDIA. They're still decent sized puts, but I think they're pretty far out. Ah, damn it. Yeah, they're at 250. That's the top end where those are about to go crazy. Holy shit, huh? Yeah, you're 250, your biggest open interest. You're $1.70 and none of these puts are already clapped. And then 245s in the money, 260s, 255s. Honestly, it all seems like calls, and most of them are already 5 to 10% in the money. And then you just have all these out of the money calls. And then there's a lot of at the money 252 puts, and then 257 calls as well too, though. That's a 235 put, but again, $20 off of that for tomorrow. Moneyness means in the money or not. So that's showing you if it's out of the money or in the money. So 110% moneyness means you're 10% in the money. 90% means you're 10% away from being in the money. Swiss government won't release details on Credit Suisse meeting. Feel like you don't understand so much. Don't worry, that's like the stock market. I mean, if it's any word of encouragement, I've been doing this for like 15 years or so. And it's just like, that's why I really believe even if you see stuff on stream you don't understand, don't be afraid to ask. But also, like, exposure. That's all it comes down to. So you may not know it, but hopefully if we could expose you to something new today, and the more you get exposed to certain things, you will learn. I mean, that's why I'm saying over like 15 years, you know, every month, every year, I'm exposed to some new things, even if I don't understand it or not. And then usually once you're exposed to it once, you'll be able to do good on that. Zuckerberg sees climate of layoffs and restructuring lasting years. It's not about timing the market. It's about time in the market. I don't know, but Meta's already has. Remember, Apple went down off tech layoffs, and then it came back up. Who cares about unemployment pump? I'm telling you, nobody is unemployed. I had the realization. I don't know as many unemployed people as I do this year as I do last year. And it's not like I discriminate. It's not like I'm just like, oh, you unemployed? Oh, no unemployed friends. But it's like, no, man, it's just there's nobody that has, there's way more people with jobs. So I could kind of see where the Fed's coming from. You know, hella people got laid off. But are they like unemployed? Like actual, like, what is it, 3 or 6 months? I got to add, it's okay. Support Josh. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. It's annoying for me too. Believe me. But YouTube is putting us in the box. Zuckerberg's way of saying recession. No, the move. I'm worried of the move index. I'm simplifying everything because we got to do this day by day. And it's just like, again, we're in the middle of rumors, no news, lots of news. But based off of the move index is saying the stock market should hit a new low. Then what I mean by new low is like 360 or 340. But this is wild. So last time move was here, we hit 340. And I think this is 1 day delayed. So today it's probably going to calm down. But that's why I'm saying, based on bond volatility, we should be dying. However, we have until Wednesday. And that's why I'm saying I would watch till Wednesday. It's whatever Powell does. I cannot tell you this enough. I will say this, and I say this with a lot of confidence. If Powell pauses, the world changes. If he doesn't, we're fine. If Powell pauses, that means deflation and banking crisis is real, and it is right around the corner. If he does not, we are going to buy ourselves another 3 to 6 months to deal with whatever we've been dealing with. And that's it. That's what I get. That's why I'm saying with bond, because if Powell doesn't do any of that, bonds will chill out. But if he does, I think bond volatility will match up with that scenario. No, I haven't seen compared to '08. I think it probably shits on it, but now I want to see. I don't think it doesn't even let me go back there. I can pull up the other one. Powell pause put. Like I said, I think it would. I'm not even talking like, I think even if Powell paused, the market would react positively for a little bit. But I just know if Powell pauses, that means that's it. Like the deflation is here or something is here at that point. Because Powell shouldn't pause is what I'm trying to tell you. There's no way we went from 50 basis points priced in to now we are talking about a potential cut. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I'm telling you, that is the clearest sign ever that something is happening if Powell pauses. That's all. So like, that's all I'm waiting for till Wednesday. It's like, we're going to watch these banks. We're going to be able to ride out through all of this. But realistically, all these indicators are screaming. And now it seems like we got to wait for Powell to really kick it into gear or not. Yeah, so here's the move index from 2008. This is a quarterly chart. But yeah, it did the same thing. You had a pop, come down, and it looks almost exactly the same as 08. We're below 08. So the move index is one more volatility spike away from being worse than 2008. But then, like, here's the interesting part. Like, do you see this decline? Let me just show you on this. You need this in real time. But, like, what do you notice about it? This is, I think, is interesting. The move index hit September 2008. And then it bounced around for, like, what, 3 more months? And then it was September. No, I guess September 2008 was Lehman. But it looks almost exactly the same. But there was more volatility. It had a drop and then a pop and then eventually chilled out. But I think this was the peak of the crash. But September 2009, there was also some things too. Yeah, that one was the... No, yeah, we were bouncing by then in 9. A move was literally the day of Lehman. Or that's when it did hit that high. It was September 08. I just got confused there for a sec. Yeah, March was Bear Stearns, then 6 months later, Lehman, and then that's when the market just went crazy. SVB hunts for a buyer after tense, dragged out FDI sale continues. So we don't even know what happened to FDIC or with SIVB right now. That's pretty wild. So technically, they still haven't even sold any of their assets yet. Or I know some people got approved, but everything as a whole, we still don't have an update on that. SBF is so high, I know, right? All of that's now. If anything fails in the banking system, is not going to be tied into crypto. They're just going to blame bonds and depositors. It's kind of bittersweet. Does it bother you that there seems to be almost nothing that could truly bring the market to sensible levels? No. I don't know. It's not like it's an awful thing. It sucks. I mean, I would love to make money on shorts and all of that, but it's just like you cannot. This is your crash course in learning why the U.S. stock market is the U.S. stock market. It's very resilient, and don't ever underestimate that. And it's just like that's the first thing. But I will counter that by even saying, though, things take time. So it's like, I mean, again, I've been telling you even since the yield curve first inverted, give it 12 to 18 months. When it comes to finance and especially economics and things happening, it's not do not be entitled and think it will occur on your time frame. And that's the simple way I could say all of it, because things are happening now and things are moving. It just takes time, and you're gonna have to ride through it, but you're getting to learn how the market does react. This is what it has done every time, actually. So what could be beneficial is that even the last time you've seen markets get clapped and have crashing, anything of that nature, it's the same thing. The market shoots down a ton on really, really bad news. People freak out for a little bit. And then as more news stops coming out and there's no news, things go back up for a little bit. and it makes these volatile swings until the story develops. That's why I it's an honor to share all of these stories developing with you and kind of journaling it how we do, but this is part of that learning lesson. So like none of this is unknown. So like I'm even telling you, today is very reminiscent of 2008 when they brought all of the big banks together and made them agree to support the other banks, right? But what happened, it was the same thing. Even in 2011, I'm going to 2011. Here's another example with the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling, people thought it was going to be bad, and then the market sold off a little bit, and then there was news that the government and Congress was going to come together and they were going to have this big vote on the debt ceiling, and then all the problems are going to go away. And then that vote ended up going until like late at night, and then nothing got resolved, and then the next day you dropped tremendously, and then before you know it, the credit rating of the United States was downgraded, and then the stock market's down 15% in 2 weeks, a week. And then guess what happens? They eventually resolve it. Nothing gets worse from there, and then the stock market bounces 15%. But it's just like little by little, you get all of that. Been here since September 2019. Last account got banned. These guys will literally not let anything crash. Well, there has been individual stuff that crashed, but as a whole, no. But here's the reality. Since 2019, every company on the stock market you're looking at, a majority, especially if they're S&P 500, they're all making more money than they have since 2019. They probably even have more assets than 2019 as well, too. But I understand. But realistically, since 2019 or not, the only real threat we had was COVID, and then everything has been a response to following COVID. So realistically, it's just been two events that have taken 4 years, give or take. Things are definitely moving faster than 08. I mean, because 08, you had March till September, even Washington Mutual Bank run, all of those, that took 10 to 20 days, where we had banks failing in 48 hours, and we still don't even know what's happening fully. How many banks? Either 5 more or 0 more. And that's why all of these days are so, they're going to be so filled with tension. How do we explain red days with good news to our kids? It's like breaking the rules and then getting spanked. But then once you already got spanked, you're not going to get spanked again in the future for the same offense. Does that make sense? So, or it's like when I would do something bad and then my dad would come home and then instead he would just yell at me instead of taking off the belt. You see what I'm saying? So then you're like, wow, today was bad. I got yelled at. I did something wrong, but I could have got the belt and I didn't. So there you go. Then you're like, it just could have been worse. Could have been worse. But listen, I understand. I've watched the market in many different eras, and I've always wondered why it doesn't go down sometimes, but that's why I have made sure I always own long term. That's it. You go through one more set of 3 years and you don't have a long term after this, you don't even give a shit. That's all I'm telling you. You haven't been paying attention. If you go through 3 more years of this, right? And we do this one more time, and it's just like up and down, this crisis, that crisis. If this hasn't shown you why you need to own the long term, then I don't know. Because I've seen the market at many eras where I'm like, wow, I can't believe, but then it always goes up. So just always get the long term and then trade everything else in the meantime. Uh-oh. If banks start clapping again, that'll be bad. Welcome to the fluidity of the situation. That analogy doesn't help. It makes me more angry. But don't you want the market to go up, Nick? I remember your pumping activity. So you're not why would you be mad? You don't even want the market to go down. Wow, well, FRC is coming down to like the second halt level. But like we said, I mean, we liked it if we were low and ended up high. But if you sell off any bank rally, that is just not a good sign. It's the little pullback, but look at the time. Last thing we want is to start the downtrend from 10 a.m. again. That's just always not good. And then now, this is the 200-day. So, I don't know. If you close above here, I think people are going to get really, really confident. But that's it. Do you ever sell your long-term? Not really. I don't. I mean, only time I've really sold long-term assets was to buy another long-term asset. So, like, I've sold property and I've sold stocks. I've sold Amazon and Facebook stock I've owned for a long time, and I've used it to facilitate property purchases. Same thing even with, like, Bitcoin. Usually every couple of years, I sell a portion of my Bitcoin on the highs, and then I go and I buy a bunch of property. It's a big, it's a kind of a tradition at this point. I'm no longer in HBI. No, we sold out of that when they cut the divvy. HBI, yeah, that's very rare. If you got the long-term alert, I even said it. I said very, very rare. They clapped me on YouTube. Why? No, YouTube's been liking me lately. Ever since I've been having to turn on the ads, they've been my friend. I think their earnings have been that bad, where they're just like, all right, fuck it, let Josh get views. I'm like, all right, I'm down. I was being sarcastic. I want the market to go down. Better long-term setup for my children. Like I said, I remember your pumps the other day. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, sir. I feel like you have 20,000 daily SPY calls at 394 right now. I'm not buying it. I love you. I don't say it offensively. No ill will, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. He has puts. I don't think he does. I would, like, if this was the poker table, I would call. I would snap call immediately. I'm saying, nope, I know you want the rally. 100 bill, I'll bet it. I'll call. Well, MO, we have a couple of days because you have X dividend coming up, but I kind of just want to buy it and get my divvy yield up there. But then I am worried if it does go down and everything else going on here. Yeah, ever since we got ads going, you got me on the homepage. Low key, though. Low key. Sadly, there has been somewhat of a correlation. Dollar and gold. Even here's the dollar overlaid with S&P. But yeah, I don't know. I do like MO. Like, I wouldn't, in a weird way, I would kind of want to just buy all of the MO right now, but then after X dividend, you might be able to get a way better deal. It's either do you want the dividend now or wait a little bit and potentially be able to get 50% more dividend, but you'll need a 10% drop in the stock. Tiger Global lost $23 billion in venture funds in 2022. You've been turned off from the long term in the last 3 years. You're just going to miss out. Like, I hate to give you FOMO, but it's very simple. No long term. every year at the very least. Go make a dividend portfolio, even if you don't want if you don't want to get into anything else, even by getting in buying a dividend for 3-4 years, you're already going to be making money. You don't even have to drip it. But that is so it's like, and then if you're hopefully you've been at least purchasing real estate if you're saying that's what you'd want to buy. But it's like that is what I've learned after many years, is that you keep looking back, you're just going to realize, damn, everything was there. Only by value or divvy for the long term. Cannot be more happier with the results. That's the thing. I think growth, I could understand how people don't want to take that risk, but at the end of the day, if you're gonna spend 3 years in front of the stock market and walking away without owning any equity and only trading, I think you're definitely missing out. But dividend value, keep it simple. You should be good. Half now, half after divvy. Wouldn't it be bad? I could see that, actually. But then the problem is to go buy, we have to get out of our cash. And our cash is paying us a yield now, remember? So like I said, the beauty is we don't have to FOMO anything because we're getting paid on it. So that's kind of the dilemma. We get half of the dividend by holding cash, or we go for the dividends. So if you're going to go to dividends, why not buy T-bills? Well, that's what I'm saying. You just have to make sure it's an equity position that you actually like. And if you could yield more than cash, then there you go. That would be the only other thing that could justify it. But even with like I'm saying with MO, I want MO and they have it, but it's like I am still getting a nice return by just waiting until I could really get it at a good price. Remember, 2 years, 9 months, 3 days, baby. Let's go. Amen. God bless you. Dude, 2 years, 9 months. So get it. That's long term. Get your long term. I would take MO at 40 without even thinking. I'm mad I didn't the last times. Or when it was at like 42 or something. What was it? 41? No, it was at 40. I'm mad I didn't get it in September. I was going to. I remember I saw it here and then it popped and then dropped. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. But that was like the best time to have gotten it. I think after ex-dividend might be better though. The Willow Project? No. What is this? Is it tin? Please, hopefully you don't get me in trouble. Is it? What is that? And I hope if you ask me stuff like that, please make sure it's like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, Alaskan oil. Yeah, I didn't know. That sounded, I read it out loud and I was like, wait a minute. Is this some like tin foil, bro? It's a oil drilling venture, Biden approved. Oh yeah, the one I think Conoco got it. Blair Witch Project. 3 months. You got to make sure you filled out everything correctly and then make sure short codes are turned on by your provider. Yeah, Tiger Global writes down venture fund bets by 33% in 2022. Buying India. I could, but I think we had the little, remember we just had the Adani thing. What was it? INDA. That's the bounce. It dropped even further as of yesterday, but I still don't even think it's like cheap yet. I guess you could go back to 2021. And then it doesn't pay any dividends. No, I think yesterday just industrials got smacked. So did, what's his name? So did like Boeing, LMT, all of them. Virgin Orbit halted for volatility. Quickly pairs drop to 15%. Talks about potential buyout. What? Virgin Orbit halted. Quickly pairs drop to 14% up. Or no, yeah. They're still down 14. Google's on the high. So Virgin buyout. VORB. It's halted now. This is gold. I hope the next couple days, if bonds could come down cheaper, will be good. GFS, Global Foundries, they're on the high. All right. And Chad, I love you. Don't get mad. It looks like we're going up. I think we'll be good. But I need to use the restroom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. Get ready for Friday and Power Hour in 15 minutes. I'll be RB.
Sort of what comes next.
Yeah, well, who knows what comes next?
Yeah.
I certainly know what comes next, but it has been a wild week for us to start this Wall Street Week daily segment, actually. We've been able to deal with the banks every single day this week. Had Larry on a couple of times. But one of the things that we really want to take a look at is how does it affect that whole ecosystem on the West Coast that, the Silicon Valley Bank, which started this whole thing, really got us into.
And it's not just the big banks either. There's a lot of concern about these smaller community banks and sort of what the future is for them, and more importantly, what role they have in the economy going forward.
Yeah, and it's been a critical role, as you know so well, Romaine. It's been really important to the United States economy, and it's a question about what happens next. But we want to bring in somebody now who deals with that ecosystem all the time. She's Afsani Beshlas. She's founder and CEO of Rock Creek. She's also the former CIO and treasurer of the World Bank, and she was managing director and partner at the Carlyle Group. So Afsani, thanks so much for being back with us. As I say, you spent a lot of your time, particularly with some of the climate tech, I'm told they're called, companies out there, the startups that really deal with climate. You know that world. How rough is it for them?
So on Sunday night, obviously before the news from the Fed, it was pretty rough. A lot of them were clients of SVB and other similar banks. So I think they were all scrambling to deal with cash. But as of obviously today, things are different. In fact, many VCs, including the climate tech ones, are having the wires going back, i.e. payments that you have to make to them, go back into SVB. So a big shift since Sunday night.
So, Afsani, does that mean that those companies, by and large, are not having to move away from SVB, or are they moving someplace else? And if so, where do they have to go?
So I think some of those companies obviously learned the lesson. You want more than one banking relationship. So they certainly were expanding their relationship since last weekend. But at the same time, what they realized is some of the terms they were getting at SVB was better than other banks. And also, at the moment, as we speak, SVB deposits are insured. And that is very clear in terms of there's no interpretation needed for that. So at this moment, they're safer. The other thing, David, is the longer term issue for these climate tech businesses, because a lot of what's going to happen with the IRA has to go through the community banks. So their role is going to be incredibly important in the implementation.
Very important implementation. But I have a update here. This one's kind of interesting. The primary market for U.S. debt is closed. The primary market for corporate bonds in the U.S. is effectively closed. There's a tumbleweed blowing across from the new issue screens. There's been no benchmark size bonds priced since HSBC and CEMEX on Thursday of last week. The only active issuers are federal agencies like that of the Federal Home Loan Banks. If we get to the March 22nd meeting with no banks selling bonds, that will be an even longer period of silence for bank debt than during March 2022. Virgin is unhalted. It's a lot lower than that halt on the high. The Federal Reserve will be anxious to see if it reopens again in March 2020. There was a hiatus of 12 days with only one benchmark U.S. bank bond getting sold for $2 billion from JP Morgan. That was during a sell-off that prompted the Federal Reserve to intervene to prop up corporate bonds. We're not close to the scale of that widening yet, but the secondary bond market is dysfunctional and primary market is dead. That has to worry an organization charged with promoting stability for the financial system. Let me see. I have a pretty picture. It's not loading. And then this is looking at, this is the investment grade banking index, and I think it's looking at their spreads. But pretty much compared to March 2020, this current banking issue is not as bad as March 2020 in terms of liquidity and other issues. But pretty much if we do round 2, this is potentially what we could see happening, aka bond spreads going nuts. Oh, ad. Did y'all miss that? I hope you didn't miss it. Bring the pain. Spreads blow out, we get a real estate fire sale. I think the real estate declines come down once like citizens need the money. Like that's it. It's just when everybody goes to sell their house. That's where I think we see it go down. But as of now, the banks, they're going to manage their real estate exposure. But it's really when banks start selling, hard to fund, and then mom and dad start, saying it's time to move. Simo. PHILO the other day. Amen. Amen. God bless. That was a good PHILO. I liked it. Fox reporting Biden tied to multi-million-dollar payments from Chinese government. I think it's because they're doing finally they got the congressional investigation into some of the finances. But, I mean, my guy just had classified documents and we didn't hear anything about it except the banking crisis. So I don't really put any weight on the political stuff. I think right now, banking and Powell, that's it. Banking and Powell, man. Banking and Powell. U.S. has not seen China transfer lethal aid to Russia, says Ryder. Yeah, scripture on continuous play in the back. Damn. I should try that. That'd be kind of dope. Amen. McDonald's on the high again. Virgin off of the thing. It's there. Top 3 dividend picks. I'd say MO. Abivai is quality, but it's expensive. MO is in the middle. And then 3M is value. That's where I'm at. MO, Abivai, 3M. That's just off the top of my head, but quite frankly, I just wish there was... I mean, there is dividend names that are cheap. Again, 3M was just at 100 yesterday. And then I like Abivai a lot. It just... Abivai doesn't pay as much, but just very heavy quality. The quality is held for a very long time. Oh, O is good too. That one, I think you need it to come down a little bit. It's definitely not as like we were up like 30% on it. Now we're not up the same, but still solid. But the REITs, I mean, we just got to see what happens with interest rates. Walgreens as well too. I was looking at that. They're about to be hitting 6. So they've came down considerably. McDonald's is working its way up. Where's the other one? Meta. Yeah, Powell will be the nail in the coffin. If he changes plans, if he changes policy, Powell will become the problem. But if not, in a weird way, it might be weird of where we move forward if Powell doesn't. That's actually where I think it gets quite fascinating. Coca-Cola, yeah. I like Coke too. It's great stock. Coca-Cola, it's not cheap and the yield is low, but it's just stable as hell. Even look at the last couple of the Coca-Cola hasn't even moved. U.S.-Kenya plan in-person talks for trade partnership. Biden's middle name is Robinette. Yeah. Every time if you search him, it comes up. It says Joseph Robinette Biden. I think he should keep raising. I think that would give me confidence that we don't have a banking crisis on our hands. However, if he didn't raise, then I would be more concerned. However, even when he raises, though, I still think it'll be interesting for how the market digests it. So we bounced off the 200-day on that last little sell-off. You're working your way back up here. Again, 39.60. That's going to be the level. We get above there, we squeeze. If not, it'll be awful. Bro, that Coinbase plays. I'm down 10% on that one. That one's killing me. Fuck you, Coinbase. Bank of America. That one's bad. But I think that'll just bounce once we bounce or death. But I think you've already taken a lot of the death. Where is it? Inflation. I feel like I haven't heard the word inflation in like 3 days. Or at least not as much as I'm used to. Tesla's coming back up. So SPY's working its way up here. I'm thinking average down. That's why I was looking. Maybe we wait. If you all of these plays, we would have been way better off averaging down, except the banks, obviously. But so that's why it's like, kind of, do we want to play it more conservatively or not? I think conservatively might work because I could hold Bank of America for a while and then maybe just go for any of the other flips. But realistically, you got like $2 more, $3 more until you hit the absolute gulag. My ideal terminal rate, I don't even care. My ideal terminal rate is just inflation coming down, whatever, like literally whatever it takes without, and then monitoring and seeing if something actually claps. But I'm more worried about changing policy because of an external situation. And at that point, it would mean, something is changed and something is definitely bigger than inflation to change the course of the Fed. Some searches. Yeah, what should we search? I think less people talked. I mean, I don't even know how many people have talked about pivot. Oh, let's here, I need to find my favorite one. Tomorrow is just consumer sentiment. There's actually nothing. Tomorrow is just big expiration and rollover day. Let me see. Well, I got a good one for you. Let me start with this one. Biden taking a look at COVID origin bill. So I think this is a cool one. This is no landing. So this is how people have shifted. Remember, we started off for like what? That was like 3 weeks. 3 weeks of no landing being discussed more than anything. And then now we're talking the same amount of no landing as people were in September. So that one changed. Let's see, pause. The amount of articles mentioning pause isn't too crazy. So that's not anything nuts. Let's see. What do you think this one is? This one's bank run. So, yeah, people are still worried about that. So, Raul, recession? I haven't even checked recession. Actually, recession is still down. So recession peaked last year. So that was at 729. That was April 29th. July 29th was the peak recession. That was when the yield curve actually first inverted. But that's where you're at today. It's actually not that bad. The VIX is on the low. Apple's heading up here now. NVIDIA, even a little bit of Tesla. Why NVIDIA is 140 PE. I just, don't get me started with Wall Street and price to earnings. Don't get me started. Oh, speaking of which, Airbnb. I was just gonna check Airbnb, so there you go. It is Power Hour 2 minutes ago. PE 140, not overvalued in the slightest. PE is very. I feel like you just bring up price to earnings if you just don't want to invite them to the party. You know what I'm saying? That's all I could think about with PE. Otherwise, most of you should have a general idea, but you're living in a confusing market where nobody gave a shit about PE. Then all of a sudden they started to care about PE, and then now you're in that weird purgatory, kind of going back to not giving a shit about PE. So, just all depends. What is this? On Trump Force 1, KFC is on the menu, and 45 is still the president. Flying with Trump mimics a trip on Air Force One, one with a twist. The trip includes campaign music, DeSantis insults, and fried chicken. Sounds like a good time. Donald Trump wants back into the White House badly. Look no further to his recreation of Air Force One and protocols of his recent trip to Iowa, the key Republican early voting primary state. There had been questions to whether he was fully committed to a third White House bid after a lackluster November announcement, but the vernacular and procedures are evident in traveling with the former president and current frontrunner for the GOP nomination, cast light on Trump's yearning for the trappings of the White House. His Boeing 757, dubbed Trump Force One, a blue, red, and white plane with his last name in bold and gold lettering, was visible from the road near the private Palm Beach airport. The small groups of reporters traveling with the reporter said that Trump Force One press pool near replicas of those issued during his administration, and they've since changed the badges to a rectangular shape under Joe Biden. Reporters dropped their bags on the seats of the plane just as they would with Air Force One before heading back. Wait, they said chicken. I wanted to see where the fried chicken. Where I'm gonna find chicken. I'm searching this article for chicken. Oh, shortly after Trump's plane was wheeled up from Iowa, flight attendants walked to the front with a large red and white bucket of KFC. Aides went back and forth to the plane's kitchen with plates of fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and macaroni and cheese. Coconut pie was served for dessert. The soundtrack from his rallies lightly played on the plane speakers. That's all I wanted to read. You had me at KFC bucket. So that's what I was. I was at the end of the article too. Redfin reports demand for mortgages tick up as rates drop. Whoa. Chips running. And run part 2, Chattadonia. Get ready. You're at 39.55. Last time you went above here, you instantly went to 39.60. Last time we broke below, we started dropping to 39.30. So it's a big level. Google's leading up. There's Meta as well, too. We got Airbnb running up here. Where's NVIDIA? Snap is even on the high. NVIDIA. And then Apple's now taking over this part. This is their moment. There's Amazonian. Oh, FedEx is on the high. Remember, they have earnings. Intel, too. Amazon's is not doing the same. MSTR's move in. Crypto plays. This rally's big, though, today. Because this rally just wasn't all pre-market. This is your biggest intraday rally in a long time. I'd say in at least a good 2 weeks. I feel like where was it? Last time was 2 Fridays ago. 2 Fridays ago, that was off the bottom too. That was a follow-in Bostic. The last time we had an intraday rally that was like red to it was the day of Bostic. I think that was Thursday as well too. Not so bad. BA coin. State Department approves $895 million military sale to Australia. This is kind of like the Bostic pump was more aggressive, but the last time we've actually went up for the first couple of hours, held up, and now making a move there. Last time was around Thursday, Friday of Bostic. Bonus hit doing the reverse save at 90. Oh, okay. Oh, we got a 90% saver in the house. Whew! Future self is geeking. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Big red, not yet. We'll see. MPW, even they came up a little, still red. UWMC's up a decent amount. Is Redfin back at $8 again? My goodness. Oh, where is Uber? Google's just killing it. Uber's doing decent. DoorDash is going up now too. A lot of these things bounce pretty nice. Yeah, bonds sold off all day. The dollar was working its way down. I don't know, but it's still been about 0.1%. I think the max was like a quarter. Redfin was a great pickup. Anything we bought in that end of the last year was just killer. Everything is up still. And then selling some of those covered calls paid off as well too. And then I think Meta is the top performer. Where is it? Yeah, Meta, we're up 115%. Redfin, solid 170, including the covered calls, 150 without them, even though they're even down. But Meta was the craziest one. SIVB never came back, no. We're stuck in this. Let's see if we get above. I want to see if we actually squeeze above here, but if not, I mean, I think on the high end you get to 40.17 on SPX. That could be the range, and then pretty much this giant week will be last 2 weeks will be the range we get trapped in up until Powell. The yen has been chilling out. Well, it's actually been strengthening. FRC, I mean, it all depends on the agreement and what do shareholders get out of it if the agreement goes through. But it could be very high, it could be very low. I mean, FRC, it's just high risk to reward. I mean, you're watching the stock move 20 to 50% on a day-to-day basis. I would expect that up and down is the simplest way to put it. I know coin is smashing me on there. Went too big to start off. UBS, I already sold out of that one. I should have held till after the FRC. Roku, I saw Roku on the high ticker a couple of times. I want to see if the SPY gets above here. That's it. I mean, you're holding this level. It's kind of slowing down. Now you're holding 39.55. It is power hour, so yeah, I guess we don't have that much time left. I mean, if it is going to continue this, it should do it right around here. Give it another 15 minutes because we're almost 15 minutes into this. And first preliminary impulse has been to the upside, and bonds might go lower here. I don't know. If we break 300 or 500 on SPY, whichever it is, I'm throwing a party. I feel. I feel. Amen. Amen. I don't know. It'd be weird. I don't know how that party, that party is going to be so weird because half of the people are going to be so stoked to party, and then the other half of people are going to be so mad. Honestly, you might have a gang fight at that party. I would be careful. Honestly, the Bulls and the Bears, we don't have Bloods and Crips. We have Bulls and Bears. And then I don't know if you want, that'd be crazy, man. It would be Twitch versus YouTube. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, though. I feel like we've had some bears emerge on YouTube, and some people are mad the market's not coming down. And then I guess now the bulls will come back. I could already tell just with the questions today, where people are like, so when is this gonna keep continuing? You got to realize just one solid day of green, the bulls are just like, what's up, man? I heard there's some green. It's the same thing with the Bears, though, because then it takes one down red day. They I told you it was miserable, and we going to collapse. I told you. I told you, sir. All right, still holding up here. Coin keeps ripping. The premiums. Where's Adobe? We got trapped on Adobe last quarter, 2 quarters ago, and that was post earnings, but that post earnings actually hit. Damn, 6% is not bad. Getting a Facebook or FedEx today. YouTube has you outnumbered, not outspirited. You'll be good. That's the only thing I'd say. Only thing with the Twitch is more likely to be the group of people that walks away from here 10 years from now without a long term. That'd be the only thing of the extreme pessimism negatively affecting. I think it's okay to be a bear, but if you just wind up being so bearish that you never own anything, that'd be the only problem. I see more long terms in YouTube than Twitch. That would be the only thing I could see. That's it. Just don't drink the Kool-Aid and just never buy the long term. That's the only way you get Kool-Aid out. Yeah, there's more people, but that's what I'm saying. So with the smaller sample size of Twitch, the fact that there's like a couple, I think even if you have 30 people, that's already 10%. Or 20 would be 10%. Why would I own something when I know everything will crash? Because you don't know everything will crash. That's the whole point. And you should own assets. And even then, the irony of all of it is let's say it does crash. What are you going to be left with? Let's say the market crashes tomorrow. Let's say the financial system deteriorates. What are you going to do? It's not as if a long term would be better than not. I mean, I think in the long term you would, but you got to really think about it. What? You're I think everything's going to crash, so I'm going to make a bunch of money, and then I'm going to be left with a bunch of shares. And then you buy? Yeah, but then at the same time, what if it doesn't crash? Then now, I'm just saying, I've seen this with real estate. It's pretty simple, bro. Well, we'll find out in a couple of years. I mean, that's it. And that's where wealth gaps will be created. It's just literally slow and steady and consistent versus timing. I mean, there's a real reason why time in the market is better than timing the market. I wasn't the first one to say that, but that's where it comes down for. Indeed, it is a weird financial Pascal's wager. 100%. 100%. It's like if you own it, you could wait or you don't wait, but then it's either way you're kind of screwed, so you might as well have a era where you own something off of it. Josh is joshing. No, I want long terms. Long terms. But we're going to find out very shortly, though. I think depending on what Powell does, we're going to really find out a lot about this. And then if we enter a new economic era, we're gonna really see. And I hope everybody does execute off of it. I hope everybody has their cash saved. I hope also, too, nobody gets too fearful. Watch out for hubris and the ego to prevent you from things or to make you feel more confident than not, and then just execute. But that's it. But the point is, if you go another, one more year, it'll be almost 5 years of cult and streaming. And if you don't wind up with the long term after that, with, I think, 2 different crises, or I guess that have brought in assets down at various points, now we're still up. But you can, again, there was periods with a lot of things cheap. If you can't wind up with that in 5 years, just make sure you ask yourself if you're waiting too long. $20 a month long term, 50 for profit. There you go, baby. That's all we need. That's all we need. The 5-year badges, Alexis IRL. I wish they would let us have more badges. I have to play to the YouTube. They're more sheepy. Oh, no, don't say that. That's not cool. I mean, I think, I don't know. I think Twitch has more arrogance, and usually arrogance gets clapped. So I think the Twitch is more arrogant. I think YouTube is just, we get more, I think YouTube, you get more racist comments and like more political stuff. And then you have more bulls, but at the same time, it's like I think there's a nice balance. That's all. But everybody should have the long term. That's it. And don't let your, don't let the smart guy talk keep you out of it. And thinking, I know this is going to happen and we're going to beat this and then this and I'm going to do this and everything going to crash and I'm never, it's like, okay, come on. It's the Wild West credit report at. That's good. That's good. I just want the laces. Yeah, you got to add. I'll wait for a second. Please hold. The longest badge here is 3 years. Twitch, we could add more, but YouTube doesn't let us add more. Pfizer's target PDUFA is for a decision in May 23. Joke's on you. I'm on both. Amen. On time. 12:20. So you spent the last 10 minutes chilling at the level. Well, you're holding. I mean, now I think all about today. If you go up, people are going to talk squeeze. If you go down, then it's just going to be a question of whether or not we close at the 200-day. Houses, I don't know when they'll bottom. I mean, they've came down, but they're still expensive. Like I said, we'll see if everybody else does stuff. You got banned in YouTube for a slight at Trump in 2020, butthurt mods. Well, now I'm going to ban you in here for calling the mods butthurt. You see? So that's how it would normally work. You see what I'm saying? Where it's just like, that's it. Just don't talk shit to people. It makes things like that, and it's simple. And if you don't draw attention to yourself, you'll be good. And if you stay within the peace mentality, you'll be good. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how you do it. That's exactly it. Like, that's it. You just got shh. And don't like, otherwise it's now like, boom, you like, I got Target on my back. Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley to deposit funds. So we got, it looks like the deal could be confirmed. So watch FRC, JP Morgan, Cities, and others. Goldman, JP, Wells Fargo, and Citi are depositing $30 billion to First Republic. Motive said to be in talks to buy ACI worldwide. ACIW, they're popping up here too. ACIW, they're already up 12% though. So they're running, I don't know if I have a buyout price. Talks haven't been finalized. Yeah, ACIW buyout. Oh, didn't we play ACIW? I think we played this a while ago. Yeah, market tripping again. FRC too. It looks like we are going to get a deposit from the other banks into FRC. Hmm. $8.30. Those weekly calls, incredible day today. Yeah, FRC starting to move up. I'm seeing, so tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow's the big rollover, the big expiration. You're now above 39.61 now. You're about to set a new high. Everybody seems to be reacting to the bank news and then a couple of other things going there. And 30 minutes remaining. The pain trade is nothing probably. Maybe even higher, though. I think there's more money on puts. But then I think, I don't know, after today, you might have a lot of people starting to buy in on the calls. We'll see. But at this point, I think it just is all related to the news. So more banking updates. Bank and Mellon, PNC, State Street each deposit $1 billion. 11 banks are going to deposit $30 billion into First Republic. Banking system is strong capital and strong profitability, says Citi. Regional, mid-sized, small banks are critical to financial system, says Citi. So I think you're getting a broad agreement. Even PNC, even anybody who is even weak, they're all agreeing to put money in the FRC right now. That's so fucking weird. Bro, everybody, 11 different banks. Some are big, some are smaller. They're all putting in money now to FRC. So they somehow found $30 billion from 11 banks. That's like what? It's like almost $2 billion a pop. Solidarity. It's the meta. Meeting in the movie Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps. Oh, I don't remember that one. I remember the movie, but I don't know what scene you're talking about. What's up, Luis? That's not Ban Luis, is it? I don't think so. It doesn't sound, well, it sounds good, but it just sounds really weird. Everything. You have literally all of these banks now. Even again, PNC, weren't they at risk? And like even Bank of Mellon. And now they're all coming in here and they're like, yeah, man, we got y'all. All right, let's see. Friday morning, and then you only have till 8:30 on the ES futures. That kind of sucks. So 8:30 Central. What time is that Pacific? That's like an hour before the bell. So like that ES is gonna close automatically before then. And then we got 30 more minutes. It's 9 a.m. Eastern right now. What? FR CEO. What about him? I mean, they're good. FRC's even moving up right now. 8 a.m. So 9. So damn. So even before pre-market. So I either close now or I guess I might even just let them auto close it. But then it just takes more time to get the money back. FRC, yeah, FRC is confirmed. We just had it. Again, the plan is that all of these banks are going to be giving them money. So again, about, what is it, 15 banks, 11 banks, and $30 billion. We're just slowly melting up now. We're like at the potential squeeze point. You didn't hit a new high technically. You were about to. And again, 39.60 is a very, very big point. And then even futures are going towards 4,000. No, I got out of UBS earlier, small gain. And then Credit Suisse went down. Young Nvidia ripping. How is that good news for everything? Because it just looks like banking support. Not only have you had government support, now the banks are supporting each other. If anything, it's just calming news. That again, yesterday, negative development with Credit Suisse. Today, positive development in terms of nothing breaking and then actually a potentially new solution. But I think it's just falling in line with good news, no news, or bad news until we actually see has the risk dissipated or not. And then we'll find out up until Wednesday. No, I don't have the NVIDIA short. We closed that the other day. FRC. I think FRC could do anything. I mean, it just really depends on how everybody interprets all this. And then really does anything hit the fan in the next couple of days. Early market on close, 504 to the sell side. Let's see, got out the Netflix. FRC still moving. My stomach's crazy. FRC can lose the money again, yeah, but I honestly, that's a great question. I didn't even really think about that. What if they instantly lost all the deposits? That would just, I don't know. At that point, I think we really have a problem. But yeah, technically they can lose the money again. If they were like, fuck it, let's just go buy more bonds at a premium. And then if anybody else, I don't know, but I don't think they shouldn't be able to lose the money, but they can, yeah. I never really thought about that, sadly. And it's gone. That's a great comment. You've taught me in the past few years, look forward at times to layoffs to get back with you in the call, baby. What's up, Jimmy? I'm glad you're here, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. Chill it out. It's going to be a wild rest of the year already, so I'm glad you're here for the moment. That's really funny, though. They could technically lose the money. I never really thought about it. Okay. I love you, Chad, but I need to use the restroom again. So they're talking about what this thing is, JP Morgan and all that. So here you go. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Amen. Amen. I love you, man. Good day. You have a good day. All right. Let's see if we actually squeeze or not. 30 minutes left.
A collection of 11 Wall Street banks agreeing to combine forces here and provide about $30 billion in deposits for First Republic Bank, a bank that was teetering on the edge. And we're now learning that JP Morgan, along with Citigroup, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and several others have agreed to pony up about $30 billion combined in order to help save that bank. Shanali Basak, our Bloomberg Wall Street correspondent, still with us here. And Shanali, I don't think we can understate the magnitude of all of these banks coming together so quickly to do at least what, in their mind, and really what Citigroup itself said in a statement, to save what they see as really a critical backbone of our economy, not just First Republic, but really small regional community banks overall.
Yeah, you saw the sell-off that ensued in the last week or so after we saw the first set of bank failures here in First Republic. I don't know how much the system can handle another one or even another one after that. By doing this, remember, we saw that first save by the FDIC over the weekend. Then we're seeing this save now done by the banking system itself, not by the regulators, though the regulators have approved this plan. that is interesting in and of itself, because if something else were to happen among another bank, who is the primary concern here in terms of how that would be handled? One interesting thing that we've been talking about as well is the idea of using deposits to stabilize a bank is very interesting given what happened with SVB's attempt at a capital raise.
Right.
Equity holders and bond holders here in particular are most happy with a deal like this. And by the way, it draws a lot of questions about what comes next for First Republic.
Well, prior to this deal being announced, we know that First Republic was looking at other options, a potential sale perhaps. Does this rescue package take that off the table?
I don't think you can take anything off the table, especially because the next few weeks are going to be very critical to see what confidence clients have in all of these firms. I think one critical question, too, is we know that a lot of these other large banks in particular have gotten flushes of deposits, tons of deposits here. And so they were in pretty good shape after this. But what about the smaller ones? Are they still going to see deposit flight in that fashion after we're seeing saves like this? One important thing, too, is regulators make it very hard to buy a bank. The way one person put it to me was, unless you're going to create the next JP Morgan Chase, what's the point? Because there are a lot of costs tied to acquisitions like this. Plus,
so just give them deposits. Oh, no, we should probably
a JP Morgan or a Bank of America would have a deposit cap kind of restriction that would need to be waived.
And it's interesting, though, this is a much different bank, too, than SVB. I mean, First Republic made clear that they were much more diversified in terms of their asset base, $271 billion.
That's good, they're going to say. But 39.60 seems to be a point. We got 25 minutes left, Chattadonia. Let's see where this takes us. Where are the Fed futures at? How are we looking? 21% still. I mean, it's better than 60%. I guess it was like 30 yesterday. It's weird it said 30, but I remember yesterday was at 60 when I had the screenshot. So we will see. Hold FRC overnight. Could be. I mean, worst case, I did that UBS other play, waiting on news. Went up a little bit. I think it might hold around the price until earlier. All right. Everything is in play and nothing is sustainable. Yeah, Phil, till Wednesday. I think the dollar has the potential to go up. That, especially after yesterday, just depends on whether or not this spreads overseas. So it's going to be good. But I think Powell is just the easy answer. In the meantime, don't let any of the moves kind of shake you off of that. But realistically, it's like you could try to get caught up in the middle of this, but I'm just seeing it as Powell on Wednesday, and that is going to determine really the course moving forward from here. So everything from the dollar to bonds, everything else. And the yen is going up. I mean, bonds are actually doing the opposite of that. So right now we're getting some weird divergences between them all. At the very least, stocks and bonds have matched up now. So take that how you please. So we'll see where that leads to next. But as of now, I just think until Fed futures calm down, until we actually have clarity, and I mean, hopefully tomorrow we don't wake up to, more awful news. Hopefully over the weekend, nobody else goes bust. I mean, that's technically what happened. It's last Thursday. Today's Thursday. Last Thursday, we had SVB. By Friday, the SVB was halted, and then everybody was freaking out with all the banks. And then by Sunday, another bank went bust. So now we've had the next 5 days here of waking up. You've had a bank rebound, then a bank sell, then you had Credit Suisse, and then now, then you even had the Fed backstop. So we're kind of doing all of it. For what you do, I didn't realize how hopeless I was until I felt inspired. Let's go, baby. Amen, man. I'm glad to hear. Man. We've had a lot of chats, a lot of different stories, bro, but I do hope you tap into the positivity of life and your potential. You have potential, my friend. I believe. So, amen, man. Amen. Be honest, is this shit not sketchy? dog, I've been as honest as I can be. You know what I'm saying? And like what I'm trying to tell you is that anytime the bond market moves up like that, that shit's sketchy. Like I don't know if you watched yesterday's watch list, but I'm like, listen, man, okay, after day 3 of this shit back and forth, there's no way. Like, if you want to buy the bonds, fucking buy the bonds, because you wouldn't be the only one right now. But it's just like, yes, this is sketchy, but it's not sketchy to the point where it's like, okay, we're all on a sinking ship. It's more like it's just sketchy, but I think it could turn into a sinking ship, but there's not a hole in it yet, but it's definitely getting close to it, and some people are already going for lifeboats. So lifeboats are the bonds, and that's, so without a doubt, I think it is. And like I've been saying all day today, is like, quite simply, things can change by Powell. If Powell, you got the whole world in his hands, but like straight up, Powell could change everything. And that's what I'm worried about now. And that's where I need Powell to confirm if this is really sketchy or not. But other than that, though, I think we're going to get a lot of back and forth, and you're going to get wild swings. You're going to get wild rallies, wild drops, and everything's just very sensitive. And it's really reflected in the bond market. The bond market gaining and losing 35 to 50 basis points every other day, that is not normal. So in a weird way, it kind of feels like COVID in the beginning. Like, that's kind of how we traded. It's just every other day, and then you're like, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's wild swing, but anything could happen in that sense. Meta is going up. Got the ACAD. This thing shot up out of nowhere. Challenging. Powell has 4 days. He has tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. 3 days. That's about it. Yeah, Meta's killing it. Again, 204 was the pre-market level or post-market yesterday. Well, they took a breather there while everything else was kind of running. Still can't believe he thinks we don't support the LT. Okay. I think 10%. 10%. So 20 chats, 20 Twitch chats. You're good. It's either way. It's everybody's life. Like, it's your decision whether you want to make everything like super tinfoily or not. But I just, quite frankly, I just say this out of my experience of life, and I've never met anybody owning stocks for 10 years who was mad about it. Unless it was like AT&T and then they bought nothing else. Run, baby, run. JP, everything. Visa, Shopify, Starbucks, Meta, FedEx now. That's it. I mean, you have 7 more minutes till 10-minute rigged, but that is it. That is it. The correlation of bonds and the dollar. There's a lot of swaps. They go hand in hand, but you got to realize that the only way you could buy a bond is if it's in a dollar, right? If you are looking at U.S. bonds, you need a U.S. dollar. That's what the trade is denominated in. So that's kind of as far as the correlation goes. That depending on the value of the dollar, it affects your return that you're getting. Or if you're another country and you want to buy U.S. bonds, you have dollar risk in the sense that you still need to buy a dollar to even get into the bond to begin with. So as the dollar's weaker or lower, that could affect pretty much the real yield that you're getting. And that's pretty much what people are saying, real yields. And like that's where they're talking about market getting restrictive. So like right now, as inflation drops and the rates stay high, the real yield goes up. So if inflation drops 4% and the yield stays the same, the real yield just went up 2%. 3964. This is a new high. I mean, you're above 3960. You're talking about this in international finance class today. There you go. SPY's new high. I mean, it could squeeze. It's just there's not enough. There's only 15 minutes of time left. If this happened at like 12:15, yeah. But who knows? I mean, it can go wild. But really now, tomorrow's going to be all about 4,000 or 3960. Microsoft, they were leading earlier. How come you keep saying squeeze? Reason to believe shorts are in trouble? Just because the momentum of it all. And then if you could get above these levels, I mean, at this point, clearly, I mean, I don't think people are buying because they're excited in the same way. It could be a mix of both short covering, and then once it just starts moving up at a velocity that's a lot higher, it just gets a little squeezy. I mean, you've already ran through. You've actually went up 100 points today. So that's why it's like if you keep going up from here at that point, I would say that's more of a squeeze than a natural move. And then 3964 is the high. Why the VIX is down? Because people are monetizing it, aka selling their puts, and then even if they start buying more calls on the long end, and then any other short-term puts take out, then there you go. Again, VIX only monitors options with 30 days or more. And then what time? 3 minutes till 10-minute rigged. ROBT. Where's energy? They kind of came up today. Actually, yeah, energy recovered a decent amount. Would you look at that? Jamie Dimon meet Treasury Yellen on First Republic Thursday. Well, there you go. We were just speculating, but I think it was confirmed now. Boeing, Meta, 202, 203. US never hit 4K, didn't it? I thought it would have been. Yeah, 3998. But even then, 4,000, I mean, and the futures are months ahead right now. So that's the crazy part of all of it. Because that's a 40-point difference, 30, 33, 35 we said earlier. So that's accounting for the next extra 3 months ahead on that contract. Man, that sucks. If the VIX is still above 20. I can't believe earlier this week it hit $31. You were one bad day away from pivot based off of the VIX. Is this a relief bounce? For now, I mean, you had more good news than bad news today. Only update is that FRC is getting saved. And then today was like day 4 of tech just leading the way and running everything up. That's what a lot of people have been discussing, is how tech has led to, really tech is up 6% on the week. So as banks were even dying and most of the week, everybody just kept buying tech stocks. 10-minute rigged. Oh, you get an ad on 10-minute rigged? They don't want you to get too emotional. Holy Meta. Meta's insane. PII on the high. 10-minute rig now. Let's see if future. Bro, it's moving 3 points at a time. Bro, you're moving like 3 points every second. My goodness. $39.64 is the high. Yeah, Meta's going insane. So is NVIDIA. Couple of names are trying to work their way up here. Even Boeing's still at the high. And then watch Amazon and Google and Apple. I think even Apple's running. Yeah, Apple's still high, but Meta's going like vertical for the last hour. UVXY's on the low. Yeah, 10-minute rig, pretty powerful. A lot of bounces there, but it didn't really move the puck. You kind of did from here. 800 million to the buy side. And, Meta was, I mean, they said they're going to fire more people. And then Zuckerberg is supposed to speak to the staff today on Thursday. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else. But Meta, it was at this price last night. That's why I was saying it all day. I was like, Meta was at 204. Then it opened at 202 and then dropped a little bit. But it's like that thing has been, from like last night post-market, it just kept getting squeezed. Yeah, it was after hours high on there. So they're there now. Up 70% in 3 months. And it's crazy because if you get above 203, that's why I'm still holding my shares here. I am tempted to take some profits on that one, but it's like anything above this like 200, it's like you like next resistance is at like 210. And then if you get above there, like you're looking at like 230. And they have just been the overall leaders, so it's still even wild. Remember, that was where they were at in the middle of their first couple of bad earnings. So they were down a lot. And you got the JPM. Diamond met with Secretary Yellen. The metaverse, I'm not really like, I think it might be there, it might not be. I'm more interested in Facebook's ad business. NVIDIA's up 5, Apple's coming down, everything's kind of chilling out here. So 2 more minutes till the final 5, and then we will see. I love you too, RJ. God bless you. Good morning. Qualcomm on the high. Tesla's not really playing along in the second half rally. He just kind of held up. Jim Cramer tweeted, short this NASDAQ and invite me to your funeral. Jim Cramer is quite confident. Hot dog. McDonald's, Meta again. Where's Google? Google's not even running up there with it. I think Meta's just in his own world right now. And then where's FRC? FRC's still holding. I mean, you got next to one of the earlier halts, but you're in between the second and third halt price. And it seems like it is confirmed that they are going to be getting that $30 billion. So now we see where we go from there. Let me see how much time. Final 5 should be here. Am I bullish on regional banks? Not really. I'm bullish on JP Morgan and Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citi. I would take any of those. But anything else, I'm not really a fan of. Gapping up. As long as we don't get any bad news, if this could continue. But even then, it's a nice close. You're just going to close above the 200-day. That's going to calm people down. But overall, well, you could have had a stronger close. If this was going to be like, oh my gosh, everything's like stupid bullish, I think we would close a little bit stronger. But this is undoubtedly a strong close. But all that matters is that you're hitting the level of the, what's it called? You're just getting above the 200-day. And Netflix even coming down. Meta options are going nuts, but now Meta's squeezed another $1. I think that's higher now than post-market. Yeah, FedEx earnings is after the bell. We went over the earnings preview. FedEx is really going to boil down to cost-cutting measures actually taking effect. FedEx, NVIDIA. Again, Oxy and some of the oil plays made a move. ACAD. And then we already rolled over Rita. Oh, where is EPV? EPV, I'm going to close that one out. I'm going to close EPV, $200 gain. And then I'm just going to hold the EUFNs instead. And then, oh shit, we only got 4 more minutes. That's your final 5. Meta Safe Haven. Dude, it's getting stupid now. Bro, those options on Meta. Look at this. I was saying maybe I could sell covered calls. Bro, these went from 5 cents to 20 cents in 10 minutes. Some of those Facebooks went absolutely insane. Oh, shit. Look at the time. Yeah, right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be led here to the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 58 degrees, slightly cloudy, not too bad of a day, especially if your name is FRC and got all of your deposits back because people thought they were depositing in another bank. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Yes, sir. Big expiration tomorrow, Chattadonia. A very big expiration. People are feeling good with no bad news out of the banks today. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Tomorrow is Friday, 1 full week after the first bank run. You had more updates today. We'll see what happens with the Fed. Next week, you're going to get Powell. And now tomorrow is a giant expiration, the middle of March. Where do we go from there? That's on you to decide, baby. You got to bring it home. Wrap it up. Make up your mind. You got 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go. Oh, let's go, baby. I need that GG. You made it to the bell. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. You stayed in the game, baby. Good game. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. God bless you. And good game, baby. GG. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? You made it to the bell. Living through history. I need that GG. Let's go. What do you got for me? Good game, baby. That's how you play. Are you ready? You ready for the middle of March? You're already halfway through March, bro. Good game. Good game, baby. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. You got that long-term Twitch. I see you, baby. That's how you play the game. What's up? Good game. Good game, baby. Amen.
I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy. My mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want. Cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts. Why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stats. I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought. Both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Let's go, baby. Wow, that's the day. Chattadonia, God bless you. God bless you and good game. You made it. You made it, ladies and gentlemen. How do you feel? Oh, you got to, I don't know. I don't even feel like anything has been resolved. You know what I'm saying? It feels weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Because I feel like today was like, it's like, did we get good bank news? But like we did, but we didn't. But now we're here 1 week after the initial bank drop here to wrap it up. This is where you are. You are right in the middle of when you had the bank sell off on Thursday. Remember, it happened in the morning, but people didn't start freaking out until the second half of Thursday. And that's exactly where you are here today for this Young Friday. Yeah. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Chattadonia? Oh, yes, FedEx earnings. I forgot. I wasn't even looking for FedEx. I was just going to tell you, it's it. We got to go. We got to go, bro. It's end of the day. Let me see if FedEx has came out yet. Money markets get biggest weekly inflows since 2020. Well, yeah, because if you put it to a money market, it didn't go to FRC through the hands of JP Morgan. So they're not out yet with FedEx. I'll have that ready to go. But Chattadonia, that is the day, baby. God bless you. 2.6 thousand likes. Wow. That's impressive. Horna. Let's go. God bless you. Chattadonia, that's what I'm talking about. God bless you. Thank you, my friends. Amen. 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 Chattadonia, that's the day. So God bless you all. Thank you for supporting. And if you got to get going, please let me tell you how thankful I am for you to be here today. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I hope we made the most of it. I hope you learned something. I hope you got something too. That's always a good one. You know what I'm saying? We love it. So God bless you and thank you. God bless you and thank you, man. I love y'all. So we appreciate y'all. Shout out to the members, the non-members, the stream alerts, and everybody contributing, everybody with the long term, everybody encouraging people to make the right decisions and not spreading anything to the contrary. Either way, man, it's all of your guys' lives. I hope you all choose wise decisions. That's why we're here. Sometimes they're going to make good ones. Sometimes they're going to be bad ones. Sometimes you'll wake up early. Sometimes you'll wake up late. I don't know, but Chattadonia, all together is one, and I hope we have created an environment, and I hope you have supported an environment where all of that could happen. FedEx operating income $1.1 billion, estimate was $980 million. They beat. Revenue was $22.2 billion, estimate was $22.6, so they missed on that. Oh, they guided up. They see full year EPS $14.16 to $15.20. They saw $13 to $14. They guided up. That's all everybody wanted. They're doing good. They are doing good, man. There it is. Nope, FedEx guided up. That's all they needed. They say third quarter negatively affected by continued demand weakness, but they raised full-year guidance. They see CapEx $5.9 billion. Estimate was $5.91. That's not as good. So right now, the bright spot is FedEx has raised full-year guidance on EPS, which highlights the cost-cutting is actually working. The other stuff are kind of meh. So they pretty much said they still have bad demand, revenue missed, but then again, only thing that's good is full-year guidance on EPS. They increased full-year outlook. They report third quarter 341 EPS, which was better. EPS was better, but then revenue, they missed on that. Am I in anything else? No. I'm waiting for first. I want to see fourth quarter guidance. Where is it? Wait for it. Yeah, revenue missed, which kind of sucks, but then they beat by like 90 cents per share. So that's what people want to see. I mean, the cost cutting. Again, if you're making less money but you're getting more earnings per share, all that means is that you have what's it called? All that means is that your cost cutting has actually worked. They say FedEx cost actions are taking hold, driving improved outlook, unable to provide full year 23 EPS or effective tax rate. They raise the view that's excluding costs. So it's good for now. UPS should be moving, but no, at the very least, they're just not dying anymore. So, dude, 13% is double the priced-in move right now. So FedEx was only supposed to move 7%. Now it is absolutely killing it. Sold for $219 and nice. That's a nice one. If you got the flip, that's fire. So, again, $220, that's killer move. That's it. They just did a lot better than expected. In terms of guidance. So there it is. I think FedEx good. That could have been another area of bad news. If anything, it's just another one to the books of earnings not being as bad as expected. You actually got a guide up. You might get more future guidance there. See what comes up. That's what the stock will be most sensitive to. So we'll see how that plays out. But Chattadonia, that is the day, man. That is the day, and we made it. And we have made it 1 week through a bank run. The MOVE index is just under 2008. You got another mini bailout, but this time a bank bailing out another bank. And we have Powell next week and the middle of March. We're halfway through March, Chattadonia. So tomorrow's Friday, but good game, man. God bless you all. That is the day. Thank you guys once again, and I hope you're ready for it. Let's close out the week. Should I sleep in tomorrow? Can I sleep in tomorrow, or is that not allowed? I don't know. If I do it on accident, you don't get mad at me, but I don't know, man. Y'all did good without me this morning. Y'all handled it. I think y'all ended up doing good. Oh, I need some sleep. I might sleep. I already slept in? You slept in. I don't know what you saying, bro. No, I slept in real good, bro. I had no idea what was happening in the real world. You know that? I had no fucking clue. Bro, I was just sleeping. Like, my phone was going off, no care in the world. The banks were down. I was... Apparently, I snore a lot. I didn't know I snored a lot. But, what's it called? My girlfriend came over, and I was taking a nap, and she said she recorded a video of me snoring, and I was taking a nap, and it was really bad. And then I was like, no, I don't snore. I snore, apparently. So that's it. I go. That's what it sounds like. That's like a very accurate one. Don't lie, you were getting it in. What was I getting in? Like, what was I doing at 6 in the morning? Like, I couldn't have done anything. Like, you think I want to, like, what do you mean? Because, like, some people say I'm doing drugs. Some of y'all, you mean that I'm getting it in with the girl? Like, why would I do that at 6 in the morning, bro? I have way better times. Like, honestly, at 6 in the morning, that's not my ideal moment. I don't know what you're into. Maybe that's what you're into, but, like, nah, man, I'm not really 6 a.m., let's do something type guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm more like 6 a.m., let's get a stock quote. Otherwise, I'm sleeping. That's it. Why would I, if it's not the stock market, why would I be up at 6 a.m.? Do you not realize that's how my whole life is? I don't think you feel me. I don't think you feel me, bro. My whole life is boiled down to, if it's not the stock market, I'm going to bed. If it is 6 a.m. and you are not the NASDAQ or the S&P 500, I'm going to sleep. There is no force in life strong enough to get me to do anything at 6 a.m. except trillions of dollars moving around in the morning. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I'm sleeping. Why would I do anything at 6 a.m.? Why would you do anything at 6 a.m.? If you are not getting to $1 at 6 a.m., get your ass back to bed. That is my philosophy in life. You know that? It's very, very simple. Because on weekends, I don't wake up at 6 a.m. You know why? The market is closed. And anybody who wants to call me at 6 a.m. deserves to not have anything happen. They deserve to wait till like 9:30 maybe. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. I don't wake up at 6 to do anything unless it's the stock market. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. Come on, man. Morning devotion, not if I wake up, but that's it. I didn't plan it. You know what I'm saying? I start my days with the Lord in the Bible every day, and maybe on the weekends, always on the weekend, but not maybe at 6 a.m. Maybe I think at like 7:30. 7:30 is a good time, but like 6 a.m., dude? Like, why are you waking up at 6 a.m. to do any extracurricular anything? I still can't comprehend it, to be honest with you. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. FRC suspends dividend. I think I just saw that FRC's down 5% post-market. Yeah, First Republic to suspend dividend. Of course, they wait till end of the day. Oh, they even gave an update on their cash position of approximately $34 billion, not including $30 billion of uninsured deposits. They say deposit outflows have slowed considerably. They're focusing on reducing borrowings and evaluating composition and size of balance sheet going forward. And then that's it. Yeah, that's it. There's like a big set of statements that all came through. Yeah, they said daily outflows have slowed considerably. Well, anyways, FedEx reported Meta's crazy. Let me see FRC. How does it look? It's still holding up pretty decent considering all that news. I don't think people bought it even for the dividend at that level. But Chattadonia, that is the day. I hope I see you there. Check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Get your free long-term alerts. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel.
All right, it's March.
Oh, man. The nightly, you guys, I hope you haven't been missing these updates. Shout out y'all been on them, though. Y'all been on them for the most part. Third link for that membership badge. Shout out to all the members, baby. God bless you, and thank you for supporting all these years. We love you, and you look beautiful. You look beautiful with it. You know what I'm saying? You look beautiful with the badge. God bless you. Fourth link for the merch, if they have it in your size. Maybe we need to do another merch drop. We haven't had y'all with merch in a while, but hey, you know, let's see. If the banks are safe, you could buy merch, okay? If the banks aren't safe, don't buy merch. save that dollar, you know what I'm saying? But, if the banks are fine and the market's good, you know what I'm saying? You're going to buy merch. I'm going to get you some merch if the banks are fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, if we about to go generational rally, no land, what? Oh, okay, I'm just kidding. Anyways, but check that out. Check out the new channels, Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, Cult Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I have a lot to accept. I got like 700 follower requests. So the fact you guys thought I was going to die, like, screw you guys. You know that? Fuck you. Okay, I love you, but fuck you. You know why? Because I got 700 follower requests on my Instagram when I didn't show up or when my power got kicked out. You know that? That's how it's going to be, huh? I'm going to have more, if I die, I'll have more followers than when I was alive, huh? It's like that. It's like that, huh? You were like, oh my gosh, something's wrong with Josh. I think I'm going to follow him. Oh, man, I'm going to follow Josh now that I think something's wrong and that he's in. Now I'm going to follow him. Okay. Oh, that's how it's going to be like, huh? Yeah. You could just spend these moments with me on a daily basis. But nah, you ain't even want to follow. You too cool to follow me, huh? Until something happens. Oh, man, that's cold, bro. That's cold. Oh, shit, Chad. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. I have a weird problem right now. I have like a string. I have a string on one of my, okay, this is awful. I have a string that hangs from my sweatpants, and I just, I just tied it around like my finger thing, and then it got stuck. Okay, I got out of it. Okay, I thought I was trapped. My finger was turning blue. Okay, we're good. I followed you before you had Insta. Oh, okay. That's straight. You should tell that to people. That's like cool. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna start saying that to girls. Be like, I followed you before you had Instagram. Hey, let me smell you. You smell good. You smell like stimulus in the morning. Hi, what's up, buddy? What's up? Where are you at? Where'd you go in the morning, huh? That's fine. Listen, Chad. Anyways, follow Josh on Instagram while he's still alive. You prick. What the fuck? I don't get it. Why didn't you follow him now, man? Come on. Simple. Anyways. But check out the Instagram. How option pricing works. 1,000% gainers. Great tutorial. It's never bad for you. How to set up the long term. Long term is still beautiful. Even through all of this, he's still been loving it. And then finally, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the prayer request wall. Me and my mom pray for y'all. This is our weekend tradition, even beyond the weekends. And I know a lot of Chads have joined in on me with this. It's very simple. If it can't flow to you, it won't flow. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. So we got to show love, man. And I'm praying for all of you. And I want the best for everybody. And I hope you keep that mentality. And that's why it don't matter, bull or bear, Twitch or YouTube, man. None of it matters. You know why? We're all on the same team. And I hope that you could, for the person next to you, you could wish success to everybody, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? That's what it comes down to. That's what we believe in. That's why I'm praying for y'all. That's why we try to give y'all both sides of the coin, give everybody whatever info they need, and have some good discussions, man, because that's all it is. So I hope you know we praying for you. If you ever want to do anything for me, man, just pray for me. That's all I ask, man. And your prayers work, because I could have been killed yesterday. But y'all prayed for me so I didn't die. But y'all followed me as if I was dying. Huh? It's okay. But Chad, that is the day. That is the day. So I love you. Read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. How could I have died if that was like a stalker, bro? I thought somebody really was about to like, bro, that's a very malicious thing to have happen. if you don't know it's a crackhead, bro, like that's a pretty wild concept that somebody came up to my house and ripped out my circuit breaker, dog. Oh, there's FRC. They just put out an 8K. They say board of directors suspends common stock. Daily deposits, the same headline. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, especially after a watch list where I have like 40,000 in cash on me. Oh man. Well, good thing I lit all of the money on fire because cash is trash. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even have it anymore. I just lit it on fire because I kept reading the chads and everyone was saying cash is awful and then there's no point, and then they're like if there's a bank run. So then I realized I just got straight to the end of the logic conclusion and said all money is worthless no matter what. So I just lit it on fire because I was cold that night. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I went straight to the bottom of the rabbit hole and I realized, well, everything is worthless and it doesn't even matter anyway. So I turned into Lil Wayne. I was like, you know what I'm saying, before the intro, and that's it. And it kept me cool for now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You should have bought an NFT. Sadly, I've already done that at one point in my life. So I've already got that. And then again, honestly, the NFT is held up better than than a regional bank. That's crazy. Bro, you just made me realize that. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Bro, that's actually insane. Now that a light bulb just went off. Bro, there's NFTs that have held up better than a regional bank. You mean to tell me an NFT did better than a bank that was investing in tech? That's insane. So I don't know. You could laugh all you want about the monkey pictures, but all I'm saying is that they did not go and buy a bunch of bonds at the lowest possible point. That is wild to think about, actually. Anyways, well, Chad, that is the day. I don't know. Here, I have PHILO, but I don't. I'm like in between PHILO right now, so I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards no PHILO, or nah. Maybe let's get a song. Yeah, here, I'll give you a classic.
So I love my YouTube. Like, boy, fix up, you don't need to. Hey, I'm the new tech like ETH. You don't want smoke like the EPA. You can see I done it like proof of stake. Made $1 million crypto, but stayed in school. Now the game on mine like a GPU. Blockchain like Kendrick. I swim in pools. Dividends gas me up. I ain't talking fuel, nah. I'm so cold like a ledger. I'm always #1. You would think I'm tether. Feel like Chuck E. Cheese. Love my coins and my cheddar. On the way to the moon, there might be some bad weather. Yeah, now stop acting like you know me. You cruise a bunch of zero shit, look like a Satoshi. They holding all the bags like the winner gets a trophy. But all of y'all delayed like the SEC voting. Pay me in Ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. And I don't do ICOs cause it's all a shill. Pay me in Ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. And I don't do ICOs cause it's all a shill. My strategy, EDM, buy when it dips low. Make your bitch wail like she owns a lot of crypto. Move my money silently, I call this shit a tiptoe. Put no coiners in their place like I worked at Zillow. Crypto be the future, you ain't hearing me out. Rather spread fear and certainty, sprinkle with doubt. You lost all your money cause of fear of missing it out. Looking for liquidity when we all in a drought. Do your own research, fuck your own conviction. No one knows where it's going, fuck a price prediction. These the same dudes that Google how to get women. Or YouTube best Fortnite weapon. Fuck all these noobs, man, they really got me stressing. You wanna make money, gotta treat it like investing. Here's a quick lesson, don't expose capital, you ain't Jeff Sessions. Pay me in Ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. And I don't do ICOs cause it's all a shill. Pay me in Ether, you could keep your check. Your girl go down like Big Connect. You try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. And I don't do ICOs cause it's all a shill.
Yo, that's a banger, bro. That's a banger, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. Baby, either you could keep your check. Your girl go down like BitConnect. Try to buy Ripple but got almond milk. I know, Uncle, man, that's before, like, dude, technology, man. Like, you should see the shit that Uncle was recording on, man. You know what I'm saying? You should see what, like, dude, it came a long way. And now, like, I don't know. That could have possibly been recorded on a MacBook, to be honest with you. That I think that song may have been recorded on a MacBook microphone, potentially. I don't know. I gotta double check. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Just you guys, a long way. If you've seen Uncle's came a long way too, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just he's came a long way. A lot of it, everything, and then that's it. And then I don't yell as much, or I used to not yell back then, and then now I kind of yell sometimes, but that's it. Lately, have you guys noticed? Have I been quieter on the watch list? Have you guys noticed I haven't been yelling on the watch list? Because on that microphone, if I like talk loud, it sounds crazy. So like I'm like low key like what's up, man? How are you doing? I want to make prank videos again. Bro, I had a lot of fun. Like I wasn't supposed to go to San Fran to go and shoot that. But I had a lot of fun. Like I'm totally down this weekend to like where can I investigate next, bro? I'm down to go on a field trip. I like the field trips, man. You know what I'm saying? And then even to start off the watch list by running to the bank and getting some money, I was like, that was kind of fun. I'm kind of down. So I'm kind of down for some pranks, bro. I'm kind of down for some pranking videos, but then I don't know. I don't know if it sucks because like I wasn't that offensive like 5 years ago, but I feel like I could easily like piss off people way more if I prank too heavy. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Bring back Abdul Mustafi. Have you guys ever seen that? Can we show some? Can we bring back Abdul Mustafi? Let me show you this. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Have y'all seen this? Dude, this one was awful. Have you guys not seen this? I've actually done this. I've actually got to do this. And I had so much fun.
I'm just saying that, as long as you believe in God, that's good.
Allah.
You can call him Allah. You can call him Sauce Creator.
They call him Jesus.
They can call him Jesus, Yahshua, Yahweh.
Harambe.
Bro, you have no idea, bro. Bro, y'all don't remember Abdul Mustafi? I straight up got to troll the election, Hillary and Trump. I went to Vegas, and I got to troll every single Hillary and Trump supporter. It was the funniest shit ever. I had so much fun.
Hello, it is Abdul Mustafi here from Bahrain. We're here to document the democratic process. I thought that the American public would be a little more politically active, but this is our public expression area, as you see here. Very nice. Wow. So not so bad, but let's see what happens. So okay, why is Donald Trump so why is he concerned with aliens? Is it a real threat?
Well, they're bankrupting our country. We're importing poverty.
You guys have the aliens here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, all over.
Yeah.
No way.
Killed all the.
Bro, I did this a lot. You have no idea, man. Everybody got trolled, bro. But like, I wish you could see my face. Because the funniest part is like, dude, I'm just looking at these people dead serious. Just dead serious, bro. I'm just like, what's up? What changed? It's a lot of work to make. Dude, I had to go out there, drive out there. I had to go like even editing it. It's a lot of work, but it is definitely it was a lot of fun. Y'all should check this one out. The presidential debate 2016, man. 2016. It was crazy, bro. It was actually like all of these were just super funny. I don't remember this guy. What was this guy? Oh, yeah. They thought I was real. I forgot about that. This guy was, like, reporting, and he thought I was, like, straight up, like he was like, wow, that's crazy. You made it here from Bahrain. And I was like, yeah, bro, like, they kill everybody. I was like, we can't even talk about voting. And he was like, he was very involved with it. But, yeah, so that was fun. But, yeah, you could check it out. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen that. That's an OG classic. That's an OG classic. But, let's see. I'll give you a little one. Give me a second. What time? Oh, it's already 1:30. Yeah, we could do a little one, man. Here, I'll give you. I don't know. I'm gonna give you a little one. It's gonna be a weird philo. It's gonna be a weird philo because it's like I haven't got to work on it because like I thought of it's actually like a wild concept. So I'm gonna tie it to an old philo. Okay, I'm gonna tie it to an old philo. You're gonna like it, but like I could definitely. I hope you go deep with this one. Okay, like I hope you actually take the moment. Fed discount window borrowing soars to all-time high. That means people are using the facility. Hold on, that just came out. Fed discount window borrowing soars to all-time high. Banks borrow $164 billion from Fed facilities in week to March 15th. That's pretty wild. Okay, hold on. Yeah, FRC is kind of dumping, still at to the first halt level. All right, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, what's up, man? Philo Warrior, what's up, baby? I got a little one with you. TikTok in talks with potential buyers. I got a little one for you. Do you guys remember the Philo? It wasn't too long ago. I think this was in November. In November, I told you a phrase. Tell me if you've heard this before. A house divided against itself will not stand. Ooh! I love it. A house divided against itself will not stand. So this is an age-old proverb, and I hope you give it a little bit of thought. Oh, man. This is why I told y'all, some of y'all out there, I don't know what you've been through. I don't know what you do good in life. I'm sure there's something in life that you do good, and I'm not talking about just your profession. I'm saying there's probably things that you do good. You probably are a good person. In some areas, you're probably really disciplined. You probably take care of your kids, your family. You take care of people who need you. You're probably a really good friend too, right? And that's good. But then I'm sure there's probably a part of you that you don't like. And I'm sure there's another part of you where it's the thing that you keep making a mistake on. Or maybe it's the stuff you don't do as good. Maybe you can't get over your addiction to cigarettes and everything else you do good. And you're like, oh, man, I keep doing this. I keep doing that. Oh, I keep wasting the money here. I keep doing that. I keep getting angry. I get angry a lot. That's my thing. I haven't gotten as like angry as back in the day. But like that's always been my thing over the years I've told y'all about. Right? So why am I telling you that? What's the point? The point is to love it, actually, because I hope you realize the thing about you is still you. And that's why I told you the other, isn't it funny to think about that, like, you know, you might be tripping on something and that thing you don't do good, like I don't know what you believe in, but what I believe in is God. And the way I kind of view it, I remember a couple of weeks ago, I think this was around November, I remember thinking about this, and just here's the fun fact, is that you know, like, God knows how he made you, right? So, like, a lot of times some people be struggling with stuff, and they're like, oh, man, I can't believe this. And some people they feel really bad, and they get really guilty, especially if you, like, make the same mistake over and over again. But, like, I hope you know you are created that way, in a weird way, and I hope you can embrace it. But what I'm trying to tell you, you're better off loving every part of you than hating every part of you or the parts you don't like. You know why? Because that would mean the house is divided against itself. Is that too deep for y'all? I don't know if am I coming in too hard with this? I haven't even got to the main point. This was just the appetizer. So this is just a reminder, man, to be positive, and a reminder to love yourself and love everything about you. And I hope with whatever it is you're trying to improve, I hope you try to improve it out of a love of yourself as a whole, rather than focusing on the negative thing that it is and feeding the negative and now turning a negative trait into something that makes you go against yourself. Whereas you could tune it and you could refine it and you could improve and you could have acceptance rather than trying to have avoidance, more or less. Oh, man, I don't know. Do you feel me? That's how we're going to start, okay? That's how we're going to start. But I'm going to tell you right now, I said this to you in November as well. Are you ready? All of this is from the heart. And that's where all good and bad comes from. But that's what I want to talk about. First, as I related it in November, I told you this. Remember I said a divided heart is the source of all confusion. I hate it. You know that? I hate saying that out loud. Because even right when I said that out loud to you, even I had a moment where I was like, damn, like shit. Amen. And that's just another reminder to focus on the heart. You know that though, right? A divided heart is where all of it comes from. All the source of confusion is what is in your heart and what you're letting out, what you're keeping in there, what you're fighting against, or that thing you think you're going in one place. Like, again, like we were talking about, make sure everything aligns, right? That's in your heart. But sometimes we say we're doing something, but low key, you could tell kind of the way the heart is. You know what I'm saying? It might be pulling you in a different way. Man, oh man. But here, I'll give you the main point though. Because what I was thinking about is the phrase, a heart turned into stone. You know that, right? You've probably heard it. That's what people say. Like, do you realize do you know what a hardened heart is? You ever heard of that, a hardened heart? I've told you that. But do you realize what it is? At some point, it's not that, like, stuff doesn't just connect with you. And this is a problem I think everybody has. But legitimately, a hardened heart, like if you look at even the biblical example, it's when people knew what they needed to do and they didn't do it. I think it was like Isaiah. The prophet Isaiah said something around it. Something about they knew what to do, but they just simply refused to do it. Right? It's like knowing. It's like being unhealthy and being the most unhealthy you have ever been. And knowing you need to change something about your health, but you simply refuse to do it. You know you could eat better and you just simply don't eat better. You know you could be getting physical activity, but then you just don't do it. That is a hardened heart right there. You know that, right? But here's the thing about a hard heart and like comparing a heart to stone. Have you ever thought about how different a rock is? This is what I'm saying. I haven't dived too deep into this, and I know I can, but I'm going to give you the places to go off of. But do you realize why they call it a hardened heart, and like they say you have a heart of stone, do you realize how different stone is as a material? See, this is where it gets weird. Like, have you ever realized, like, if you touch a rock in a weird way, doesn't stone feel different than anything else you've touched before? Like, if you were walking on carpet and then it turned into stone, would you be able to notice it based off of the feeling? If I gave you a block of wood and then it turned into stone and then it went in the carpet, would you be able to tell the difference between which one is which? It's pretty crazy if you think about it. So that's one thing to realize with the heart, because when the heart becomes stone, it has a different feeling. It becomes noticeably different. So think about that, because that could be something to really, really look into. But now the other part of it with the hardened heart is like, think about stone being cut. You could break it, but you can't ever really change stone. All you could do is break it apart and cut it up. Yeah, that's why they call it cold-hearted, right? It's stone. But think about it. How about cutting stone? It's a very interesting process of how you can create or morph stone. It's a very difficult process. But that's it. It's either going to be cut or not. You can't, like, it doesn't grow into anything. You can't melt it down and then it turns into melted rock, because then it kind of can. I don't know. But it's a very, very interesting thing to think about. But here's another part I heard about it. The funniest part, yeah, you could erode it. It takes time, but it takes a lot of time, right? That's why hopefully you don't harden your heart too heavy. But here's another part with it. It's like, oh, I just blanked. I have the final part. I'm waiting for that one. Oh, I just blanked on the other one. It's cold, the material, the cutting. Oh, yes, that's what it is. Do you realize the stone is not happy or sad? Oh, fuck me. Y'all don't feel me on this. Y'all don't feel me on this. Do you know why they say the stone doesn't matter? Or why they say a heart of a stone? Do you realize it doesn't care? Exactly. A rock feels no pain. If you tell a rock it's going to hell, do you think it cares? No. If a rock is going to heaven, does it care? No. You could go put a rock, throw it out of a car, maybe it breaks, maybe it doesn't. It's not scared. You could go take a rock and go anoint the rock as king. It's not even going to get excited. Very interesting. So, I don't know what you think about all of this, but I'll give you the conclusion. I will give you a conclusion. I love it. Here's the best part about it. Stone and a rock, it does not have the ability to harvest anything. Nothing can come from the stone but the stone itself. And that is a very big difference. And if you think about a lot of the PHILOs we've had, the meaning of life, and a lot of things you could do, the idea here is to leave something on this earth, right? Maybe leave an impact, leave a positive impact on other people, maybe make a change in this world. The idea here is to create. But the thing about a stone is that it doesn't produce anything. You cannot have one stone produce another stone. The stone cannot reproduce. You cannot plant a seed and put a rock in the ground and water it, and then out comes a bunch of other rocks. Woo! So, Chad, that's what I'm saying. This is where I stopped. Because like I'm saying, I could go very, very deep in this. But I hope you think about what I just said with that last final point. There is no harvest in a stone. Nothing is able to come from it. Maybe it will protect you from feeling good or feeling bad. The feeling of hardened is definitely noticeable. A stone feels different than anything. Oh, man. You could cut a stone, but it doesn't change it. But above all else, do you realize the biggest risk of a hardened heart is simply no production, no harvest, nothing can be planted or taken away from it. What starts with the stone ends with the stone. So, Chad, I don't know how I could conclude that. I just want you to think about it. And really think about the state of where your heart is in. And honestly, if you're going to get confused about it, and I know you could think a lot. I did clap the other person in there. They were just like, follow Hitler and the stone. No. Just all I'm saying here is just take a look at where your heart is right now. And it's very simple. You want to know what your heart is made out of, and if it's good or bad, and if you want to let it lead you into hypocrisy, or if it's going to lead you into extremism, what's coming out of your heart? AKA, what are you producing? And that's all it comes down to. What do you want, and what is coming out? And my question is, are you doing something that will leave a harvest for you or others? Is there something that will be reproduced from where you are putting your heart and your efforts and your time today? Or is it a dead-end effort? Because I think that will tell you a lot. It's very, very simple. Yeah, you feel heavy, your heart's been hard lately. Amen, bro. Me too. I could relate. Because in areas I have looked and I compare myself over the years and other things, and I have noticed in some way you just get used to hearing certain things. And I noticed I've had a hardened heart in certain areas. It's very scary. You know that, right? Nothing's more scarier than it, because then you're kind of like, fuck. And then the whole problem with having a hardened heart is you could know it and still have it hardened. Oh, man, I don't know. But I think it's very simple. You either act now or you act never. And what is being produced? And that's where you should focus on. And find somewhere to make your efforts and your time, and make sure that what's coming out of your heart is going to lead to production, even if it's not for you, even if it's for somebody else. You see what I'm saying? It should be able to reproduce something. But that's like the irony of it, because like think about the things that correlate with a hardened heart. It never produces anything. You know what I'm saying? You could be sitting there with a hard heart, knowing what to do, be like, nothing's ever going to change. Nothing's ever, it's going to be like this. Guess what? It doesn't even lead to anything being produced. You could go tear down everybody around you. You could be angry. You know what I'm saying? But what is it going to do? What is fighting with people going to do for you? It's not going to produce anything. If anything, maybe more problems. I don't know if that counts as production. So it's just something to think about, Chad. But I thought I would share this with you, because I've shared this with you a couple of months ago. But this stone analogy, just thinking about the stone and how different a stone is in real life, it really gave me a different way to view the heart. And I thought it was quite fascinating. So I'm glad I could share it with you. I hope this gave you enough to go along with it. But Chad, that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Take that one to the bank. Make sure you're subscribed. All of it. All of it, man. All of it. Just little heart checkup. Little heart checkup on there. Think about the stone. I hope you throw this stone, but think about it a little bit, baby. But Chad, dude, we've almost been here for an hour now. I love you. God bless you. But that is the day. I do got to get going. So go read all the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why we ready for the rest of the year, the yes of the quarter, and everything else, baby. Why? and why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I love you all. Have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious day. Enjoy it. And peace out. Where are we going to? Are we going so we're going to peace and love and property, prosperity. Oh, hey, listen, I love you, okay? I'll watch you. I need to watch the car. Well, I'm going to get to that later here tonight, huh? All right, I love you. All right, man, God bless you. Have a good night. Night, good morning. Hello.